Hello and welcome to the second part of our stream of the 2025 British 24 Hour. Welcome back. For those of you who have missed the last few minutes, David will not be joining us in the commentary box for the rest of the stream because I have killed him. So it's just me now, folks. You're with me for the next 5 hours or so. I don't know what they've done with him. He's disappeared. I got rid of him. I just boshed him over the head with the shovel, and that was it. And I haven't seen him since. Well deserved, I thought. So get in touch in the live chat comments and let us know your thoughts. Let us know what you're thinking, who you're supporting, and keep it going. You never know, he might get resurrected at some point and come back. We shall see. I'm in charge of the mute button anyway, so see if he's allowed back on. Yes, so Paragon Motorsport, your race leaders overall, are in the pits at the moment. That is their 7th stop. They were out 1 hour and 26 minutes. MS Urban should, in theory, retake the lead because they were 42 seconds behind when they came over the line. But we've got 4 karts back on the lead lap now. So Paragon, MS Urban Orange, MS Lucas and MSJDR. Soco Select have made their stop now and I believe changed tyres as well, I would imagine, because they're now a lap showing as a lap behind as well. So that puts them back in touch as well, but they've managed to claw back 2 laps over from when they had that steering column issue earlier on. So that's your 2 elite entries. MS Urban Orange leading now overall, now that they've retaken Paragon Motorsport through the offset pit stops. They're leading Owner Pro with Paragon Motorsport P2 in that class. MSJDR 433, they are 3rd in that class and 4th on the road. KBR have retaken the lead in Owner Club on this lap because SKA, who were leading Owner Club, are now in P2 and in the pits. Scheduled, yes, because they've been out 1 hour and 19 minutes. So thank you once again to Alpha Timing for giving us that option this year. DWS2, who were leading comfortably the class, had their issue earlier on with the mechanical flag around about an hour or so ago now, I think. They have dropped down to P3 in class and 10th overall. Then we've got Gracie Mitchell in her 24-hour solo attempt. She is at in P18, currently on 410 laps, and as we said on the other stream, she's around about 4 or 5 hours behind par time, but they're confident that they can gain that back. So we'll see how that one goes. Race for Ruben currently leading higher elite and leading the higher class overall as well. I'm pretty sure that was down to canny pit stop strategy during the full course yellows that we've had, because they didn't seem to have the ultimate speed in the car to win the race outright, as we've got yellow flags at hairpin 1. Oh, we've got, who is that? That's one of the owner carts. The 3 is off the track at the moment at hairpin 1 and struggling to get it refired, it seems. We'll see if we can bring you a shot of that. That is Cobb Builders, who were the latest entry, we believe, anyway, for this weekend. But struggling to get it restarted. Now it's underway again at hairpin 1 for Cobb Builders. So they are back. And it looks like it's under full power as well. So I'm sure they're going to be firing back through. So race for Ruben leading higher overall. As I said, struggling for overall pace, it seemed, for outright pace. But clever pit stop strategy has taken them to the front. Likewise, Track Limits by Storm Group were having a very anonymous race around about P4-5 overall in the hires. They are a lap down on race for Ruben now, but P2 overall and P2 in higher elite. Apex Twin Selected Works leading higher pro. They are third in the higher class. And ABC Racing in higher elite. They are fourth overall, but third in class. So Apex Twin Selected Works leading higher pro. Then we go down to 27th place for BJMD, who are second in higher pro. Lockwell Hill 1 are third in higher pro. But there is currently 4 laps between them and the overall lead, and we know that Lockwell Hill have got pace to lead this race as well overall, so we'll see how they carry on for the rest of the race. MFP Interceptors are 29th overall. They are leading the higher clubman class. Bargain Racing 31st overall. They are second in higher clubman, and then Newmarket Hornets are 32nd overall, and they are third in higher clubman, and they're only 10 seconds behind as well. So battle for second in higher club is on like Donkey Kong. Then we go Have a Go Racing are down in 36th place. Higher rookie class leaders. 39th place overall for EDK 24T Yellow. They are second in higher rookie. And our former race leaders in higher rookie, Barriers Wacky Racers, are off track at the moment in the pits, but they are still holding third in class at the moment. What's that noise? What is that noise? Oh my goodness.
He's back!
He's back! Hope we don't get taken down for copyright for that, but but ladies and gentlemen, I have unmuted him and he's back. Sorry about that. Dave Nichols saying R.I.P. Sully, he'll be missed.
That's what gave me the idea. For anybody that...
He won't be missed by me.
For anybody that doesn't recognise that music...
That was The Undertaker.
Undertaker. Gonna go... This week, you're going to go one-on-one with The Undertaker.
All right, just so you know, currently we've not been taken down.
No. No, we're still okay.
YouTube has not shut us down. Oh, my God. Better news than David coming back. I found a purple crocodile in the Haribo Tank Fastest. And they are the absolute badgers.
We are heavily stacked on the cherries.
Yeah, we are heavily stacked on the cherries.
Because they're terrible.
It don't matter because I've got a purple crocodile.
A purple
Night made.
Oh, I'll sit back in. I found a green ring in the non-sugary Haribo. Also something that you should probably go to see the doctor about.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're after dark now. But I'm just going to apologise. On behalf of TSK Motorsport Media.
Apologise for the next hour and 25 minutes until you can get rid of me.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I reckon we're due another poll.
What would you want this poll to be about?
I reckon we should do
This is not how live TV works, Tom.
well, no, it is exactly how live TV works. That's the problem. I don't know. What do you reckon? What do you reckon we should do? What's your favourite burger topping?
Bread. Either side of it, mainly.
What sauce do you put on chips? That's usually a good one.
I like mint.
Right, again, he's going on mute. Right, Adam, do us another poll, kid. Right, we're having what sauce do you put on chips? And for some reason, David's joining you in the wrong camp and wants mint put on there. So we have red, white.
What, mayo?
Yeah, mayo, but it's white sauce, isn't it? Red, ketchup, mayo, brown,
mint.
barbecue. Put barbecue on there
Instead
as well.
of brown. Barbecue instead of brown. You only have
No,
4,
you
I
can
think.
have brown.
No one's having brown. It's a bacon condiment. Where's the 100 breaking badly? Someone's asked how they're doing.
They've had some adventures.
Have they? Where have they been?
Off
Nichols is in.
circuit many times.
Lisa's in. 26. We're 26 today, Lisa.
Yes, it's your birthday, isn't it, Lisa? Would you like to come on the headset?
No, she had an interview yesterday, and she wasn't particularly thrilled by
Right.
that.
Well, Steve has said that he sent a grovelling apology earlier. Oh, we're on camera, I think.
No, we're not. Not at the minute.
We're coming on camera.
What,
in a
did he
minute.
forget?
Yeah, he forgot, and he said make sure you say happy birthday to Lisa on the stream from Steve.
That's different. The lights are on.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
thank you
I don't
so
know
much.
who it was in your team that came in to tell us. Craig. Thank you very much.
We'll dive in. Thank you very
Greatly
much indeed. More
appreciated.
cake.
Thank you very much. There we
Well, happy birthday to you, Lisa. Thank you very much indeed.
Delightful. Are we going in?
We're going in. Cheers. Like we did with Skull Cake.
Did
The
you
last shot was of me shoveling it into my mouth.
Did you hear earlier when Pogson asked when I was due?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
About 3 weeks, I reckon.
I was stood side on.
At least he didn't ask me.
Said it wasn't flattering. Yeah, breaking badly. Where are they? I'm looking for their number. I don't know why, because I can just do the search function.
There's a search function?
They're in, yeah, just control and F, mate.
But it finds 100.
Yeah, just team name. Breaking badly, currently in 62nd place at the moment. Just in front of Teesside Academy, who had some problems earlier on, and Bottas Boys, who are on the second page of writing down what problems they've had, mainly down with fuel flow issues. The problem being that it's been flowing too freely into their engine, and they've been using too much of it. So yeah,
It's going off in the poll already. We're up to 20 votes.
Yeah, about mid-pack, I think, for breaking badly. Have I got any support?
I'm not saying.
You don't have to. I can just click it, and then it will tell me. I do. I think I have some support.
Mint sauce. Mint sauce is wrong on all levels.
Look, it's good. Do you know why it's good? Because it's literally called mint. It is mint. In it, you.
That's well mint. Like,
It's well mint.
that's my Paul White
It's
impression.
good.
I give me Paul White impression on on the stream.
Hello, welcome to TSK Motorsport Media, live on commentary with David Sullivan and Paul White.
Where's my slot machine? He's going to come and there'll be another murder in the commentary box in a moment. Anyway,
We're just missing a dance floor, aren't we?
but yeah, right. So let me walk through the mint sauce scenario. Okay, so mints in general, great. Spearmint, peppermint, love them. Great for freshening your breath. Great in a sweetie form. Pop them in. Chewing gum, banging.
Rhino.
No issue there. Why would you put it on lamb? Lamb is delicious. It's literally a leg of lamb is the leg of a small sheep, and it's tasted delicious.
He's going on one boat.
He set me off now. It's tasted delicious for thousands of years since we were in caves and we first realised that we could, for want of a better phrase, cultivate sheep. We can not cultivate, not domesticate. What's the word I'm looking for?
Eat.
Farm them, right?
Farm 'em.
We can farm them, right? So we've been eating them since then, and probably before then, right?
Yeah.
Then someone's come along and gone, do you know what would be really good with that, right? What we'll do is we'll put some Mentos on it.
I remember that episode of Captain Caveman. He went, lads.
With the accent.
Aye, lads. I've developed a sauce. A sauce.
develop sauce, right?
Sauce.
What happens with sauces?
That goes on little sheep.
Yeah, I just don't get it, right? What somebody's thought, right? The best thing that we could do is we'll put some extra strong mints on my leg of lamb, and then they've gone, that tastes really good, that. And then it's been turned into a sauce. Which isn't, it's not even mint. Like, it's got mint in it, but then it's like full of vinegar and other stuff. So it's like, it's just bonkers.
We have turned this race into a podcast, haven't we now?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we're not really watching anymore, are we? We're just arguing.
Which I'm fine with.
Right, okay, so Dave Nichols has been on and said, mint sauce, new potatoes. Right, who was the first person that said, do you know what I'll do? I'll put it on a potato as well. Because now, when you go into the supermarket and you buy, like, the bags of, like, new potatoes and they come with, like, a herb butter or whatever, herb butter, lovely. Parsley, sage, thyme, beautiful with new potatoes. Why would you put mint on it?
Because it's delicious,
It's
Tom.
not delicious. It's
delicious.
Weird. Why do I want a potato that's going to freshen my breath?
You're missing a trick here. Honestly, mate, a chip butty with mint sauce on the top, it's divine. It's horrible. It's the pinnacle.
Just put ketchup on stuff like a normal person.
It's top tier. Top tier.
Right, so there's my rant for, well, my first rant. Wow, that got close going through the chicane there.
Closer than mint on lamb.
That was, yeah. So, yeah, exactly. Luke Tinker, mint is a herb. Yes, I know it's a herb, and that's why you on herby potatoes. But he also said totally different to mentos. Well, it's not. It's still mint, isn't it?
It is, mate, yeah.
Weird. Weird people putting mint on stuff. I've never understood it.
MG Motorsport, what's your flavoured crayon? Some might remember this from a few years ago. That was when things went really downhill in the middle of the night. That was the favourite fruit pastel year, where I told people if they liked the black fruit pastel, we didn't need that type of energy and to find something else to watch. But that was at 3 a.m. where I wasn't too bothered about the viewing figures.
Andrew Mellor said, I know what I'm getting butters for Christmas. Yeah, well, it better not be mint sauce, mate. It'll be coming back at you at a rate of knots.
He turns up at your house with a sheep, though. Got a little lead.
Well, I tell you what, it'd keep my grass short, wouldn't it?
You were complaining that you don't get an opportunity to cut it.
I don't get the opportunity to cut my grass because I live on the west coast of Scotland and it never dries out. I don't cut my grass. I hoover my moss.
My wife's just messaged me.
Right.
You two make me laugh. Tom's giggle is hilarious. Why the hell is he harping on about lamb? Did you enjoy your cake? Question mark. Yes, I did, thank you.
Andrew Mather, little pot of sauce and a packet of Polos sellotaped to the top. See? He gets it. Horrible mint sauce.
Oh, mate, I have got so much support. Luke,
genuinely, he's crying laughing here, people.
Mint is elite. Electrified toaster, mint, with 3 T's. That's good. Oh.
Wrong Direction Racing saying mint sauce in America looks like shower gel. It tastes like shower gel.
Paul Lifeford chipping curry sauce in. I don't think that was an option.
It's a banger. As is gravy as well, but that's more of a topping than a sauce.
Riley Matthews, how are AMC doing? Well, first of all, he should know he's in that team, so he's clearly just fishing for us to shout them out. We'll come to them shortly.
What, AMC? No, we're not shouting them out.
Why not?
AMC?
Yeah,
giving them a shout out.
Yeah.
Why would we do that? Why would we shout out AMC?
Why would we even mention AMC, Tom? Is the big question. I mean, why would we even mention the team that are currently in 14th place and 7th in the club class?
I don't know. Why would we mention that?
I don't know. Why I mean, so it's not like they've already done 441 laps. Never heard of him.
Andrew's been on.
Again?
Yeah.
He's getting well involved
He's
here.
getting well involved.
He's missing us.
He said the farmyard animal can go to my commentary colleague. Hi, Henry. You know he's texting Henry now saying you need to get on and watch the stream.
Do you know what? It's almost like it's that episode of Top Gear where they're good. Oh, we're on air in the Wales, and then 10 minutes later, and we're off air in Wales. Hi, Henry.
Hi, Henry.
To be fair, we were both nearly off air for a while.
Yeah.
No comment.
Yes.
We're moving on. Anyway.
Just don't mention Rowra. Or anything about it.
Meanwhile.
Other than that we love it there. There's sheep in Cumbria as well.
There is lots of sheep in Cumbria. Oh, backward and hard into the wall for the 58.
That's DWS.
There's Mark Tate down the back straight. Coming into contact with one of the higher carts. We've got
Ben
a tyre on the circuit as well.
Pretty sure that's a bent axle as well. And we have got a tyre on the circuit down the back straight. So we say that more as a public service announcement. As we've got a cart not looking where he's going.
Off racing line, but we've got a tyre on the circuit. And the tyre wall will need a rebuild. I think we could go FCY here, Tom, to allow our marshals to work safely.
That, if we do go FCY, that's going to bring first and second nose to tail near enough.
See, we can do serious when required, and now it is required. We've got tyres all over the circuit down the back straight here. We'll stay on this camera for the time being. I'm going to keep an eye out on that DWS cart, Tom. It did seem like it went in with the rear end, but Mark Tate, I think, is going to bring that car in. He's coming in fairly quickly as well, so I don't think he's got a massive problem.
Just watching it back.
He came across one of the
he turned across
hires.
the front end of one of the hire cars, and that was an extremely hard hit.
So we're
still not under FCY.
No,
and although the green flag has been brought back in as well, so not sure whether that's already been rectified.
No, are we still there? No, I think I think now the message is getting that there is tyres on the back straight. So, yeah, tyres still there, but I think the quad is about to get dispatched, I think, towards the back straight.
Definitely a lot of action with the marshals. In fact, Nigel's running across the track now.
Yeah, to go out there to get this. So now all of these drivers will have already done a lap past these tyres, and hence why most of them are electing to go towards the inside of the circuit, which is the correct thing for them to do, of course. But that tyre wall on the outside took a heavy impact from the 58 DWS machine. So, just having a look at the pit lane, that's the 434, Tom, and that looks like Lizzie Mentier getting in that, Tom, in the Lando Norris car suit. That looks like her helmet. Jamie Tyler on pit duty for the 434, just attaching the weight.
As you said, Jamie Tyler on the left as we looked at it, who I can't see or hear Jamie Tyler without going, Eagles Peak, Eagles Peak, Eagles Peak.
You're going to have to provide context.
Anybody that's played Wreckfest will know. Yeah, Eagles Peak. Jamie Tyler, big fan. Loves an Eagles Peak.
Does he?
He does.
Back into the live chat whilst we keep an eye out on that tyre wall rebuild down the back straight and its progress. Jules Nichols can only eat chips with mayo. There's the tyre wall. That's Chris putting the tyre wall back together. It was Chris going running, not Nigel, Tom. And the tyre wall rebuild is complete. So
I assumed it was Nigel because Nigel runs everywhere.
He does, doesn't he? Little Energizer Bunny, isn't he?
We're just trying to get a message out. Sorry, the camera down to the Apollo warning to see what's going on with the 58. I'm pretty sure that was a bent rear axle. Did manage to get the car back.
To be fair, Tom, he came in at a fair rate of knots as well. So
it stood up to a big test as that one, but Electrified Toaster has asked us, do we like air fryers?
Yeah.
What, like frying air?
You've got one. I know you've got one.
I have got one, yeah.
'Cause we've all got one.
How are we doing on the poll? We're up to 56 votes. I reckon we close it at 70 this time, Adam.
Which means Adam will close it at 62.
Yeah, close it at 70, please. So we need a few more votes, and then we'll let you know the results. So get your votes in now if you haven't already.
Because Adam counts like Diane Abbott.
You are going to get us taken down. You know that, don't you? Yes. Adam. Oh, hang on a minute. Adam, I'm being called over by producer director.
It's probably to hit me indirectly. Hit him for me. I have to change the camera. Dave Nichols, mint sauce, a bit of Welsh lamb, some new potatoes. Oh, look at that. I commentate on just the live chat, basically. But did seem to get quite a lot of traction, did the mint sauce chat.
Good news.
Good. The Dacia Sandero.
The DWS 58 cart is back out.
Oh, okay.
Anyway. The DWS 58 is back out on track already, so must have just been in just to check it over. It did certainly look like a banged axle, but it might have just been that they were right at the edge of the track as they were trying to rejoin, and it was bouncing the back end of the kart. We've got yellow flags at hairpin 1 again, although the marshal's just dropped his yellow flag. And now he's sprinting across the circuit to pick up a tyre.
It looks like a tyre.
It is a tyre.
Right.
Who's missing a tyre? KBR are in the pits at the moment.
No, there's a kart spun there. Going round. Whatever it is, it will be a higher kart. I can guarantee it. Because owner karts...
That looks like a rear tyre off an owner kart.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I'm a long way away.
But hear me out.
Hang on a minute, David.
Yeah?
Look at the screen.
Oh, that's Army.
And that's missing a wheel.
It is, yes.
And that's a rear from an owner kart. Which means I'm doing a little dance because I was right.
What I normally suggest is that if it's a higher kart, they can get round because the plastic wraparound keeps enough of it off the floor. Now, the hub has gone completely off there by the look of things.
The hub's gone.
The hub has completely come off rather than the wheel nuts. So Army Motorsport just popping on a hub. Greatly appreciative to the fellow with the light, which is really helping our picture as well. We are very thankful for your endeavours.
And that wheel will be returned to
what I
the
will
British
say
Army
is
karting team as well.
It's very helpful that it's the left side because I think he's been able to drive that back round on the sprocket protector. If it's on the other side with the sprocket which is inverted, you can't drive it round on the sprocket protector because it's too far in and there's too much weight on the outside. He's got very, very lucky that's a left rear rather than the right rear that's come off there. And just at the time that he doesn't want the camera in his face.
Indeed. But seems to be getting that back into position fairly quickly, and I'm sure the wheel, the new wheel, will be attached, and that is a brand new wheel and tyre that is going on there. Brand new tyre, I should say, not a brand new wheel. Brand new tyre that's going on. So there's going to be an offset there for a start. But I'll bet by the time that they got this fixed, that tyre could have probably been brought back over to them.
Cheers for throwing to me just as I shoved cake in my mouth.
You're welcome. That's what I do.
We are a team.
Oh, we're only 2 votes away from closing the vote, ladies and gents.
Gareth McCarthy. Mint sauce is awful. I'd rather eat carrot cake. Well, I'd put mint sauce on carrot cake to make it taste better. So, there you go. And I'm willing to do it live.
Right. Challenge.
Someone's going to rock up tomorrow morning.
Someone is going to rock up with carrot cake and mint sauce.
I know, I do say silly things.
In fact, you know what? I'm doing it 3 hours before the end of the race. Someone's nipping over the road to the Asda.
Where do you stand on chips with gravy? Palatable.
Yeah, like chips with gravy. Like chips with curry sauce as well. And I know we asked what sauce do you put on chips.
That looks like an exhaust, Tom, on the outside of the circuit down
that's
at
going to get clattered. Not quite there, but nearly did.
It does look...
Sorry for getting a little bit...
Well, no, it's offline. It does look like they're heading straight at it and then just peeling away, but certainly looks like an exhaust off one of the carts.
Somebody's gone the wrong way around it. Right, okay.
Marshal Jake, I believe, is going to be dispatched to collect that when the time is right.
We've got a contact warning for the 29 in Higher Club. So that's a late warning. That exhaust is going to get picked up, I would imagine, now in the gap in the traffic. There he goes.
Oh, yeah, at a canter as well.
And picked it up barehanded as well, which is brave for an exhaust.
In which case it might not have been an exhaust, but I think it was.
I think it was, and I think he might have been lucky that it's been there a while. We've also got yellow flags at hairpin 1 again.
We had a higher round. That'll be in now, and it's stopped, I think, has it? No, we're still showing it. There, it's in now, it's stopped.
Okay.
We're all good on that front. Army Motorsport back out on circuit. I believe it was Matthew Bonnet in that kart, and he's got back in it. So, effectively a double stint for Army. Don't know if they took fuel on there. We didn't get to see that, but they were down there with that problem.
How is Zion Wolf is asking, how is Wii Racing getting on? Well, Wii is racing.
Wii is racing.
But the team Wii Racing are...
Oh, one of the Apex Twin carts has got a problem, and it's stopped on the entrance to hairpin number 2. And I would hate for it to be the leading one of them two. And it looks like they're getting radioed in. So
We Racing are 58th overall. And they are, as I count out loud while I scroll down the timing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th in Higher Rookie. So there's your update on Wii Racing. Of course, if you do want to follow live timing, if you're watching on a laptop, you can dual screen with live timing, and the link to that is results.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR/live. And you can get live timing as the recovery cart heads out on circuit to pick up whoever is stopped at hairpin 2.
It's definitely one of the Apex carts, Tom. Apex Twin.
Yeah, the suits are fairly recognisable, aren't they?
Well, it's it's the Nassau panels on them. I'm just keeping an eye out on
who's not come across the line.
Which of the Apex carts it is.
Well, it's not Selected Works because they've just tripped the timing line.
So there's only 2 of them at the this time, Tom, rather than 3 at Le Mans. So it will be the second of the Apex Twin cars.
5, yes, that was 67th overall and was 9, 10. Crash Test Dummies are in the pits.
They've been
for a while.
They've been in the pits for a long time, and a higher car team.
Do we need a Black Pen of Doom for the Crash Test Dummies? Have they lived up to their name?
I think they may well be out.
Have they done themselves in?
Possibly. I think they were a very, very late entry. I think there was a team dropped out, and I think they filled in.
They were on the reserve list.
Yes.
We've got yellow flag at hairpin 3 as well. This is going to be a busy pusher car if you can't get that engine fired.
The pusher car is pushing that Apex Twin number 5 entry.
Oh, they go at full speed?
Yeah.
We saw this earlier.
Let's say, at a decent pace. And he's going round.
He's going round
He's
again.
going to collect the second cart.
He's dropped him off. He said, right, that you've got enough forward momentum now.
There better be a transponder on that. I want to see his sector 1 time.
Oh no, he's letting people past.
3 or 4 wide up towards the mountain.
All
That's going to be
of
quite
the
tight.
hire carts that were coming past didn't know whether to pass or not, and so whoever is driving that, who we think is Nigel, but whoever's driving it is doing a good job of telling people, no, you can come through.
Yeah,
it's
he's
fine.
quite hitting the apex as well. I think
But it's got going as the cart that was out at hairpin 3, sorry.
Oh.
They're going again now, so we might see the pusher cart actually come back in. Well, it's a pusher-puller, isn't it?
It is.
A puller-pusher. Is it a pusher or is it a puller? Is it a pusher-puller or is it a puller-pusher?
I don't know.
You can tell you've been on nearly 6 hours, can't you?
It's going fairly rapidly. He's turned the light off. He's turned the light off.
He's going for a lap.
Yeah. I say, he's got some good pace. It's almost like he's driven before.
Right, let's close the poll, Adam. Close the poll. Let's have some results.
Do you remember the commentary of the "Your boys have took a hell of a beating"?
No.
No. It was, I think, Denmark or somebody beat England or something, some football, and the commentator was just basically going off on one, like naming British people. And at the end of it, he's just like, "Your boys have took a hell of a beating. I've been on the receiving end of a hell of a beating."
Yes, you have. And like I said, wrong end. Right. So, rightly so, Ketchup has won with 50% of the vote, which just goes to show that, yeah, I was right. Followed by Mayo with 33%, which means that 33% of people have voted wrongly.
Yeah. That Apex Twin 5 almost certainly ran out of fuel. Almost certainly out of fuel.
It's had trouble getting going again.
Yeah,
yes.
which means basically you've got to keep pulling the fuel through. The 119 in of MSJSR now. Is that being pushed through for a tyre change? Or is it something a bit worse? So that looks like it's going to the tyre change bay, and we've got some
tyres
fresh
ready,
rubber available for it. Now, that's very late, so are they going to try and do this on 2 sets of tyres for that JSR entry?
Well, interestingly, there is... I was going to say, interestingly, there's no change of brake pads, but there is now a change of brake pads going on.
H is on it.
I think he did a tyre first, didn't he?
I don't know, I'm not sure. No, that left rear's not gone on yet. Well, if it has, it's...
But again, brand new rubber. This seems to be a theme that we didn't have last year.
No, it's been the theme most years.
No, it isn't, because they normally scrub them.
Well, we don't normally get to see this, do we? Because we don't normally have Kev on the roaming rig.
Well,
Liam Edmonds getting in that 119 cart now.
I'm going to do some investigation during the night, and I'm going to ask whether this has been a theme for a few years or not. But I'm pretty sure most teams go out and scrub tyres before the race starts, so that you get that shine off and you get that slippy stuff out of the cycle, and you can go out and you can go flat chat pretty much straight away as soon as you've got some heat into them. You can already see the driver working really hard as he comes down the back straight to try and get some heat into the tyres. Oh, David, walk us through this.
Yeah, race for Ruben. So just on the back of the race suit there of one of our drivers now. Race for Ruben. They've done the British 24-hour for a number of years. Wayne Clark spearheading their race for Ruben team, racing in memory. So if you have a quick look for not only at the Just Giving page /race for Ruben, but have a look at Race for Ruben on Facebook as well, and you'll get all the information that you need to get, and also for why that team we are regulars here and raising money at the British 24-hour race. So Plenty of teams raising money. Race for Reuben, one of the regulars here, Tom, at the British 24 Hour. We see them a lot. And racing for a great cause.
Oh, and if you can follow that link, I just had a mild panic there because that came up red, not orange.
Oh,
on the digi flag. We've got a contact warning for the 22 of Paragon Motorsport, and that's why they're red, because they're red on your timing column on the left-hand side. But I just saw the red and thought we'd got a red flag.
Waved yellow at hairpin 1, car off, kart rejoins. And again, there's another great cause as well, is the Andy's Man Club one as well that we've got on the back of those race suits as well. Another cause that's very close to the heart of the people at Teesside here as well. So Race for Reuben, of course, the British Heart Foundation as well. We're heavily backing them and trying to raise as much money as we can. That's Gracie Mitchell's nominated charity for her 24-hour solo attempt. And of course, we always remember at this time of year how much we miss Ange and Ange Hutchinson. Very much missed this time of year. And I got a little bit emotional on the drive down because I realised that I wasn't going to see her again this year for the second time, and got a little bit upset. But just to change tack slightly. Yes.
The service window is now open.
It is.
For the first time, we've got a service board has appeared on the digi flag, which means 11 o'clock-ish was the start time, and the 20 cart of Track Limits by Storm Group are going to be the first ones who are going to be brought in for service.
Yes, they are. So they have had their numbers shown on the overhead gantry. They'll have 2
more
laps
passes, yeah,
to come in down to the mechanics bay, and what we're going to see now is a hive of activity, and will also mean that our owner team, or our higher teams, are going to have a very topsy-turvy next 2 hours, where they're going to be sort of all over the shop, so to speak, in terms of their track positions, and then that will sort of reset itself at around about 1:30 when the mechanics bay, which you can see in the background just to the right of the floodlight there, here at Teesside. We'll have Kev down there shortly with the roaming rig, just running through what's sort of happening down in the mechanics bay for the service stops. On track though, MSJDR lead by 6.6 seconds with 4 teams, Tom, still on the lead lap, of which one of them is the recovering MS SoCo Select car. The 43, after that early race snapped steering column, lost them 5 laps. They are fighting back and are on the lead lap.
Do we know who's out for them at the moment?
I do not, but I shall endeavour to find out. I think Max Shields is in the 42. I'll keep an eye out on the 43. They are only 8 seconds between the two of them.
Which is an incredible comeback for the 43.
And the 43 is absolutely flying.
They do owe us a pit stop, though. They're an hour and 5 minutes into this stint, so they do owe us a stop.
Yes.
But still, to get to where they are, I think they're going to be coming into view very shortly. There they are. Is that Jack Morris? I think it's Jack Morris that's out there at the moment.
I'll keep an eye out, because I think it's
out
Volkus.
Of hairpin 2 and down the back
I
straight.
think it's Volkus, but then
you
don't know the difference.
If you think it's Volkus and it's Jack Morris, then you can take back everything.
Well,
that you
don't
said
know the
earlier
difference
about me.
between the two of them.
Well,
if
exactly.
The first 15 minutes of this race is anything
then it's
going to
be. It's going to be. I'm going to be vindicated.
You think you are, but you won't be.
Because you think it's Josh Volkus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You can cut the atmosphere with a knife in here at the minute.
It's because it's Josh Volkus.
It's not Josh. What? Where is he?
He's just gone past round Howells and heading down towards Rib Bend.
All right. There you go.
And
Josh Volkus, ladies and gents.
I spoke to his dad earlier. It's called Owen.
Right. Is it Jack Morris?
No.
Or is it Josh Volkus?
It's Josh Volkus.
Is it 100% Josh Volkus? You're not winding me up?
No.
Okay, all right. So why did you say his dad's Owen?
Because earlier on, when you were going about Josh Volkers being in the car, Owen was not happy. he was good. He's Jack in that car. He's Jack in that car. I'm like, I'm on it, Owen. I'm messaging in. It's fine. I'm on it. I did say to him, Tom should know better.
And Tom did fully apologise to Jack for that.
So, Race for Ruben have also been pulled in for service. So that will move Apex Twin Selected Works forwards and up now into second place, because Track Limits by Storm Group are also in to serve their service stop as well. So just to run you through that service stop, Tom, changing front tyres.
Not rears.
Not rears, so it's changing front tyres.
Just before I came on air, I was down in that service bay.
That service
bay. Funnily enough, talking to the man with his back to us.
Ross Jackman?
No, not that one.
Well, that's
the other one that looks like Ross Jackman that's actually called Owen.
Oh, okay. Owen Man.
Owen Man.
Owen Man.
Owen Man. Let's stick up here.
We've got Owen Man and Jean-Claude Van Sam, who's there in the red.
Oh, Jean-Claude Van Sam! Our first view of Jean-Claude Van Sam.
Get him back.
We've only been talking about him for
get him back on,
12
please.
hours.
Adam, back onto the mechanics bay, please, Adam. I would like to view the human fork truck.
David's nicknamed him the human fork truck. He's a lad called Sam. He's sound. We love him. He's brilliant. And we've nicknamed him Jean-Claude Van Sam and the human forklift. But down in the mechanics bay, they call him Love Island.
There he is in the red. He's got arms like.
I'm surprised he's using the scissor lift.
Yeah,
normally he just uses toes.
Yes, he's got arms like Murray Adams has got legs.
Yes, he has. Yeah, put them two together.
It was because
you'd have quite the rugby player, wouldn't you?
Yeah, at Le Mans, when you go in the gravel, you have to come into Gravel Bay.
I need to ask you though, did he spray that T-shirt on?
I think he did. As the painter.
Is that a tattoo?
As the painter, that
Is he
lad.
topless and that's a tattoo?
So at Le Mans, they come into Gravel Bay, and normally a cart comes in, and the mechanics are like, lads, over here to lift it up. Not for Jean-Claude Van Sam over there.
No.
One-manned it.
Single-handed.
Yeah. Didn't even bend his knees, Tom.
No, he did. Just yoink.
Joanne Morris will be thrilled she's on camera. She hates being on camera. Joanne will be directing traffic, so to speak,
we've
Tom.
got all of the Morrises here.
All of the Morrises. Jack is driving. Owen Man is in the mechanics bay. Joanne Woman is directing traffic down there. And I don't know, Amy's child. Well, she's not, but she's helping out. She's on the weighbridge.
There's Sam.
There he is.
Didn't change that wheel. You just undo it by hand.
Yes. Oh, he's ripped the stub axle off. Right, so we before things got as serious as ever, Tom, we were running through what sort of happened. So, changing front tyres for our hire carts. Cool. You've got to give it a spin. You've got it when you put it on. You've got to give it a spin to let it know you're finished.
It's the same as when you buy a new car. When you go to view a new car that you're purchasing, you have to kick a tyre.
Yeah.
Why do you do it? I don't know. You just do. You kick it and it's going to fall apart. A new engine, or is that a new chain?
I don't know. This one. I don't think this is on schedule. We've not had anybody else called into service since the other one, other than advanced by contact, and that definitely isn't there. So we've got a left rear engine change.
I don't think it's. Oh no, it has been changed now because there it goes. There it's off, and there'll be a new one going on in its place, or a newer one going on in its place. Sprocket as well is coming off.
Sprocket now.
So this is a major service.
Yeah, we're not sure on number, so that would be rather handy to see if it's the 116 who are in. But yeah, rear sprocket. Here we go. Single cart, reveal yourself. It's the number 8, which we saw at the other side of earlier, so I wasn't sure it was the same one. So the number 8, Le Petit Bouchon's
That's the Petit Bouchon
entry.
1, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they're 30, or they were 32nd.
So that is a non-scheduled pit stop in terms of its service.
They can't have been far off being due a service as well, though. So that's going to be even more frustrating.
Well, I've just done that, Tom, because the cart went off and then thought it could make its turning circle to turn right. Decided it couldn't and then went left. And got out of harm's way. That's Top with Motorsport and their hire cart entry. They've also got an owner entry as well. Cart going back down onto the ramps. Going to get pushed backwards. We push it back as far, there we go, as far as possible. And then get the power down. And we head out. So yeah, advantage by contact, the next one in. And they are in the pit. So there they are for their scheduled service stop. The 116 entry in hires.
They've been battling it out for the lead in class early on.
You know, I think was that Matt Plum in that, I think, Tom.
Race for Ruben are also in for a schedule. Oh no, they're in for their service stop as well, aren't they? So they must have been done already. Or are they just out of shot there?
It is Matt Plum, and I think what Matt's saying there is they've come in for a service stop and they've got certain things that the mechanics do, but if you can nurse a problem to the service stop and you tell them that you've got a problem with something, they'll have a look at it for you. So Matt Plum there on the right hand side with the green helmet on. He's out of the cut now. You can't change driver. That's the important thing to note, and you can't take fuel. So teams, you can't really benefit from this service window. That's what we're saying. There's Owen Mann at the back, but looks like we've got 3.
He was just adjusting the idle on that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it looks like we've got 3 mechanic stands now in use rather than the 2 from earlier on, which means that we can effectively service 2 carts at the same time. And
we do 3 at the same time.
Well,
we can service 2.
We'll service 2, and then we've
one.
got a fixed one. What I would say, Tom, is Race for Ruben have been in for a long time. So I don't know whether they've been in and are having an extended service on their cart.
Can't see them on the stand still, though.
No. So unless they've not picked up, but they have dropped down behind Le Petit Bouchon's 2. There's advantage by contact to back down on the ground in that 116.
They've just come over the line, David, of Race for Ruben.
Right, let's have a quick look at their
2 minute 56.
Ah, yeah, but before that they'd had a 6-minute stop 3 laps before, so they've had a double stop. Have they stopped and then fueled?
Yeah, 6 minutes and then
service. Yeah,
2 minutes 56. So yeah, I think they've done their service stop and then they've been in again for a scheduled stop.
Yes. So, but they went out. They've done a 1:22 and then they've done a 3 minutes. So yeah, they could well have fueled. But it has dropped them down the order a little bit in that Race for Ruben entry.
And they're on 7 stops as well, while the leaders are all on
5.
On 5, yeah. So
although to be fair, those in front haven't done their
service stop. So that would be stop 6 would be the service. 7 would be the fuel. So likewise, Apex Twin Selected Work, Teesside Tigers, they all owe us a stop and a service stop, putting them on 7. So yes, that's cleared that up, I hope.
So it looks like, that's George Wilkins getting ready for the one of the EDKT entries. And if I wasn't mistaken, it looks like the 43, Tom, might be readying O'Connor Lucas to go out in their cart next.
Okay. Well, he'll be used to not getting any sleep, won't he, Connor?
Given that they've got a 1-year-old, yeah. Yeah, we never used to see him in the night, did we?
No, he used to go.
He used to do the day shifts only. But yeah, Connor is looks like he's getting ready to go out. 3 wide over the timing line as the 22 of Paragon comes through. And MS Soko Select are in the pit lane, Tom, in the 43.
Okay, so we're expecting Connor in any moment. Apex Twin selected works, so yes, as I said, got their service light out. So they will be in shortly.
Oh, we've got
a big coming
it's
together.
It's the 433, the race leader.
Had a big coming together with a higher cart coming into the wiggle section, extremely high speed section of the track.
Incredibly grateful to whomever it was in the bank who shouted and alerted me to that as I was looking in the live chat at the same time. Looked up and there's a big cloud of dust and the leader facing the wrong way. So the gap was 14 seconds, Tom.
Probably only lost
2
3
or 3,
yeah, not much coming through that. But survive it they have. So far, anyway, it doesn't seem to be much damage. As they're going to come across the line in a few seconds. Was that?
No, just keeping an eye out. I think they are coming through the traffic.
No, they've gone.
Yeah.
They've gone.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
It was. I got confused with the 125.
And it was
like
around about
Bailey.
About a 4-second loss.
Stationary cart at hairpin 4. Hence why the recovery cart is off on its latest mission. Apex Twin selected works number 3 called into the pits for their mechanical or for their service stop. Sorry.
Does the pusher cart need its own theme tune? Like dun, 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 dun. No.
Yeah, no, I'm up for that.
Push it real good.
Yeah, if there's anything better than that, what in the live chat? What is a better theme song for the pusher cart making its appearance?
113 being called in now as well for their service. That's called Blimey Racing 113. They will be the next ones in.
It's the breakdown stop.
Nope.
Not that. No.
I'm having push it real good.
I'm not disputing you at all.
Push it. Push it real good. Where is he? Oh, he's just arriving on scene now.
Just round the corner, mate.
Just turning your corner now.
just coming onto your hairpin.
What time are you on till?
Been on long.
Bearded Webb has asked if he can get a shout out for a team that we don't mention.
Is it AMC?
No,
oh.
it's on your live chat, David.
Oh, hang on.
But we don't mention them.
Is it a team from? I've not even looked. But is it Cheshire? Oh, that's Teesside Tigers. Lewis Jolly.
Oh,
in the cart. Let's see if we can just see whether they.
Sorry, that's Teesside Tigers being pushed into the pits. Is what David was alluding to there.
They've done 1 hour and 39 minutes, Tom. That's tight, Tom.
Yeah, but we've seen them go long always, and longer than an hour and 39.
Well, but
let's get Kev to zoom in on the fuel tank and give us the video of truth.
Well,
when Lewis jumps out of the cart.
Well, I don't put it this way. I don't think he's going to the mechanics bay.
Do you know what? We'll ask Kev. We'll ask Kev as well if he can follow the cart round and see how long it takes them to fire it up, and that will tell us everything.
Service for the 113 of Core Blimey Racing. So,
how many pull starts is this going to take to get going?
Is this like how many people did it change a light bulb? How many pulls did it take to start an engine? Lewis Jolly, he's not waiting, so they're going to they're going to put somebody else in that. Sorry, he's not round waiting to go in, but
the Bigfoot has been flattened slightly on that as well. Not sure what's caused that, but if it was me, I'd be pushing that up as high as it could go as well. That's Ian Nielsen getting back in.
Yeah.
To Teesside Tigers. Here we go. How many is it going to take? Oh, as the lead goes on for Ian as well.
Lead goes on, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Nearly elbows his mate in the face.
3,
Four.
4, 5,
Yeah.
6. That's ran out of fuel.
It has, hasn't it? Oh, no, and more.
Now Lewis is giving it a go.
Yeah.
They're tag teaming in on this. Back to the WWE references. Lewis has been tagged in.
He is, yeah. Yeah. Oh. No, Nigel's saying you need to go to the mechanics bay. Does he?
No. Yes.
Yes, he does. He's
Yes,
only got
he does need to
one
go to-
engine, but even so, I think that was fully fuel related. Now, you may be wondering why Apex Twin Kart was just sat there waiting. It's because there's a minimum pit stop time, Tom, for the mechanicals. This is what I was saying. You can't gain time.
Yes.
You can't make gains. And that's why... there's roaming Kev.
Oh, we've got Kev on cam.
A wild Kev.
That's Kev, who's been bringing you all of the shots from the pit lane and all of these roaming camera shots that we've had. So, yeah, he does great work, does Kev. And, yeah, he's another one who's a machine.
Well, he did. I don't think he knew he was getting the roaming rig, but then when we gave it to him, he was like, oh, roaming rig. He loved it. He was all in. Hasn't put it down since.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on what's going on with Teesside Tigers and how long they're going to be until they go out. Apex Twin Selected Works in for their service stop, so they're dropping down the order, as are Core Blimey Racing 113. So Race for Ruben have almost cycled back to the top. We're expecting LPBRT 2, which will be number 9, and they are your overall higher leaders.
I have a
coming
question
in very shortly.
Quickly, Tom, whilst you carry on. Just Two Shebas keeps commenting, and I know what team is supporting, and I know that they're sort of involved with them, but who are you? Like, what's your name, please? Because we never really know on the live. So let me know. But they're supporting the 690 Have a Go karting, the Have a Go racing entries, Tom, that I think are still, correct me if I'm wrong, leading the rookie class.
Okay, well I can give you the because you've asked if you can have the colours again. The easiest way to explain this is if you go to live timing and go to results.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR/live, that will take you to the live timing page, and on there you will see that the colours have all got 2 letters assigned to them to the right hand side. So each different colour has 2 letters assigned to it. The classes are Owner Elite, Owner Pro, so OEOP-OC, and then HE for Higher, and so on, all the way down to HR for Higher Rookie. And that should hopefully explain it.
Yeah.
And you can do your own investigation work then. Enjoy. Saw Gregory asking, so they've just refueled and then they're getting a service stop. No, they haven't refueled and then getting a service stop. They have refueled and then had a mechanical issue.
So they will have
have to come in and do a separate service stop, correct. Yes. How have Teesside Tigers been able to refuel and get a service stop in the same pit stop? It's not a service stop. They haven't yet been called in for their service. So they will come in. And again, very shortly, I would imagine, because they're not that far down the order, or they weren't that far down the order, so they will come in very shortly, and they will get 2 front tyres and have the chain lubed and the engine checked over, etc., etc., etc.
I mean, they're getting chain lubed every fuel stop as well by the mechanics, but it's just a general service check, make sure everything's okay, then front tyres, they'll normally make sure that the brake protector is protecting the brake. It's normally quite important that happens. BJMD and the number 9 of Le Petit Bouchons 2 are being called in to the service window. Andrew Mather corrected me. It was Norway, not Denmark, Tom. with the commentator saying that they've took a hell of a beating. World Cup qualifier in 1981, 3 years before we were born, mate.
Yes, indeed. It was 3 years before we were born. Now, Saul Gregory has said that the front tyres were changed on the number 1 of Teesside Tigers. I've got a feeling, though, that they might have just done it because it was already on the mechanic bay and it was going to take longer. However, they will still have to stop for a service stop. So they're going to have to stop for that minimum pit stop time.
I didn't see them change the tyres.
I've just looked back because I wanted to check. And yes, front tyres were changed. Okay. But there will be a service stop for the number 1 car at some point, because it will have to be made up. It might just be because it was already in there. And in fairness, it was Sam who started changing the front tyre, and it's his first time at the British 24 Hour.
Look, in the end,
so he might have thought it was the service stop.
And in any case, that kart was dry anyway, so it did need fuel.
It did need fuel, so they couldn't have carried on anyway. So that's fine. But that will all get rebalanced. That, as David said, and I will reiterate, there is no benefit to a service stop. You cannot gain or lose positions from a service stop. It is designed for everybody to be the same.
Just another comment there. Sam Wright just asking about ages of drivers and said he thought it was 16. 16 is the limit. However, you can apply for a dispensation to the circuit based on your previous experience. And so drivers that we are familiar with and drivers that that can prove that they have raced at an acceptable level. Now, what we can't have, and what we definitely won't have, is drivers that are 13, 14, that have done 2 or 3 indoor karting sessions and then come and decide that the British 24 Hour is a brilliant idea. It is a brilliant idea, but only when you've got the required experience. So there are drivers out there that are under 16, but every single one of them has been either previously assessed at the circuit through their experiences racing in the Teesside Sprint Series, or was assessed on Friday in the practice sessions. But generally, most of them were assessed in advance and had to apply for a dispensation to race.
I know what's going to happen with Teesside Tigers.
Is it what that happened with Titan, where they have to do a phantom?
Yes. So what's happened is they've run out of fuel when their service light has been called. So they've been told to go to the pits to the workshop by Nigel Moore to do their service stop. At the same time, they've run out of fuel. So they couldn't have made it round another lap. They needed to take fuel. So what they will have to do is essentially a drive-through. They will have to come into the pits, reweigh, drive to the fuel bay. They will most likely top up anyway, just as precaution. And then they will push it through and then refire the engines, and away they go again. But so that's what I'm 90% sure that that's what's going to happen, is that they will be called in essentially for a drive-through penalty, because this is what happened with Titan Motorsport at Le Mans. They were pretty high up the order. They opted to change karts at their service stop, but the kart that they changed into was fully fueled, and so they were told, drive round and do another essentially a drive-through penalty, which at Le Mans is was it 2 minutes 15?
2:45 at Le Mans.
2:45.
Yeah, it was 2 minutes 30 last year, extended to 2:45, so they had a 2-minute
45-second penalty essentially, as Ian Nielsen is back to his usual best as he came across the commentary box.
Right, here we go. To be fair, it wasn't necessarily Ian's fault that there was an owner kart helping through.
Yeah.
Teesside Tigers lost time 4 minutes and 40 seconds having their kart recovered. A service stop there in the pits of 7 minutes and 29 seconds. And then a phantom lap. As
so they have done it.
Of 2 minutes and 23.
Right, so they've done it.
So they have done effectively a pit stop for fuel that they got, as you know, when they came in when they shouldn't have been allowed to fuel for a service, but while they were in, we serviced them anyway. So
exactly that. Yeah. So it has all been balanced out. Everything now makes sense once again, and Teesside Tigers have not gained any advantage from that, as we said.
No, well, they've lost places massively. They were 21st when they had problems. They're currently across the line in 42nd place. So just shows how tight the field still is, Tom.
I've lost my live chat, David.
Press the Can I get a refresh?
No, I've done that.
Right.
And
it should re-emerge.
Nope.
No, I've still got loads.
Right. Where are we up to then?
We're up to watching this fella in the 62 earlier on, just getting into the pits. So, just having a quick look. Neil Clark saying, shout out to MS Window Doctors. Keep pushing, fellas. They're starting to try and work their way back up, Tom, at MS Window Doctors. Having had their car in the pit lane for a considerable period of time earlier on.
Now, Le Petit Bouchon 2, who are your higher cart class leaders, they are now being called in for their service. So Race for Ruben will cycle back to the top.
Looks like that's Lockwell Hill as well, Tom, the 38 being called in. They were the pole sitters earlier on after the qualifying session. Somebody get the man a blanket, Tom. Tuck him in.
Oh, he's Mr. he's Mr. Heavy Haulage.
Mr. Heavy Haulage.
Yeah,
Ice Road Trucker.
He was telling me when he's part of the Chukta racing team.
Were you talking trucks?
But he does heavy haulage. Yeah, we were talking trucks. You could smell the diesel in the air.
Tommy works in trucks. Cut off at the outside of hairpin 3. Is it waiting for a gap in traffic? I think it might be. May well get one now to rotate itself and rejoin the circuit. Yes, it does. So, all good. In the live chat, Helen and Ophelia saying, go on, focus the 43 MS Soko. Keep going, rooting for you. Not 100% sure. Going out on a limb, I think that might be Mrs. Delahunty and Child Delahunty. Might be wrong. If I am, I'll stand to be corrected, but please let me know. But I think I might be onto something there. What else have we got? There's two Shebas. Let me know who they are.
No,
they haven't.
No, but he's getting involved still in the live chat. Zion Wolf is asking, is Gracie on track for the record still? Well, she's behind the game due to the hour and 9 minute red flag period that we had. So she's got work to do to catch up. But we spoke to her dad, Mark, about, an hour and a half ago. And he's confident that they can get back on par in around about 4 hours' time. So they are making up the time again. She's currently P18.
There's that window doctor's cart, Tom, and it looks like we might be having an engine change.
Yep, still P18 for Gracie. Still lapping as well. Currently on 463 laps. So with regard to the full 24-hour record, we're not quite at half distance, but we're also not quite at half distance in the race. So I'm going to add on around about 15 laps, so that puts her on 478. Double that, be 940, 956.
Yes.
Is where we're at currently. at the end of 24 hours if she can run the same pace that she's been running throughout.
Quality maths there from Tom Butterworth. He's like Rachel Riley, but less aesthetically
used
pleasing.
all of my fingers for that one. And yeah, so she's short at the minute by about 40 laps, but plenty of time to make up. So lost as we said, an hour and 9 minutes. So really, if she hadn't lost that time, she'd still be on par.
Yeah, I think so.
So work to do, and it's certainly not beyond the realms of possibility, so long as she can keep herself healthy. I'm looking at these two carts coming past with the matching lights on them.
Potentially EDKT?
Possibly.
Possibly. We need to apply a Duckworth-Lewis system to Gracie, don't we?
We do. Well, I've just done it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. MG Motorsport just set up a second screen. 24-hour on one, Aussie Supercars on the other, although Carrera Cup is on right now. So stick with us, is what we're saying.
Yeah, this is far more interesting. Is Aussie? I haven't watched Aussie Supercars for a few years now. Are they still at? Oh, get in! Whose is that? You tease, Kev.
Well, I'm guessing it was window doctors halfway through their tea when they came in and went, "Oh, engine change." a lot like that scene from Talladega Nights where he was eating an ice cream. He's like took it into his pizza. I'm over here.
Have you seen that they've got pizza up in the cafe?
No.
Oh, they were making pizzas earlier. Big trays of pizza.
I wonder where I'll be going in around about 18 minutes.
Well,
time.
You'll be bringing me a slice as well. I'll be grabbing a slice of the action.
Quality. Do me a favour, and I know we're doing this live on air, but phone charger out, laptop back in, or this is going to die in about 10 minutes. That
cable?
No.
That's a charging cable. Though.
Yeah, but it's not the one I wanted.
Well, be more specific.
I'll just do it, mate. It's fine. There we go.
Chris Gibbon asking, are we still eating cake? Yes, on and off. With mixed in with Haribo and
awesomeness.
Other stuff, yeah. Captain Awesomeness. I'm going to lean down and grab a water, if nobody minds. Bear with me a moment.
Confirmation that Helen and Ophelia are the Delahunty girls. Connor the Crocodile. Keep on going for the 43. I'm going to tell a little Delahunty story, Tom. And not
is this your usual Delahunty story?
No, it's not. It's a really nice Delahunty story that I witnessed at Fullbeck earlier in this season. Oh, them tyres have been dislodged at the far end of the circuit. Someone's been in the wall. We could do with the hire car, just to give that a little clip.
Just push it back, Le Mans style?
Yeah.
Just nudge it back across the track.
Just nudge it back across the track. Yeah, it was a really nice moment I witnessed at Fullbeck, Tom. Just to give him a
what was the occasion that you were at Fullbeck?
Joshua was doing a sprint meeting, but it doesn't involve him. Well, it was. They were on the dummy grid. It was really nice. And Andrew's wife, Helen, and daughter, Ophelia, were just watching. And I was stood inside the dummy grid. That's Max Mannion just getting in the 690, and they're having to pull a bit. Have they run it fairly dry? That's your race, your class leading higher novice. And Max Mannion, there we go. Cheers, lads. Away we go, back into the race. Right, I'm going to tell my story, hopefully uninterrupted this time. Although it won't be, because we've got waved yellows at hairpin 1. Trying to figure out why, because I can't see anybody off at hairpin 2. Oh, they're here. Met Police Motor Club, they're in front slightly of the yellow flag. And you can see them there on camera, left-hand side. stationary with a problem.
I think that-
Marshall crossing the track to offer some assistance, which being covered under a local yellow from the light board. But we might end up with the recovery cart heading out on track.
Is that Jeff Lamb in the car as well at the moment?
It could be.
He's got a whole world of experience, so we'll know very quickly what's wrong with it. But he's pointing to the right front, and the signal from the marshal was like a go-around signal. So I'm guessing we're going to get the pusher car out, and it's going to lift it onto the back and become the puller car.
Possibly, yes.
So that's the Met Police cart
Right.
at the side of the track.
Okay, so I'm going
Now
to
go.
back to my story. So they were sat on one of the benches near the dummy grid at Fullbeck. And I was there, and I was just leant up against the railings inside the dummy grid area. And I heard Andrew's daughter just say to her mum, Mum, that's the girl that races. And they were pointing at Olivia Hall. And I just think it was really nice that female driver on the grid and a young girl who will potentially have a career in motorsport at some point, particularly if Della Hunty has anything to do with it, I'm sure. But really nice that a young female has sort of noticed another female in terms of representation, and was just really, really pleased to see sort of another, a girl on the grid racing. And that's something that we see, and to an extent, we take for sort of granted here at Teesside in the sprints, because we have a huge amount of female drivers. But really good that, at a track, she's pointed out that, that's a female driver, and it was just a really nice sort of
wholesome moment.
Yeah,
wholesome moment.
Yeah, it was. Tom just pointing out the window that the 999 car has been recovered by the Push It Real Good.
I know exactly what you mean with that as well, and it's why I want to get my daughter coming to the track as well, so that she can get involved. And something that I'm not going to advertise it, because I'm nothing to do with it, but I'm going to give a mention to it, is that there's I probably need to look it up to pull up the full details, but there's like an academy thing going on with team sport at the moment, where if you've got a young girl, then you can take her along to team sport, and they've got events going on to get them on track. Starting off with obviously indoor karting, seeing if they like it, just introducing them really to the world of karting. And yeah, I think it's a great initiative. As I say, I'm absolutely nothing to do with it. But there's one up in Scotland in, I think it's next weekend or later this week. I can't quite remember. But I'm going to be taking my little girl along so that she can have a go herself for the first time behind the wheel. And be under no illusions that she's going to have absolutely no career in motorsport, because I'm broke. Let's not beat about the bush.
Seconded. And I am paying.
You're paying for one already.
Yeah. One that races, one that dances.
But I'm going to be looking for sponsorship pretty soon, I think.
So I mean, I've got one child that races, one child that dances, and I'm all out of kidneys.
The guy who Tom Lucas has asked, the guy who raced for Ange last year, has his neck recovered yet? That's Chris Pedlingham, who set the world record last year, furthest distance travelled in a go-kart solo in 24 hours. And he's been in touch with me. We've been texting back and forth throughout the day. And yeah, he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, good. Warrior when he pedals.
Yeah, he's bob on. And both him and Poggy from offline as well, Anthony Pogson, they've both been texting me throughout the day, and they'll be back next year, 100%. They haven't confirmed 100% yet, but I can tell from their messages they are missing it big time this year. But as we said earlier on in the stream, they've earned a year off.
They did. They have earned a year off. We missed them too. We missed their strategic genius, just to say the least. Particularly Pogson. He is a strategic genius. Oh, I'm going to take that back 'cause he was horrible to me earlier.
Was he?
Yeah, I told you. He asked when I was due.
Oh, right, okay. Well, he's strategically minded.
I've lost a couple of kilos, the cheeky man.
But yeah, they've definitely earned a year off, haven't they? And I'm sure they'll be back. But they've been on the podium every year that they've raced here.
Yes.
Offline Motorsport.
Yes.
And I think as well, I've got a funny feeling that we're going to see a much larger contingent of owner drivers taking part next year. When I say much larger, I'd probably another 10 or so entries next year, as well as various reasons have gone into why we have 22 owners started this race. Normally we're up there in sort of 30s and 40s. 22 this year. I think we'll probably get back up to around 30 or so.
Yeah, I think 30's been sort of the peak of the owner entries.
Normally, because they normally get about 40 for BPEC races, but then what you get for the 24 is you have less teams because you need more drivers for it. So drivers jump from one car into another team.
So
and
BPEC, it's a 6-hour pro kart endurance race, and like some of your teams. So let's go MS Lucas, who are currently leading the race at the moment, and normally a 3-driver outfit with Max Shields, Jake Brooker, James Small. They've drafted George Ludwell in. He normally races in the 111.
yes,
All of the drivers normally from the 111 aren't in the 111 this weekend. That's a completely new lineup in that. The 43 MS SoCo Select is normally Cannon, Falkus and Lucas. They've drafted in Jack Morris, who doesn't do a lot of BPEC anymore, but was led actually in the 181 Max Plant entry last year when they were pro, led early doors.
well, Teesside Stig, isn't he? So you can't not have him in if he's available.
And they've drafted in Jack Dex, who, he's a handy steering wheel attendant, Tom. You know him better than most.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a bit.
Yeah, he's done a bit. I mean, it's not like he was, he wasn't at the RMC International Trophy at Le Mans.
It's not like he used to race Formula Renault.
Yeah. It's not like it's not like he can drive or out.
Yeah, I mean, not like he's currently got a kart team.
Yeah.
And he's pretty much at a track every day.
Yeah.
Somewhere, normally in the Midlands area.
Yeah. But we've seen it here before, haven't we, where we've had, effectively the red graphics, the half 200, so the 100 now. They've had their rear number board reduced. Labels break, Tom. They'll be in the whoops aisle at Asda.
But that's that's the boneheads, and they've made their kart really easy to spot for us as it comes across the grid with the hazard tape on the front, and then the light panel that they've built on the front of that as well makes it very easy to find them on track.
I was saying the Apollo red graphics. One year, I think, with TTM red graphics because they basically merged Team Tape Motorsport.
Well, speaking of
which we've spoke. Well, Connor Jupp was in it that year. Scott Tate, Jess Alexander, Sam Spinell. That year they were going well, and then Jess had the big off with the hire kart at hairpin number 1.
Yes, decided to try and merge with a hire kart.
Yes. Don't play with hire karts.
No,
particularly if you're in a owner.
Yes, and come off worst on that in that one, but Pedals has just been in touch and said yes. The neck is all good, thanks. He stopped walking in circles now.
Apparently, no pizza now.
But
Tom.
he was only turning right, I'll bet.
Oh, apparently, just two Shebas is Jules Matthews, Grace Matthews' mum. Says that Grace has been for pizza and there is none.
Right, well, that doesn't surprise me that it went quickly.
No, either that
Because it looked banging.
either that or there was no pizza and you're just playing with people.
No, there definitely
Sending them
was
to the cafe.
Because when I was in the cafe before I came back on at 9 o'clock, Bella was behind the counter and they were just pulling them out of the oven, and I went to her, pizza? Like, nodded and went, pizza? And she went, yeah.
Can't believe you didn't have any. And then Grace went home to get some.
She went up to the cafe to get us some, but there is no pizza.
Oh.
But thank you, Grace, for your efforts.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate it.
No, we do genuinely appreciate that. Thank you for that.
Really do.
Would have appreciated more an hour ago.
All right. He is such a diva. He asked for a pint pot of brown M&Ms just to come on the live stream.
Right. No, do you know what? We're going to do that. We're going to mention the late, great Aussie.
Just quickly, leader MS Lucas 42 in the pit lane, which may promote the 43
Back
to the head
lead.
of the pile, which was unthinkable some 6 or 7 hours ago.
With the first time since the last time that they led.
Yeah, since the wheel fell off.
But we're going to mention the late, great Aussie, and I'm going to tell my story of, do you know why the brown M&Ms in a brandy glass was a thing? Do you know this?
I don't. I've just took the pint pot of brown M&Ms off the Wayne's World thing.
No,
there's the 42 in. Rear bumper, Tom, pushed in because the driver getting in at the moment, Jake Brooker, had a very interesting scrap earlier on with a hire cart that stoved in that rear bumper.
Okay.
Story.
Shall I continue with Aussie?
What's the story,
Right.
Jack and Ori?
So the Aussie one was the brown M&Ms in a brandy glass, or whatever colour M&Ms they were, was put on the rider for the band. And the reason that they did it was to check whether the rider had been read. That was it. It was as simple as that. They obviously had requests on their rider. We want this kind of beer, this kind of vodka, this kind of whiskey, whatever it was. And to check that the rider had been read, they put on there this really random thing about M&Ms in a glass.
In a brandy glass. Right.
So there you go.
Let's fire the live chat up again.
What would be on your rider?
What would be on your rider? Mine would be a jar of mint sauce. to go on me Jeff Lamb.
Well, oh, God.
Oh.
Well, my daughter would have chicken nuggets, definitely. Because I reckon if she eats one more, she's going to become one.
Oh, that wheel's coming back. You know, the army one.
Oh, yeah.
It's finally making its way back into the pit lane, I think.
Ooh, big coming together through the Wiggles, 3 hire carts and an owner pushing them through. I think that's MS Urban Orange, who are second place overall, 7 seconds behind. MSJDR third, 8.5 seconds back. So, fight's on.
Scrapping.
Fight's on for the lead.
MS Lucas have done really well to stay on the lead lap there, Tom. Not drop a huge amount of time, but we are now 5 teams on effectively the lead lap. Appreciate that obviously it's pit stop affected, and we are in the middle of the service window for the hire carts at the moment, so their order is a little bit mixed up, but will sort itself out in the next hour or so.
Luke Tinkin has said he wants mint sauce, doner kebab and jelly tots. And just because you put it like that, as we've got 10 seconds to go to reach the halfway point, but if that was on a rider with no further specifications, I'm putting them all on top of each other.
Quite possibly. There we go.
Halfway, ladies and gentlemen.
And just like I'd been put in a figure 4 leg lock, Tom, it's time for me to tap out. That's me done for stint number 1 in the commentary box.
Yeah.
6 hours done, 6 hours to go.
Until you're back in.
Until I'm back in.
Yeah.
So I'm going to...
and you're doing the final 6 hours of the race?
I am.
I will be doing the final 3 hours alongside as well, so stay tuned, everybody. And you can join both David and I for the final 3 hours. Of course, you can stay with me for the next 3 hours, but David will be handing over to Ewan O'Leary as some... I had a bit of a moment there because just behind David's head, someone has been, I'm assuming, chuffing on a vape, and it's like it was like somebody sending smoke signals across behind David's head through the window.
Yes, I clocked
huge
that.
plume of smoke.
I clocked that
suddenly
as well.
appeared and drifted across from the banking.
Yeah,
and I was like, "What is that? Is something on fire?" No, it's somebody with. Where's Mo when you need him? Oh, ... to vapes.
Not here this year for the British, which is a real shame. They went well at Le Mans as well. Right, Tom, I'm going to hand over, and I will see you in 6 hours. I'll see you in 9 hours' time, but I'll see everybody on TSK-Media in 6 hours' time. I'm back on from 6 a.m.
So, live chat comments, of course, keep what will be on your rider coming in. We are interested in that, and that's going to give me a nice little opening for when Ewan comes back on the stream, and we'll ask him what his rider's going to be. What would be on his rider? I still haven't said what would be on mine. I'm trying to think now. What did I have the other day? Oh, he's come with sweets as well as Ewan. And he is here. Is Ewan O'Leary. Welcome back, Ewan.
Good evening. Yeah.
Have you had a thought on what will be on your rider?
You're going to have to explain what you're talking about. I don't.
Oh, we were talking about the late great Aussie, and the M&Ms in a brandy glass thing. Do you not know about this?
No.
Okay. So there's like a legendary story of like Ozzy Osbourne wouldn't go on stage or whatever. It was on their rider of Sabbath that he had to have like a colour of M&Ms, a specific colour of M&Ms in a glass in his room. Otherwise, there would be no gig.
Right.
Right. So the Wayne's World story is it was 1,000 brown M&Ms to fill a brandy glass.
Right.
Right. So
it's very specific, that, isn't
well,
it?
exactly, and that's the whole point.
Right, okay.
Was it was on his rider, and the reason that it was on the rider was to check that people had read the rider.
Okay.
And it wasn't just generic stuff that was being put in the room.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
With me now. Good.
I am, yeah.
Right. So what would be on your rider?
You've had to rewind about 3 decades.
Yeah, it's all right.
To explain.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's all right. Bring you up to speed.
Oh. A purple Skittle.
Just a single purple Skittle.
Well, not one, no, but many.
Many purple Skittles.
I think so. I don't know. What
I mean, like, what's your favourite food? What's your favourite drink?
It doesn't have to be
if you were a musician doing a gig, what would you want in your room before the gig?
I think if I was a musician, I can't say what I would have, but if I was me, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a massive food drink person, to be honest with you.
One of the Apex twin carts coming together through the Wiggles. Missed who that was also with, but definitely one of the Apex twin carts. Not sure. Still undecided what would be on mine.
Have I got to leave that with you for the next 3 hours or something?
I definitely need some form of bread.
Bread?
Yeah, like I like a nice bread.
Oh, right. Like a baguette?
Nice baguette? That is a type of bread, yes.
Thank you. I'm not that tired. I can't remember the types of bread.
MG Motorsport has asked for Coca-Cola, anti-carrot cake, and Jennifer Lawrence.
I don't think that's...
and then Chrissy Pedlingham has asked for gaffer tape. So I'm not sure whether all those go together.
That's one evening, that, isn't it?
But yeah. Definitely can't have Jennifer Lawrence on your rider.
No?
No.
Okay.
So there's a joke in there somewhere. But
one for later.
But we'll leave that there.
One for later.
Yeah. Moving on. So, yeah, I definitely need a type of bread, I think. Maybe I'd change it every night just to keep them on the toes.
Oh, yeah.
Like a nice sourdough followed by a tiger bread, and then I'd have a naan bread or something.
You can't a naan.
A naan.
A naan.
A naan.
You can't have a... otherwise it just sounds like your grandma.
Well, that's the scone and scone debate, isn't it?
Oh, well,
is it
a
a scone
little
or is it a scone? Well, it is a scone because otherwise the fastest cake on earth joke doesn't work.
Right, yeah, I suppose so. That is true, sadly.
It can't be a scone.
No,
You don't say, what's the fastest cake on earth? Scone.
Yeah, it
Doesn't work, does
doesn't-
it?
no,
So it's got to be a
doesn't work.
scone.
Yeah, I think it is scone anyway, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it's got to be.
You know, it's O. You know, the letter O. Oh,
Scone.
Sco.
Scone.
Scone. Sco.
We're just making noises now. We've reached
I
that
think what
point
it's-
of the night.
I think what it's going to be like at 3 a.m.
Well, we're past halfway now, so yeah.
Yeah, we're on the home
tiredness is
stretch.
kicking in.
And we're both over halfway in commentary as well. As,
Yeah,
we
true.
just tipped over, so...
I think I'd have some sweeties. I'd have a type of bread. Probably a lager.
oh,
Like
yeah.
a lager.
Yeah,
Like a nice whiskey as well.
right.
A nice Scotch whiskey.
A whole pint.
Sure, why not? Drink it by the pint.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
It's the only way it should be served.
Oh, God. Is that what you've been on tonight?
No, not yet, anyway. No. Smell enough of it every day at work. Crikey.
MS Urban Orange, by the way, have just come into the pit lane. Well, I was going to ask a couple of things, actually, from when I've been out. A couple
Okay.
of things I want to know.
Go.
Partly how MS Urban Orange, but I think I've just had that explained. They just haven't made a pit stop yet. So that's made itself. The last time we had a full course yellow, I've got it at nearly 4 hours ago now.
We haven't had one while I've been on,
Right.
or
So,
rather while I've been back.
yeah.
So, yeah,
So
at
the-
least 3 hours and 7 minutes.
So the-
In fact, probably right. If when was the last time you had an FCY on there?
The last time it went back to green, 15:48 to go, which is coming up to 4 hours ago.
Yeah, so that would be
Just after 8
haven't.
o'clock.
I haven't seen one here while I've been back at the track, and I got back about 8:15.
Okay. I
So-
just wanted to confirm that, because that is by far the longest run we've had so far. It's actually more than double the previous longest that we've had. So, yeah, good going, rather good going. 4 hours without a full course yellow. Not being without incident, we've seen a couple of
Yeah.
cars had to be recovered, whatever, but nothing has caused a full course yellow so far. And it makes it all the more impressive, doesn't it, what you can see on the left-hand side of the tower. 5 on the lead lap quite recently. That all changed now with MS Urban Orange in the pit lane, but yeah, 5 on the lead lap. And you know, this is not a safety car affected race, as it were. This is, a real race, and to have 5 on the lead lap after more than 12 hours is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, just as extraordinary is the recovery from MS Soco Select as well, who are now leading the race once again outright. They do owe us a stop versus the others around them. MS Urban Orange had just done an hour and 27 minutes before they pitted. MS Soco Select around 46 minutes so far, but they were only on 8 stops. MS JDR and MS Lucas have both made 9. Paragon and Urban Orange both on 8. JSR 111, they're on an hour and 13 minutes into this stint, but have only stopped 7 times. And DWS 2, they've stopped 7 times, but one of those was for when they went into the barriers backwards down the back straight, having cut across the front of a hire car, and then essentially the hire car turned them round, but it wasn't the hire car's fault at all. And they went backwards into the barriers, did DWS 2. But so they're on 7 stops, but really they're on 6 scheduled stops. So they're going very, very long on fuel, our DWS 2.
And one more question from my list. Have we had the Black Pen of Doom out for crash test dummies?
Not quite
No?
yet.
They're still going, are they? I can see them in pit lane at the moment.
They're
still.
not going, but we haven't brought out the pen of doom.
They've been in for over 7 hours.
Yes, but I'm still giving them chance.
Okay.
to go back out.
Weren't they? Is that before the red flag? 7 hours? No, not quite. No, they were. No, that is before the red flag. 7 hours ago. They were stopped before the red flag, and throughout it, and after it.
Should we get the black pen of doom
I
out?
think it's probably time. I've not.
I
actually
did ask
seen-
David a
we've
couple of hours ago.
So we got someone off at Rib Bend there, and Marshall was running off into the gravel to collect a cart. Someone was stopped there.
Oh, there we go. Who is that? It's all lit up on one side, isn't it? And
Right where the number is.
looks like they're about to get going again.
Are they under all power there?
Oh, it is lit up both sides. It was just the camera that was... Oh, looks like
It's
it's...
still slow. That's got a puncture, isn't it? It's dragging
it's
on
dragging,
the
yes. It's definitely dragging. We'll see if we can pick them up.
Are they going to
gonna
get
make
up the
it-
hill?
Yes, they've made it up the hill fine.
Yeah, the one of the rears looks like it's dragging to me.
We'll see them as they come down the hill. Still going very slowly. Of course, we can't see a number because of the light panel, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to out of the window either.
Make sure it doesn't get cleaned up
Well,
here
it's
by
going
someone.
quick, isn't it?
It's going all right. Maybe it doesn't have a puncture. It looked like it was slow to me. Well, they're still not going full 100% speed. I reckon they're going a bit too quickly to be an engine down, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's not an engine.
Whoa! It's, we've
Oh,
got
off.
one off at hairpin 1 again.
31?
This has been a recurring theme of about 1 every 5 minutes. We've got somebody in a hire cart spinning off into hairpin 1 to the point that I think we're going to have arboreal services down here after the race to replace some grass and you know, it'd be like
25.
25. Is that lemons? Is that FRS lemon? We skim through our notes. It's EDK 24T.
Right, yeah.
So the English Deaf Karting Team. That's their yellow entry, and they were quite high up.
Yeah, they've been
They
going
were.
okay.
They were second in higher clubman. Well, they still are second in higher clubman. And they did a 3-minute 27-second lap. So that's definitely EDK 24T. In fact, it's not EDK 24T yellow. It's Team Yellow Racing 555.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Or is that a separate issue we've got going on there?
No, it is EDK 24T yellow. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I moved my timing and it jumbled everything up. But yeah, I've got it back now. Yeah, sorry. So EDK 24T yellow.
They second in rookie, by the way, not clubman. Second in rookie, but yeah, they were running in second place at the time, and it was probably very close to Have a Go Racing actually, because the now second place Sparriar's Wacky Racers, number 911, they're only half a minute behind Have a Go Racing, so yeah, EDK 24T yellow would have been in that 29 second gap. So they would have definitely been close to the lead at the time before they had that problem, and now they're down on pit lane just for now. We'll see where they come out a little bit later on. By the way, the 31 kart that had spun at hairpin 1 is Formula None. They are also a higher rookie team, number 31, but they're a bit further down. In fact, they're a long way further down. They're 81st overall, and they are a whopping 25 laps off the class lead. Never mind the higher class lead. So big issues for them. But I'm hesitant to do a hires run through at this stage because of the services going on.
Yeah, to be honest with you, until the service window finishes, there's not really much point. As I said, we can bring you the live timing link so that people can see for themselves. It's results.alphatiming.co.uk /24HR live, and there is actually a link if you scroll back up the chat.
Yeah.
I did put the link in there a little while ago. Joe Burrell is asking who's out for the 43. Joe Burrell, who lent me their house. I stayed at the Burrells one night with nobody else. I was just like given the set of keys and
on your own.
He got up. Yeah, so I'm still thankful for that. Yeah,
Wow.
I think they were staying at the track, but they were like, if you want to drive to our house, you can stay at our house if you want. And I was like, right, okay. I didn't have anywhere to stay. I was like, thank you very much. Yes, sorted. So the Burrells lent me their house for the night. So thank you for that.
And eternal good media as a result.
Yes, and permanently getting a shout out for that.
Yeah.
How have we got else in live chat? What happened to KBR? KBR are still leading the higher club class. So that's what happened to them. What else have we got in the live chat? Ginger Stappen. Great name. He said, my mate said his team could win this. They're down in 12th. I'm about to travel 3 hours and drive the kart myself. Oh, what are we pointing at here, Kev?
The quad.
Oh, the quads are on South Bank.
And the marshal just stood there like a statue.
Why are we? What's going on at South Bank?
Absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea.
Is there something off on the inside of the circuit?
There's nothing.
Oh, hang on. We're about to find out.
Something on the circuit. Debris. What's
spotted.
That? Yeah, very well spotted. We wouldn't have had a clue. Well, we didn't have a clue.
No.
Very well done.
So who's the team in 12th?
Who's the team in 12th? AMC Racing.
Oh, right. Okay, so
31.
I'm assuming that Ginger Stappen is coming up to drive for AMC Racing. Well,
Whoever
if
that
you
is.
do come up, come and see us in the commentary box as well, because we'd like to know who you are. And genuinely, if you have driven 3 hours just because your team's low down the hood and you've gone balls to it, I'm coming up, I'm signing on, and I'll be there shortly.
Can you sign up mid-race?
Hmm?
Can you sign up mid-race?
Theoretically, no.
Oh.
Well, you can. No, you can. So long as you're signed on, or you can get signed on, yes, it's not a problem.
Okay.
But because we've had it before where the guys who are now running, in Sloth Racing, there were a couple of them that were both working at Lark Hall kart circuit. But one was working on the Saturday and one was working on the Sunday. And so they passed each other on the M6, going in the opposite direction as one was coming down to the track to drive in the race on Sunday while the other one was heading back after he'd driven on Saturday. So, yes, you can turn up halfway through so long as you are signed on.
Marshall's still not completely finished yet, by the way. Now the Marshall's made his way down to hairpin 3. He's picking something out the tyre barrier now. Has someone been spraying stuff over the circuit here? Some parts of a cart or something? I don't know.
We'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, Nigel not looking too happy with the state of play of the circuit down there. Making some adjustments. Back on the quad now, so everything seems all right. You can see just on the left-hand side of the screen, they're heading round the outside of hairpin 3 and now 4. But is that a marshal or is that a photographer?
That second one in the
that's
that's
the
a
photographer.
photographer. Yeah.
Not sure who that is. It might be Lewis that's out there.
In the nighttime shots, famous nighttime shots.
Which can be purchased.
Yes.
As well. I need to get. Where's Rob? I need Rob to give us his link so that people can. Because we don't do enough promotion of Rob's stuff. I know it's Rob at Borwick Media, but what's his website?
I'd imagine something similar to that. Just Google it. Just while we're sorting that out, by the way, just did a calculation on how many laps we're expecting to have by the race leaders here today. So far, I did it just after halfway. The calculation would be working out at 1,023 laps. But of course, we've had 5 full course yellows in the first half of this race, but with also an hour 5 or an hour and 9, sorry, under red flag / full course yellow towards yesterday evening about 6 o'clock. So half past 5, 6 o'clock. So that calculation probably is going to go up from 1,023, which I've got at the moment. We did over 1,100 last year, but with the red flag, that's not going to be possible this year.
No, very true. And we had pretty much ideal conditions as well. You can see how much the wind has calmed down as well compared to what it was like earlier in the race. Almost still the wind at the moment, particularly compared to what the 30 and even 40 mile an hour gusts we were getting. So we were getting gusts up to 40 mile an hour. It was pretty much static around 25, 30 miles an hour. Coming down that back straight, down the Bob Pope straight, and then down into hairpin 1 and 2, and then in and along the back straight, it was giving you a big push along there as well. Big headwind then into Rib Bend and into the D chicane, so we were seeing a lot of overtakes there that we normally see into hairpin 1 and into the Wiggles. They just weren't possible with the wind that we had earlier on, but yes, it all seems to have calmed down weather-wise, but yeah, we're not going to get close to that target that we had last year.
No. Was that a race record, by the way, for the
I don't think it was. No,
right.
I don't think it was that far off, but I don't think it was.
It's definitely over 1,100. I know. I remember that much.
I've got a funny feeling the year when we had Red Racing and MS Soko Select fighting down to the last half of the last lap, I've got a feeling that was the year that we did the record. David will immediately tell me what year it was, but I can't remember because I've slept since then.
It wasn't last year, or the year before, or the year before that.
I think it was 19.
God, last century.
As in 2019, yeah. I think it was 2019.
No, I thought you were about to say 1994 or something.
It was the year that Connor Lucas was in 111 and became MS Soko Select, as Howard described it perfectly, as his stage 1 boosters.
I don't know.
Connor Lucas was pushing along Dave Robinson, who was driving in Soko Select at the time.
Well, welcome back. Apologies for that short technical hitch. These things are bound to happen over the course of a 24-hour race, but glad to have you with us this early hours of the morning, or wherever else you are in the world watching us tonight. It's just over 11 and a half hours to go in the British 24-hour from Teesside. Myself, Ewan Leary, Tom Butterworth with you for another 2.5 hours here tonight. I'll be here right the way through to sunrise, a little bit later on.
I'm just having myself a chicken wrap.
Tom's just eating, so...
It's a chicken wrap. I love a chicken wrap. As I said, we didn't know that we were off stream, but Adam, the producer-director, will be the only person who will get that joke, but it's very niche. If you get it, let me know.
I'm not sure. As I say, I think Adam's asleep now. I think he's probably gone back to his car and he's having a bit of sleep, because he's got to be up at 4 in the morning to produce 8 hours to go to 4 hours to go, sunrise hours. So I'd imagine he'll be asleep. But there you go. Let us know if you got that. There's number 600. Is that coming into box? And the light required as well to actually tell the driver. Doesn't look very visible to me. But there you go. My eyes aren't very good. Also, there isn't a number 600. Is that an owner's car? Guess it must be. 600 is not a car, is it?
No.
What does that mean then? 600.
Don't
Lap
know.
600? No, that's miles away.
I was more bothered with what the FKG stood for on the top right of the whiteboard. Trying to work out what that was.
FKG?
Yeah, FKG.
Well, we could have some guesses here.
Yeah, don't be putting any swears in
Oh.
the live chat, please.
Or indeed does. FKG. What could that mean for a driver? I'm out of ideas. All funny things to
Forward,
say. Forward.
karting goes.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. On a serious note, I actually don't have a clue what that could possibly mean, FKG, but it doesn't seem to have any relation to real life at all. But there you go.
And we haven't got a number 600 either, so that board had a light shone on it
Is that just to
and
mess
made
with
no
us?
sense whatsoever.
Have they just put that up to this? I know what would be funny. Let's make the commentators think they're going absolutely mental at midnight.
Yeah, and it worked.
That has worked, so well done. But also, please don't.
Service windows still continuing here.
Yeah, 666 and 16 being shown this time. That's the Spirit of Formula Karting and the Boom team. Boom. They're just called Boom.
Yeah, boom.
Boom.
No shakalaka on the end of it, which I'm a bit disappointed about. But boom.
That's definitely what they'd say if they were, when they cross the line to win.
Well, we're not even halfway through. We're halfway through, theoretically, time-wise, for the service windows, but we're not even close to halfway through the amount of karts that have actually been serviced yet. So it's going to be a long stint for the mechanics tonight. They need some support as well. We do give them plenty of shout-outs. Everybody that's in the mechanic bay here at the track, they do a fantastic job. They do it under great stress and pressure because there they are, the unsung heroes of the British 24-hour. But I'm going to make sure that they are not unsung anymore.
Yes.
I am singing their song because honestly, they are here without sleep for probably 28, 29 hours, something along those lines. They will be working hard. They don't stop. They do have little breaks and they can go and get food and stuff like that. I mean, we're not trying to, kill them. We're not trying to overwork them or anything like that. But, most of them won't sleep. They will be straight through. They do the job of fixing all of the hire carts. So anybody that comes in with an issue, they want to get you out as fast as humanly possible. They're not there to slow them down. Anybody that comes in and starts giving them jip, A, it's massively unwarranted, and B, it's only going to make them go slower. So just be nice, be thankful, be respectful, and I'm sure everybody is. I'm absolutely positive everybody is, because they all know what a good job that they're doing under pressure as well.
Oh, hello.
Well,
Should we film that?
I'm not sure what's going on there, but yeah, big shout out to the workshop team here as well. as always.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, wonder how many of them are doing an all-nighter tonight, staying up all night.
Pretty much all of them, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's a long, long night for them. So shout out to them. Of course, the marshals as well. I actually just got a comment in from Elliot, no second name. Can you give a shout out to Callum the Marshal? He's my coach whenever I do private practice. Do you know Callum the Marshal? Yeah. Apparently.
I do.
Sorry, Tom's eating. I'm trying to ask you questions while he's eating a chicken wrap. But yeah, there you go. Tell him it's from Elliot. He'll know. There we go. Not sure what that's all about. That's a private
But yes,
exchange.
we do know Callum the Marshal. He's normally known as Callum the Start Line Marshal.
Oh, right.
He normally waves the green flag at the start of the owner-driver sprint series meetings. There's Callum the Start Line Marshal. In fact, no, he's not there now. I was just having a look to see if he's there. He's normally stationed next to the commentary box during the races.
I don't tell you who is there. Well, I can't tell you who is there, sorry, but I can tell you what they're doing. I think a team have just come through to say, can you get my driver black flag so they can come into the pit lane, please? Because someone's holding a sign with a number, I presume for their team, with an iPhone flashlight shining on it, and they're trying to get their own team black flag so that the driver is going to come into pit lane. And maybe eventually they will. I can't see the number. But their driver is clearly not listening, or the radio's not working, or whatever.
Probably both.
Or both. Or they can't see the pit wall because it's too dark and all of this kind of thing. These strange things happen in the night.
All these excuses of, I just like go-karting.
Well, we'll see how much they like it when they run out of fuel on the back straight.
Yeah, just ask Teesside Tigers.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of running out of fuel this year.
Probably more than I can remember.
I was going to say, I don't remember it being like this last year, but my memory is not very good either.
I mean, I did say a minute ago that my memory is terrible, but no, we genuinely, we don't normally see this amount of people running out of fuel. I think there's been a miscalculation somewhere where people have thought, oh, we've always done X amount of time, so we'll get that this year.
Yeah.
And for some reason, whether it be weather conditions or something has changed with the new motors that they've put on over the course of the last year, there's been a new cycle of engines has been coming through. Whether they're a little bit more thirsty, what it is, but we're not going as far as we normally do. However, on saying that, at Le Mans, which is arguably more thirsty, arguably less thirsty, depending on which side of the fence you want to sit on, we did have the team doing 2-hour stints.
Right, wow. That's
2 hours. I think they did a 2-hour 5-minute stint.
Wow.
And David and I were flabbergasted at that.
Yeah. We're not going to see anything like that here.
No.
I mean, there was a few hour 45s earlier with full course yellow,
which is about normal.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying.
For hires.
Yeah, normally they would be doing 1 hour 45. That's generally like an hour 40, hour and 45 is generally the usual situation, but certainly not this year. Jess Alexander has been in touch. Jess, you missed us talking about you earlier on, about half an hour ago or so, maybe a little bit more than that, about 45 minutes ago, and we were talking about what happened with you the other year and your fight with the hire cart that didn't go particularly well. But welcome to along, and thank you for joining us. She's asking for a shout out to Josh Falkus. I'm his biggest fan. Well, yeah, I'm not sure that's true, Jess, but we know that you two do actually get along secretly.
I'll give another shout out actually to a YouTube chat a little bit further ago to Finley Fitzsimmons, the driver I commentate on in the virtual world sometimes. Don't know why he's not here. I know he's from the UK, but he's not here, I don't think. Anyway, unless
well, is he ever anywhere? If he races in the virtual world, he's always
maybe
at home.
Maybe he's not real.
Maybe it's AI.
It could be. Maybe the person I was interviewing on Thursday night was literally not real.
It's Philly Fitzsimmons GPT.
It could be. But yeah, good morning or evening, whatever you say at this time of the day, to him and everybody else watching. Of course, plenty of people. Sam Wright staying up all night, then coming tomorrow for the end of the race. Driving up for the end, I guess. they'll be quite busy at 12 o'clock tomorrow, or today, as it is now, it's Sunday. Be quite busy at midday. It always is when the checkered flag waves, and hopefully nearly 90 teams are going to celebrate getting to the end of a 24-hour race.
I'm just reading the comments now, and I wonder if we've got an issue with our sound desk. Because I'm wondering whether if I mute myself, does it also mute you? Which shouldn't be the case. But obviously, I was eating a minute ago, a chicken and
chewing.
And so I was muting myself so that people didn't hear me chewing. And I'm wondering if that also has muted you for some reason, which shouldn't be happening. And Chris Gibbons saying, seems to be an issue with sound which keeps going on. Although we did say earlier on that if you refresh the stream, it should fix the sound issue. And a lot of people were reporting that it did. So it might be an issue with the sound desk, or it might just be you, Chris Gibbon.
Right.
So refresh your stream, Chris.
Yeah.
Let us know if there's a problem. There you go. Look, restarted stream. Sound is all good. Right, okay, so it's not the sound desk.
Flipping heck. Made us worry
I've
there.
thrown myself under the bus there for eating during the stint.
Nobody would have known that before that all happened.
Here we go. John Cart 666 has FKG graphics all over the Nassau. Is that your question answered? Yes.
Although, why do your zeros look like sixes? So no, that's not all my questions answered.
Okay.
What?
And who else have we got? Elliot. Elliot saying, all right, I'm going to go to bed.
Rookie.
Back about 8-ish.
Missed most
If
of the
only
race.
I could say the same.
Well, we'll be back about 8-ish, but you're not going yet.
Yeah, be 8-ish. Very-ish.
Be strolling in here at 5 to 9, bleary-eyed.
5-2?
5 past.
Yeah, about 20 past 9, mate. But as we said in our personal group chat pre-event, it's fine to be late. It's not a problem. I don't really mind it. Don't be too late, obviously. But if you are a little bit late, if you oversleep, it's not the end of the world. However, be prepared to be ridiculed for the rest of the stream.
Have you ever been late for a commentary stint in a 24-hour, or indeed not a 24-hour?
Not in a 24-hour, no. I have been very late for the Owner Driver Sprint Series a couple of years ago. Fully overslept. And
wow.
I woke up as the stream went live.
Oh.
And had about 15 missed calls. And it was when Alpha was still doing the stream. And yeah, they were trying to ring me and what was going on. We were all staying in the same flat. And yeah, rocked up here about 25 minutes later. And David was basically had 25 minutes of free reign for pelters that were fired in my direction. Fully deserved, holding my hands up. But yeah, alarm on phone just didn't go off. I'd set it.
Oh, wow.
And it just didn't go off for some reason.
Wow.
Or it did, and while
Slept
asleep,
through it,
I'd
yeah.
snoozed it. You know,
I've done that
whatever
before,
happened.
yeah.
But yeah, it didn't work. And yeah. So yeah, what about yourself? Have you ever been late, or are you going to tell me you're the consummate professional now?
No, I'm not going to tell you I'm a consummate professional. I think that the last 12 hours have made that clear. Have I not in recent memory, because these days I have the alarm on the iPhone set to the loudest possible volume. So it wakes up. I think I probably woke up the whole hotel this morning, I would have thought, with my alarm.
Well, that makes a change from David waking it up with his snoring.
No, I don't snore. But yeah, that's because it's. I think I might have been 5 minutes late or so about 2 years ago for a broadcast, a sim racing broadcast, the virtual world. So one of those where you're rolling out of bed straight on stream at home. In person, I don't think so. Yeah, because I don't think I sleep very well before these, just in fear that I'm going to oversleep. So never quite happens, thankfully. But the first time for everything, and this is why I've not been to sleep yet for a particularly long time today, actually, because I'll just stay awake till the end of my stint, and then I'm done after this stint. So I can.
And then you can go to bed.
And then I can properly go to bed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I did nip back to the hotel.
Yeah.
When I say nip back to the hotel, I probably had about 4 hours there, and I managed to watch the end of Back to the Future 3 while listening to the live stream at the same time. I was dual screening, and I had probably about 45 minutes kip, which was nice, and that is going to power me through now until 3 a.m. And Jess Alexander has actually messaged me privately.
Oh, right.
Would you like to?
Would I like?
It says, I would like you to talk on the stream about how wonderful I am, please. To which I replied, good luck with that.
What do we say?
Well, we can say how wonderful Jess is. Jess, you're wonderful.
I don't know. You are. so I can't add much.
Jess Alexander is rapid.
I thought you were going to say a rapper then.
No, very rapid, very quick driver. I believe currently coaching, Jess, I'm sure you'll be in touch to tell me, but currently coaching with the Apollo kart team that's now expanded from just doing pro karts. Oh, we've got tyres on the top of the back straight. Out of Barbecue Bend, there's tyres. There's a tyre in the middle of the circuit. Somebody's gone in there hard, and that's going to need to be rectified very shortly because someone's coming straight through that quickly. Have we even got yellow flags out there? I can't tell, but somebody's going to come a cropper there.
And how is a marshal ever going to retrieve that without full course yellow as well? We'll keep an eye on this in the next couple of moments.
Yeah, because it's coming out of a blind corner.
Exactly, yeah. And they're going either side. Whether they're single file already or not, the carts are going either side of that tyre. Look at it. And there you go.
There we go. Somebody hit it.
It was bound to happen, and it's still... it's been hit again, and it is down...
That's one of the JDR carts, I think. It might be MS Urban Orange. It is...
15.
15 is MS Urban Orange, isn't it?
Yes.
Urban Blue.
Blue.
Urban Blue has just skittled that down the track and has got a dented nose cone for its troubles. But we do still have a tyre in the middle of the track. Now, in fairness, it's in a much safer place than it was before.
But those tyres on the outside are still a problem.
A big problem, yeah. And we're going to try and keep... the quad is being readied and going out, I believe, to sort this issue out. And we may go under FCY to rebuild that tyre wall because this is not the first time we've seen that there. So we'll just cover the end of this incident and then we'll go back on to what we were talking about previously. So just keep our eyes on this, and I'm looking out for an FCY if there's going to be one. We'll see it here first because it will light up the commentary box, and we'll all need our retinas doing in the morning because it'll be that bright.
Yeah.
So nothing so far. Looks to still be covered under local yellow.
Oh, I thought that was it then.
The Digiboard did light up, but for a service for 2 more carts that will be coming in shortly. Still, the quad is going out now onto track.
It's going across and now to the wrong way down the back straight. This is...
He'll cut across and he'll go onto the grass and go up the track that way, I would imagine.
It's coming down. Oh, there's a cart stuck as well at hairpin 1 that looks to be completely stuck there. So 2 incidents now out and about on the circuit, which is still, so far, not caused 6th full course yellow of the day. But it's remarkable, really. It's been over 4.5 hours since we've had one, by the way. And, still nothing. So that cart just in front of us, it looks like... oh, no, they just needed to be put on the tarmac again.
Well, normally we've got Harry in the box with us as well, who's got a radio.
Yeah.
Back to race control, so he's kind of listens into us, and will be in touch with race control as to, well, if we've spotted something that they haven't yet, such as what's going on the back straight at the moment. Oh. He's not with us at the moment. I think he's probably gone to bed. But we are going to need to rectify this pretty shortly. So I'm going to keep on this camera and wait until it's sorted out. But yeah, it was definitely
So the quad's back in pit lane.
it was definitely MS Urban Blue who took the I missed what number that was, but that's a kart. Well, that's a kart driver holding a wheel, holding it up in the air while he came in. That
What,
was
a
one of the
tyre?
higher karts, and somebody just hit the barrier as well coming into pits. So let's see who's just come in the pits as well from the owners.
Is it Cob Builders? They're in.
It might have been them. Have they
Kart
just
3. I
come
thought
in?
it was 30 something, but maybe I just saw a 3.
Yeah, it might have been Cobb Builders then, but yeah, they clipped the barrier coming through pit lane. I heard the bang. Barriers, Wacky Racers are in. Bottas boys, I don't think it's them. I don't think it's Speed in Squealberg either. Lockwell Hill 2, Porsche Motorsport, Porsche Sport. Sloth Racing potentially could be the ones who were holding the wheel up.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah. I saw that.
Oh no, they did a 10-minute lap.
Oh,
So they weren't there for 10 minutes.
well, they might have been. We weren't looking the whole time.
7.5 minutes for Speed in Squealberg. Who else was in the pits? Barriers, Wacky Racers, they did a 1:21. No, it won't be them. Not sure.
Quad's going to the mountain by the looks of things from here. Taking a bit of a shortcut through, instead of going round Rib Bend, just taking a shortcut. Cross through turn 2, so it looks like this is going to be covered under local yellow somehow.
Definitely going to need that tyre wall replaced. That, in fairness, that tyre wall there, in fact, just a little bit down from it, about where that car is now, that's the only barrier I've hit at Teesside.
It's quite a long way down. How do you manage that?
It was about 6 a.m. and I needed to turn through Barbecue Bend and onto the back straight, and Arms decided that they didn't want to do that anymore, and I just didn't have enough arm power left to keep turning the wheel to the right. And I was so tired, and what happened was I ended up putting the left two wheels of the car onto the grass, which then pulled
Dragged
me
it
in
further.
even more, and then the left tyre hit a bit of the barrier that jumps out,
Yeah.
and it then dug the whole left corner of the car in and flipped me face first into the steering wheel.
Nice.
Yes, big hit.
Oh.
Came halfway out the car. Biggest crash I think I've had in racing, actually. And yeah, adrenaline was pumping.
Yeah.
Jumped back in it, drove back round. What happened was I'd actually hyperextended both of my thumbs because I was still holding onto the steering
Didn't know
wheel.
that was possible.
Yeah. So they bent all the way back,
Oh, I see,
basically,
yeah.
like
Wow.
hugely. Broke a rib, so couldn't breathe. Got out of the car and basically got on all fours, just trying to breathe. Yeah, bad one.
Not nice.
But the good news was that that year got all of my, touch wood, in case I ever do this event again, got all of my crashes at British 24 Hour out of the way in that 1 year.
There were more.
Didn't have one since.
Very
There
good.
were more incidents, but not like
Not crashes.
Not crashes,
No.
no. I did overtake Sarah Moore once while she was in a hire car and I was in an owner car. That was the year as well. And I overtook her coming into the Wiggles while I was backwards on the grass. So
I'd call that a crash.
Yeah, she was just not going to let me through, and she wasn't going to blend out of the throttle to let me in, and so I ended up here as I'm pointing on the screen to the entry into the Wiggles on that first curb. Yeah, I went across that section of grass backwards while overtaking her.
Nice.
Yeah, good effort.
that is a good effort.
And I caught her up about 4 laps later, or about 3 laps later or so, and re-passed her, and she was still laughing her head off.
Well, there you go. Anyway, at the time you've told that story, the barrier has been remade.
It has.
Down on pit lane, we've got a couple of shots of 911 a couple of moments ago, by the way. That was the previous rookie leading Barriers Wacky Racers. I think they are just about still leading that class, but only by a few seconds or so ahead of LPBRT 3. As I mentioned earlier, we won't do a highs run through just yet because it's a very jumbled up order.
It is. The service window is still ongoing, probably will be for at least another hour as well. So not much point in us running through that at the minute because it will change dramatically. It seems like most of the front runners have been done, but it might not be front runners in all of the classes. So we will just hold off on that. The 911 has been in for their service stop and they're leading higher rookie, as you said. So looks like we're getting close to being through certainly the top 3 in each class as somebody's off at Rib Bend with a yellow panel.
And a
double digit.
Very bright green helmet there that we'll just have a look at coming down the back straight. They're also coming down the back straight in the next couple of moments, by the way, will be the battle for the lead. MSJDR and MS Lucas are only 2 seconds apart as things stand. I think they're working their way scything through traffic actually at the moment. Is that 4:33? It is not. That's 43. So that's a couple of seconds a bit further behind actually.
12.6, yeah, so they must be around about
there. Yeah, into hairpin 3 and 4.
Yeah. So there's the 111, there's the 77.
And across the line now for the race leader and now for second. So there you go. That's what 2 seconds sounds like, 2.1. No change that time round. What about MS Soco Select, who are the de facto leaders really of this race? They only came in 11 minutes ago, whereas the others, well in MSJDR's case anyway, have been out there for an hour and 11. 13.2, actually lost a bit of time that time round.
It's Jack Dex that's out for MS Soco Select now. Distinctive helmet for Jack. We don't get him confused with Jack Morris and Josh Falkus. Was that one of the CBRs? Was that CBR 113 coming in?
Just trying to see who's in pit lane at the moment, because that was definitely the kart that was involved in the Rib Bend incident. 166 are in pit lane. Is that what you just said?
No.
Oh.
I said one. I thought it might be 113, but it's not.
Oh. No, 166. Sorry, are in pit lane. 29 as well. Soft Racing, but they were the ones who were off at hairpin 1 a moment ago. Miles Running's also in 404.
I said that Barriers Wacky Racers had been in for their service stop, but their board is still flashing in front of us, the digiboard, with their number on it. And if they miss 3 passes with the board flashing, and they don't come in, they get pushed all the way to the back of the queue.
Maybe that's what they want.
So they come in last.
That board's been waving for at least 6 minutes now.
Yeah.
So they've got to have passed 3 times. But we had video footage of them being serviced, did we not? Was that not a service?
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pull up their timing here. Ah, right. Okay, so we had a 5-minute 50-second stop. So that's about right, isn't it, for a service?
Surely.
Yeah. So maybe the flag needs bringing up to date.
Yeah.
Or the digiboard.
Because that has been sort of I don't know what you'd call that. It's been put back up again after initially being shown. Actually, it was initially shown at quarter to 1 local time, which is just over 10 minutes ago now. So that is definitely either in error or they have made an error and not come into pit lane.
Well, they have been in pit lane, haven't they? So I think the board's just out of date, that's all. But it'll soon get rectified.
Not far away from coming past on your screen, by the way, is the battle for the lead, which has now changed. MS Lucas ahead of MSJDR. The 433 overtaken. They'll come through shot in a moment. We'll try and identify them as they're going past. They should be absolutely nose to tail, those two. And there they are, I think, going just towards the Wiggles in a bit of traffic as well here for the race lead. No, that wasn't them quite. They've a little bit of time. And they will come past us here through the wiggles. There is 42. There's 433. And a couple of hires going side by side right in front of them here. This is for the overall race lead with just over 11 hours to go.
So they're heading down the back straight, as you will be able to see them there, just about to turn into South Bank. Corner, nose to tail, squeezing the way through some higher carts. That's going to hold up MSJDR, as they didn't quite find the gap like MS Lucas did and make their way through. I'm going to try and find out who's in both of those carts.
Still quite close nose to tail, actually, despite all of that traffic there. As they went over the start-finish line, now through turn 1 and towards Rib Bend again.
Might be James Small in the 42. Try and get them when they come back past us next time, but I think it's going to be James Small in the 42. Need to see what race suit colour he's got. They should be coming through any second now in front of the commentary box.
There. And that's a bigger lead as well.
That's Jake Brooker. Jake Brooker's in the 42. And who is in 433?
Just lost a couple of seconds there, by the way, through the traffic down the other part of the circuit. They'll just come around South Bank at the bottom of your screen there now.
I think it might be Jamie Tyler. In fact, I think it is Jamie Tyler. It's Eagles Peak, Eagles Peak, Eagles Peak, Jamie Tyler in the 433 for MSJDR.
855 makes its way into pit lane, and 433 in as well. So an hour and 17 just about, and MSJDR just 2 laps after losing their lead now make their way into pit lane.
Scheduled stop?
Yep.
How long have they been out? An hour and 16.
Yep.
Short stint, though, shorter than what we've seen. An hour and 16 minutes. I don't know what it is about the track this year, but with the exception of DWS2, teams aren't able to go anything like as long as as we've traditionally seen them go.
But this is the, it has, as you say, this has been the same all day. That was about 60 laps. I think that was 62 laps that time round. It's about right for an owners division kart. So, not entirely sure why, as you say, because my initial thought, actually, when you brought that up a few minutes ago, was wind. Whether that has played any role at all, but it's not windy now.
No.
And they're still getting the same fuel mileage, so it's a little bit strange.
Well, what that might be is that they were having to adjust early on in the race because of the wind, and they haven't readjusted back. It's like, right, we can only do an hour and 16 minutes, or we can do an hour and 20 minutes, but we want the fuel bay to be clear, so we'll build ourselves that buffer in, as we were talking about earlier on in the first stint of the race. That they build that buffer in so that they can get in and get out to an empty fuel bay and not lose any time. So there's that factor. So they may be able to do an hour and 20 minutes, and they just called them in because the fuel bay was empty, so they called them in maybe a couple of laps early. So there's that factor. But like you say, it could be that they were only able to do an hour and 20, whereas they were expecting to do an hour and 25. It's 5 minutes because of the wind. But then they've gone, right, we're only able to do an hour and 20, so we'll just do an hour and 20 for the rest of the race. And
as you really want, and sort of, as well as having a fuel bay actually free, you want an empty fuel bay across the board, really. I was standing down there 4 hours ago, just while I was off commentary, to have a look at what was going on down on pit lane in the fuel bay and so on, and it was very, very busy indeed. And even if there's just another cart next to yours in the fuel bay next to you, it's really, really awkward to get you both in and out in a reasonable time, in a quick time. It's way quicker if you're just on your own.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. So, dipping back into the live chats, we've got shout out to the RAF tent coming in from Sam. And Greg Barnard saying Jess used to be really quick, a great driver in her time. I've got a funny feeling Jess is going to be back on with a response to that.
Talking about her like she's from the 1800s.
Tom Lucas saying, can we get a shout to the team principal of the RAF team and paddock cat, Ben Scott. So yes, we've just done that. Shout out to Josh Davis from Cami Madeline. So happy to see him in a kart again. Saw Gregory, who was talking about the welding, I think, that was going on with one of the hire karts that was having something re-welded in the middle, usually where the brake disc is. So something was going on there. Yeah, so keep your live chat comments coming in. We'll endeavour to get another poll or something going up shortly. Give us some ideas. Tell us what you would like to see as a poll. Oh, sorry, Kev, did you think I was talking to you there? Kev, give us some ideas. What would you like to see going on in the poll? Favourite holiday destinations?
It's a bit basic, isn't it? Standing right there.
Kev off to the burn unit.
Just got to find some cold water.
Yeah, well, let's do favourite European kart track.
Oh, I'm going to be rubbish. You're like, yeah, you're on your own with that one.
Where you'd go on holiday?
Where you'd go on holiday?
As in the
holiday destination with
you-
go-kart track.
you've
Oh,
gotta-
I can answer that straight away.
You've got to take the
Yeselo.
You've got to take the surrounding area into consideration.
Yeah,
as well as the
Yeselo.
circuit.
Yeah, Yeselo.
Where's that?
Done.
Is
Yeselo.
Is that just because it's got yes in the name?
No, but it is Yeselo.
yes, it's Yeselo. Where is it?
It's on the very east coast of Italy. It's on the Adriatic
yes.
coast. It's just about 40 minutes north of Venice. I actually went on holiday there, not for the karting, before I even started karting.
Just yeah.
I just went on holiday to Jesolo, and they have a kart track there that is of the same standard as, let's say, PFI. It's, you know, a FIA
Yep.
level kart track at Jesolo, and the resort itself that it's built, it's literally in the middle of the resort. It's just incredible. It's a proper, like, Italian seaside town.
I'm sorry to be pedantic. Are you sure that 40 minutes north of Venice is still on the coast?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Meanwhile, we've got a yellow flag at hairpin 1, by the way. Looks like a hire cart just getting back going again. We should have started a counter.
I think that's the 100 that's been round, because I reckon it is the 100 because I recognise the driver's helmet
It's not a good thing if we can recognise them, really.
from the paddock show, actually.
Oh, right.
Well,
less of a bad thing.
Let me give them a shout, though, because it's that's breaking badly. And that would be Jack Merry in the kart, because he's got JM on his helmet.
Very helpful.
He's got a beautiful looking helmet.
I'm just Googling where Venice is now.
Grow up, Kev. But yeah, Jesolo is about 40 minutes north of Jesolo. Of Venice, sorry. About 40 minutes
That
north
would
of
be
Venice,
confusing.
45 minutes north of Venice.
Oh, is it Yesolo with a J?
With a J, yes.
Oh, yes. Very good.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Yes. But if you have a look at the track there on Google Maps or whatever you're using, it's a brilliant place. And the sea is the most beautiful shade of blue. It's warm. The beach is lovely. And I've been trying to convince Kat for about as long as I've known Kat to have a 24-hour race at Jesolo that we can go and do. Basically just because I want another holiday there. But I can't think of anywhere better in the world that I would rather have, go to a kart race.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Campillos in Spain, yeah, great. It's in Spain. It's going to be really sunny. It's going to be really hot. I get that. Le Mans, again, brilliant because, A, you usually get really good weather. B, it's in such a historic venue, such a legendary place to be around. And as I said during the Le Mans 24 hours, you can actually feel the history in the air when you're there. It gives you... what was it?
Oh, sorry. So
one off at Rib Bend, yeah.
Spin at Rib Bend.
And
okay.
recovering just about safely. But it kind of gives you a bit of a tightening of the chest, I think, is the only way I can do it. You can really feel in the air that there's so much history.
Yeah.
Even though there's nothing going on the main circuit.
No, not when you're there. Yeah.
When we're there and that kind of thing. So there's nothing to see. You can just feel it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jesolo it's warm. It's got a beach. It's a beach resort town. So it's got like a strip of bars and clubs and all that kind of stuff. The food there is amazing from all the restaurants and I know because I've sampled it. There genuinely is nowhere better. And again, Spa, been to Spa, kart track, which is it's just by Stavelot Corner, just on the inside of Stavelot. On the run to Blanchimont, it's on the right-hand side. Brilliant track, absolutely love it. One of my favourite tracks that I've ever driven on, but doesn't come close to Jesolo for the full experience.
I think you do well to get past Italy. I do quite like France as well. I feel like, especially northern France, feels quite UK-ish, actually. Got a similar feeling.
Except that everybody speaks French.
Well, not everybody. The French a lot of times speak English.
Yeah, they do. But they do also speak French a lot.
I know, yeah, but not if you try and speak French to them as an Englishman.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, they normally go, right.
Forget this, you idiot.
Forget this. Let me do the work for you.
yeah. You English morons. Let me just speak English. But
go and have some roast beef.
This would just go a lot quicker if I speak English. But no, I think you do well to get past Italy, to be honest. And by the way, I think Spain's overrated, by the way. So as a country,
whoa, steady, Ewan. Right, we've got Spanish drivers here, and they're going to come down and lynch you.
Okay, that's fine. They can explain to me why.
As a karting,
I'm wrong.
Situation, or just are you just like geopolitically averse to the Spanish?
Neither of them. No, neither of those things actually. Talking about surrounding area, everybody from the UK seems to love to go to Spain on holiday, whatever. But I think, for example, Italy. Oh, way better.
We've got Blanket, Team Blanket.
We have. What's going on here?
Huh?
Is he about to get in? Just got out?
Just got out by the looks of things, but
does look like he's just
Team Blanket getting involved.
Oh, big hug.
And there's a human blanket.
Oh, and there's
an actual blanket.
There's an actual blanket. That'll be a bit warmer. Hopefully that was all above board.
That's the kind of support you want when you're absolutely shattered at 1:10 in the morning and you've just done a stint. And by the looks of it, it's not gone that well.
Well, yeah, true.
But that's the kind of support you want. Just a big hug.
How are TRX doing these days in the race?
Well, which one?
Well, exactly. Which
well,
one?
One of them is in 32nd place because I can see it on the timing column on the left-hand side.
And the other's in 47th. They've just moved up to ahead of the A66. So I think that driver has just been in 4.76, which was in 10 minutes ago. But they're in 5th place in class. They're not doing too badly. Looked like quite a consoling hug, didn't it? But
it did, yeah.
But I don't know why. It's done quite well.
Yeah.
Unless they were leading when he got in.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
No, I don't think
there might have been a problem. So MS Lucas now leading from MS Soco Select by 15.8 seconds. MS Urban Orange 35 seconds back from that. What's happened to MS JDR? They pitted, didn't they?
Yep.
So they're now a lap down on MS Lucas, but MS Lucas owes a stop in the next probably 5 to 10 minutes. They will be in. This is a great
It's
shot.
a great
by the
shot, isn't it?
The reason I say this is a great shot is because this shows you the rise and fall, not quite to the full extent of what it is through the D chicane, but this is what we're looking at now, is the exit of the D chicane. And what you want to do is where the curb is on the left-hand side as we look at it, the right-hand side as the drivers are coming through, is you want to get exactly what that first car did there. You want to get two wheels on that curb and straddle the dip. You'll see what I mean when they get it, when you see somebody
Sort
get
of
it
halfway
right.
up the curb, you mean? Or
Yeah, like that, but without
Right,
the
yeah.
drift.
Yeah.
Without the slide that one got. Like that. That's perfect.
Yeah. Well,
Not that.
Too deep. Sort of
Not
slowing.
that.
sort
That's too far to the driver's left, our right.
Sort of a slowing fast out, sort of.
You just
deal.
want, you want to get two wheels on the right, on that curb, and what that does is instead of going down the dip, it self-levels the car.
Yeah. Because you're lined up properly. Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't actually go down the dip because your left-hand wheels aren't in the dip and your right-hand wheels are on the curb, and it just keeps it flat.
Yeah.
That's
So
the way to do it.
Yeah, using the slope and the curb
Exactly.
together to stay level. But obviously, nailing that 1,000 times is easier said than done.
Yes, and speaking from experience, it is
I mean,
very much easier said than done.
And as you saw there, what was the success rate as we were watching it there? Like
Not much.
10%?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Another story from the past. From that horrendous year when I crashed, we had a nightmare. Like genuinely, the car when we'd finished with it, I'm not exaggerating. It went in the skip at the end of the race. It was ruined.
Because of you.
No, I'm not joking. It
Wow.
went in the skip. It was absolutely destroyed. There was. I'll go into the full extent of it maybe a little bit later on, but where was it going with? Oh yes, so the D chicane. Right. So what happened was the nose cone that we'd fitted wasn't really the. In fact, it was donated by Jack Dex. Was the full bodywork that we put on the kart, but it wasn't specific to the kart that we were driving, so it had to be sort of fashioned into place and held into place, like jury rigged into place. That's TRX in for their service stop, I think.
676. We just saw Aidan Blythe was the driver we just saw, so maybe they've been in quick succession quite recently. Not entirely sure.
Maybe they did a stop and then they were called in for their service.
Yeah, maybe. Kieran, was that Kieran Philpott, was it? Philpott, sorry. Was that Kieran on the back of his jacket? I think it might have been.
It looked that way, yes. So yes, to continue with the narrative, so what happened was we jury-rigged this nose cone onto the front of it, which was working fine until about 5 hours into the race. And what happened was, as I exited the D chicane, I ended up bouncing over the curb on the right-hand side, as we've seen a lot of karts do already this weekend. And the nose cone detached itself at that point, and then as I turned right to exit the D, the nose cone went straight on. Now, fortunately, the team that I was with was stationed there against the pit barrier,
arrive.
and they literally leaned down and picked it up. But it couldn't have arrived. It couldn't have fallen off at a better place. By the time I got round to the pits, they were already there waiting for me to reattach it perfectly. I mean, like I say, it couldn't have come off a better place. But yeah, bit of a nightmare that it did come off.
Yes.
We did not have a good event.
It doesn't sound like it. That's Mulsanne Racing, by the way, getting back out onto the circuit again after their most recent pit stop of the day. That's 676 still in pit lane, by the way. Aidan Blythe suddenly seems suited and booted and ready to go. So maybe that was a good look hug we just watched. We're reading a lot into this human interaction.
Team blanket.
Yeah, just warming up. And it is cold out there, by the way, now. I know you've not been out there for a good 4.5 hours.
It's cold in here. That's why I've got my hoodie on. We've got the aircon on.
Someone's still got the...
I don't mind it being a bit chilly.
Oh, I do.
No, I don't. I don't mind. I've still got
I
my
can
shorts
tell
on,
you.
but
Yeah, I was going to say.
but I don't mind it because I'd rather be too cold and I can layer up than be too warm and then I can't do anything about it.
I prefer it to be too warm, mate. I'm more comfortable. Too warm.
Maybe we should put that as a poll. Would you
Oh,
rather
there
be
you go.
Too
There's a good
warm or
one.
too cold?
Too warm or too cold? I think because this, I'd imagine most of the people are watching this are at least European. So I think too cold would be the consensus. But I'll be rooting for too warm.
Particularly scrabble through our pages.
45 is Speed and Squirrelberg.
Ah,
Your team?
Jurassic Park. It's an Alan Partridge reference there.
Another one that I'm not going to understand.
Yeah.
It's quite difficult to commentate with someone who doesn't actually understand any pop culture.
Have you ever watched the Fast Show?
I have heard of it. I have not watched it.
Right, I'm going to ask Ross because that's at least 50% now of the commentary box of the commentary team has not watched the Fast Show.
David not either.
David's not either, and when he told me this, I very seriously contemplated like not being friends with him anymore. Like, you haven't seen the Fast Show? We can no longer be friends. It was a Kevin and Perry style. You are not my mate and you are not my fellow DJ kind of
Don't understand
thing.
that either.
So, have you not seen Kevin and Perry?
No.
Oh my God, Ewan!
I've not seen anything. I hate TV and film.
Hate TV. What am I doing? Where did he find you?
Well, I don't actually know the answer to that either, to be honest with you, on a serious note. But no, I don't watch film and TV. Sorry to disappoint. But,
Well, what do you do with your time? Have you got yourself a VPN? Is that what it is? Have you
I watch just watch different sports all hours of the day.
Okay.
That's very dull.
But that's on TV, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean TV
Okay.
series.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Well, the Fast Show you can watch on iPlayer,
Oh, can you?
and
Maybe
and
we
it's
pay.
yes, every episode on iPlayer,
Very
and
good.
well worth a watch. And it's nothing to do with sport. It's called
I
the
know.
Fast Show, but the reason it's called the Fast Show is because they were all very fast sketches. It was Paul Whitehouse and Simon Williams, who went on to be Mr. Weasley, Arthur Weasley in the Harry Potter series. Which you're going to tell me now that you haven't watched any of them.
I have watched a couple, but
Right, okay.
not through choice.
Right. Goodness me.
I mean, that's even worse, isn't it? That's not even based on real life.
What? Sorry, say that again.
Harry Potter's not even based on real life. That's even worse.
Well, no, it's what is based on it.
Documentaries?
I love that. the hood. What is that?
What do you call those?
Is it a
A-
snuddy? Is it like a snuggle hoodie?
What
Is
are
it-
those onesie hoodie? A
Is it-
one knee?
Is it one of those things that you wear when you go swimming? So you can just put it on when you get out the swimming pool, and you can be all warm, and it dries you off at the same time.
I've never had one of those.
Have you,
Maybe
well,
it
you
is.
haven't got kids, have you? So,
No,
but,
this is
but
true, no.
yeah, when we used to take my daughter swimming a lot,
Listen,
as we got somebody trying to start their engine. Is that the 8?
Have they just gone out? Oh,
9? Well, that's
one number,
he's
isn't it?
trying hard, isn't he?
Go on,
Points-
put your back into it.
Points for effort. It's a Petit Bouchon.
Yeah,
car,
looks like,
I think it
yeah,
is.
you're right.
I think it is
8
an
or
8.
9. Yeah, it's either 8 or 9, surely. Had that just come out the pit lane?
Oh,
Here we are. This is proper nighttime coverage now.
There we go.
It's 20 past 1, and some heads have hit the floor. I'm sure we'll have plenty more shots of people sleeping. I'm glad nobody was filming me sleeping earlier on.
Yeah, yeah. But yes, so watch the Fast Show, definitely.
Okay.
But just back up to that. I think Charlie Higson as well is in it. Carolina Hearn, she had
I
some
don't know who most of these people are.
some bits in it. You'd know them if you saw them.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Definitely.
Maybe.
Paul Whitehouse, very very famous in the world of acting, and he's been in loads of films and TV. I know you don't watch film and TV, but he's been in loads of stuff. You'll spot him a mile off. Absolutely brilliant in it. Loads and loads of catchphrases came out of it. Yeah,
What, that have come into like the
yes,
modern dictionary?
in pop,
the modern language?
Yes, exactly that, yeah. They've all come, loads of them have come from the Fast Show.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't really know why. How did we get onto that? Partridge? Partridge. We were talking about Partridge. Someone's gone on very deep at Hairpin 1.
They're not getting out there.
No, not without significant help. They are backwards, and the back end of the cart is buried. Driver absolutely fine, trying very hard to get it out themselves, but yeah, it's that's well and truly stuck.
That marshal's giving it a right.
We need Jean-Claude Van Damme down there with his human forklift.
He'll pick it up and put it back on the circuit with one hand.
Yeah, single-handed.
Oh, here we go. No, he's got it moving. Fair play to the lad. He's
Bit of a barrier rebuild as well, most likely.
well, maybe, but it doesn't actually seem that there's much dislodged actually down there. Maybe we're just from the wrong angle.
Trying to get it fired. And struggling to get it fired.
Yeah, a bit.
Might have bent the exhaust or broken the exhaust off, because where it went into the tyres, that's the delicate part of the engine. The most exposed part
Yeah,
is the exhaust at the top, and they are not. Although they have been reinforced, the exhausts where they meet the engine, they do get reinforced by the track here, because they were having real problems with them cracking and falling off, basically. So they reinforced them onto the engine. But it's still the most exposed part. Ewan starts doing some calisthenics in the commentary box.
It's very cold. I'm trying to
I
warm
can
myself
turn
up.
the
Racing, the higher elite team, who have come into pit lane now. Where is 55? Oh, I can't see them. We've got the aircon off. We've got the aircon off.
Yeah, I couldn't find the remote because it was mounted to the wall next to the aircon unit.
Oh.
In one of my, funnily enough, lesser embarrassing moments that I've had during this race. Yeah, it was literally right next to the aircon unit on the wall.
Oh, dear me, that was close. Just in front of us.
Yes.
Couldn't pick out the kart numbers, but a couple of hires didn't quite realise they were alongside each other there through the final corner. Before they, oh, and another spin at hairpin 1. We should have started a counter at the start of the day. And it's TRX, isn't it? That's a TRX suit, isn't it?
We'd have run out of fingers by at the end of the first hour. But yes, that is another TRX off. We had two off there briefly, but TRX 1 is still in. So start line Marshall's earning his money tonight.
This morning? Tonight?
Tonight.
Still going with tonight.
Still going with tonight, yeah. We're not on this morning yet.
Okay. Well, be a real change of events if we end up on this morning.
What, with Holly and Philip?
That would be a change as well.
See, you do watch TV.
I've not. Well, not. I just know that they're on that
You
show.
watch daytime TV. That's what you're saying.
I'm perennially unemployed. A lot of time to watch daytime TV.
Right now, it explains it.
No, you know, I'm kind of exaggerating when I say I don't watch TV, but I don't watch films. Is the main, especially stuff that's just complete fiction, like Harry Potter.
Or like Lord of the Rings.
Oh, definitely.
Star Wars.
Yeah, not into any of that.
Okay.
I don't like the fantasy world. The real world's way more interesting.
As a student of film that I am.
Yeah, you sound like you are.
I have an A level in film.
There's no way.
Genuinely, I have an A level in film.
That wasn't an option when I was there.
Well, there you go. A level in film, A level in media. I won't tell you what grade I got, but I do have A levels in them.
You passed.
I didn't get a U.
No, exactly.
No, I did all right.
Another one at hairpin 1.
And
Oh,
Oh, and
oh,
he's beached it.
beached.
Has he beached it, or has he just stopped because there's traffic coming? Or is he waiting for a gap in the traffic and then he's going to realise it's beached?
Absolutely Copacabana Beach. Oh no.
Oh, no, he's going the wrong way,
Hello.
though.
Oh no. Oh
where,
well.
Where are you
well,
going?
Come to
Could've-
show us the number.
Could have just
18.
done that before, I think, but okay.
There we are.
Whatever. We've joined. We have rejoined safely.
Oh, the TRX one was 476, so they lose a place in highest pro, won't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
That is 6th place for them now, rather than 5th. Scenario 77 in front of them. I think someone was asking a shout out for Scenario 77 earlier, so there you go. You might have might have got one twice now.
But that was Apex Predators that was off at hairpin 1.
Oh, they're a long way back, aren't they?
They are. They were in last place for a while in the early part of the race when I was on for my first stint. However, they were, so that was 88th, but they have climbed their way up to 85th. And their fastest lap time is actually not too bad either. They're not like a million miles off the pace. Let's see how the rest of the other Apex Twin Selected works. I may have done them a disservice earlier on when I said that they were going to be a bit of a yo-yo team. They're still leading higher pro.
Not done their yo-yoing yet.
And they're second in hires overall.
I do suspect that's slightly false with the services.
I don't.
Are we all done now?
I think that, well, certainly the front 3 in each class
Okay. So
has been done, because we're well into the respectfully the lower orders now of runners. Look, we're High Road Motorsport Academy in 48th place. They're in. Porsche Sport are in.
So, where did Track Limits lose all their time then?
Track Limits by Storm Group.
Yeah,
Good question.
they're suddenly 7 laps off the lead. Which, they were battling for the lead with Race for Ruben at sunset. Before I came into the booth, they were still right up there.
Yeah, when yeah, that's a good point actually. What did happen to Track Limits by Storm Group?
Also in the 6 hours that I was gone, ABC Racing and Core Blimey Racing lost quite a lot of time. See, I just don't believe Race for Ruben have they been serviced yet?
Yes, they were the first ones in, I think.
Let's just look here. You're absolutely right. Yeah, first one's in, just about 5 past 11 tonight.
I can't get their last however many laps up at the moment. I don't know why it's not working. It starts at 5:17. They're currently on lap 5:21, so I don't know why it's not.
That's not helpful. Have they just
showing
started
me
the race? And they've just been credited with 517 laps. We're just supposed to believe them that they actually did them.
They might have changed car. But no, because the transponder would still be the same, wouldn't it?
Puzzler.
Very much a puzzler. Anybody that's with or part of the Track Limits by Storm group, if you can help us out with what happened there. I don't even know where on circuit you are actually based either, so I can't even go, oh well, I'll just come up and ask. I've no idea where they are. So the easiest way is get in touch in the comments. If you if it needs a more lengthy explanation, please come up to the commentary box and let us know what's gone on.
Yeah. Be nice to know, because that is, a big difference, as I say, to what. God, that is bright, isn't it?
Yeah,
that
like I said,
there.
yeah, we're all going in for
Retinas.
for cataract surgery tomorrow.
It's such a different look to the front of the hire carts now compared to last night or earlier on tonight. Over 1 lap between Race for Ruben and Apex Twin Selected Works, nearly 2 laps and then the 3 carts got most of a lap, 40 seconds over BGMD, and then Lockwell Hill. So it's all changed. ABC Racing and Core Blimey Racing, as I say, have lost a few places as well.
You know, you were talking a minute ago about Scenario 77, and you gave them a shout out.
Well, yeah, sort of, yeah.
Well, they have just put in their fastest lap of the race.
I'll take credit for that, then.
So they've done their service stop, bolted on the fresh front tyres,
Yeah.
and have just done a 1 minute 21.4. Which is good going.
That is good going, yeah.
That's the third fastest car on track at the minute. The fastest car on track at the minute is Lockwell Hill 1, who have just done a 1 minute 20.8.
I was just looking through the notes to see whether it's normal to see the fastest lap of the race overall maybe in the Highers at this stage in the race because of those new tyres, or whether it's actually just too dark for that at the moment compared to the golden hour conditions we're going to get in about 3 hours.
Well, as I say, there's some quick times going in. Lockwell Hill 1 did their fastest lap on lap 472, so about 50 laps ago. Again, that would have been on fresh fronts, I would imagine. But the lap time they posted in before, the 120.8, that is only 2/10 off their overall best.
126 stopped on the front stretch here, and getting pushed back to pit lane. That's got all the looks to me of a cart that's run out of fuel. Another one. Marshall's quick on his feet, isn't he? There's flying back to pit lane.
Le Petit Bouchon 1, they did their fastest lap on lap 5:02. So that was only 17 laps ago. So yeah, fresh front tyres is definitely helping. Crikey, that has burned 577 into my eyeballs now. All I can see is a bright pink 577.
Oh, and that's Scenario 77. They've been batting people out the way to try and get their fastest lap, it looks like.
So fast, but risky.
Yeah, they can't do that all day. They'll start to get some
please
penalties.
don't pick up any more contact warnings either, because my eyes can't take it.
If we get a yellow flag or something, we are going to be in big trouble with our eyesight. So let's hope for that reason above all that the race stays green and there's no yellow flags a little bit later on in this race.
If you don't mind, Ewan, I'm just going to nip out for a quick comfort break.
Okay.
I will be back as quick as humanly possible.
That's all right.
I shall leave you with the comments section on YouTube.
Thank you. They'll keep you company for 5 minutes or so. But yes, 10 hours 24 still to go of the British 24-hour here at Teesside. Actually, while Tom's gone, I'll do a run-through, actually, of the owners' division. Again, we're laying off doing the hires just for the moment because we are still seeing services happening, especially in the lower divisions at the moment, the lower classes. But in the owners, MS Soko Selector leading the race. They lost 5 laps it's very early on, might have even been in the first hour, maybe second hour. Had to come in for a long stop. That put them back 5 laps, but they've pretty much made all those 5 laps up on speed. 1 or 2, I guess, through full course yellow periods. They were able to catch up a little bit through those, but on the most part, they've gained 5 laps pretty much through speed. MS Lucas are in second place. 49 seconds is the current gap, although MS Soko Select do have to come in sooner than MS Lucas. Then MS Urban Orange leading the race in the Owners Pro. And they're only 1.4 seconds in front of MS JDR, who are in the second position, followed by Paragon Motorsport, who have led this race at some stages, only 21 seconds further back from them. So that's 22.5 seconds covering the top 3 of the Owners Pro category. KBR are leading the Clubman class in Owners ahead of SKA. DWS2 are also down on pit lane. They've got a couple of laps, so they should keep third, even despite this pit stop for them. Others that are still running in the Owners, MS Urban Blue, 4th place in Pro, and MS JSR are 5th, although they're actually behind 77, which is leading the couple of laps behind, no, 1 lap behind, the 77 KBR leading Clubman class kart. MSJSR 2 are currently 11th. Overall, that is, ahead of AMC Racing. You've got a couple of seconds over JDR2. They're just about to cross the start-finish line, actually. There'll be a battle out there on the circuit. See if I can pick them up as they come past us here. That's Paragon. For 31. Couldn't quite see them, wasn't looking properly. But they go over the line. 7/10 of a second apart now, those two, actually. So JDR2 very much looking to get through. Tocqueville Motorsports then a further lap back, and then you get to those who've been delayed really so far today. RAF Precision Vulcans, 15th. Another 9 laps back to Cobb Builders. Another 5 back to FSR Kobe and Army Motorsport. Another 2 laps back. And then you get to 19th, which is the last of the almost uninterrupted karts in the owners division. And that is Gracie Mitchell and the solo 24-hour attempt, trying to break the record for the furthest distance travelled solo in a kart outdoors in 24 hours. A record set at this event last year by Chris Pedlingham, who completed 1,004 laps. Unfortunately, with an hour and 9 minutes under red flag conditions earlier on, and so far that's 1 hour 35 of this race uninterrupted. Although, admittedly, the last, 5.5 hours now we've had uninterrupted. It is unlikely that she'll be able to go over 1,000. It will still be the most completed by a female driver, though. So we're going to have a record either way at the end of the 24 hours here today. She's just about to complete lap 550. In about 5 minutes' time, I'll try and do a calculation about how many she might get to, but because of the red flag, all of the calculations on laps are a little bit out of whack. I think I calculated for the overall race would be 1,023 laps. Calculated that with about 11 hours 15 to go or something like that. That's going to change and go up as the day goes on. We'll continue to get a little bit quicker here as the overall laps per hour continues. A very good evening to wherever you're watching around the world from. It's just coming up to 20 to 2 in the morning here at Teesside in the British 24 hour for 2025. A good evening to everybody listening and watching. Luke Tinchin. I've definitely pronounced that second name wrong. Good evening, / morning to you. Is cheering on the 67 SKA team. Currently running in second place in the Clubman category for owners. A class that in 2024 was won by 36 Motorsport, and SKA were second that year, so looking to go one better, but at the moment have got some catching up to do. They're actually 3 laps behind KBR, who are leading the owners Clubman division at the moment, and they've actually got a MSJSR Pro Kart in between them as well in 8th position. It's myself, Ian Leary, and Tom Butterworth has just come back alongside me again.
Hello.
For another 80 minutes or so, and then you can go to bed.
Yeah, I'm going to go and have a little snooze before I'm back on again at 9 a.m. Were you just running us through an order there?
I was doing owners because I'm still sceptical about the hires field, but gone through the owners. Still 19 running. Actually, I didn't go through the delayed one. Sorry, so I'll just finish that up. You know, might as well finish. Boneheads number 200 have been delayed. They're 67 laps off the lead. 45th overall currently. That's a Clubman entry. In fact, all 3 of these are Clubman entries. MS Window Doctor, great to see them back out on the circuit actually. 171, I didn't think they'd resumed, but they have resumed. 63rd, they're 73 laps down. Now the 62nd. And even further down than that, RAF Precision Spitfires are 129 laps down. They're in 87th, ahead of the only retirement of the race so far, the crash test dummies, who have tested a crash and they are out.
So update on Gracie Mitchell as well with the 24-hour record attempt. raising money for the British Heart Foundation, which you can find a Just Giving page on, I think it's Just Giving or GoFundMe or whatever it may be, but raising money for the British Heart Foundation on Gracie Mitchell. If you search on pretty much any social media for Gracie Mitchell, Gracie, you'll be able to find those pages, and there are links on there where you can go and donate to this monumental effort. She's already set a world record for the furthest distance travelled solo in 24 hours by a female driver, and she's going for the outright lap record of 1,004 laps that was set here last year by Chris Pedlingham.
Sorry, Tom, I'll just calculate how many laps he's on course to do at the moment. Give me a second.
So, 40 laps off the lead. We lost an hour and 9 minutes because of the red flag. We had some full course yellows as well, of which for this year the pace has been slowed under full course yellow by the leader to what has been described as a walking pace, but a bit quicker than that. But really slowing down under full course yellows this year, which is good to see. We haven't always had it, and it is a welcome addition this year. It's certainly a far safer situation than we've had over some years. We have had this before, but not quite to the extent we've had it this year.
I think far fairer as well, actually, overall. Last year, certainly, obviously, I was only here 1 year ago. Last year, there's a cart backwards, so I'll get back to that. Through the wiggles, that looked...
That's the cartwheelers.
Yeah, that looked pretty...
and he's got a hand up in
lively.
the air, waving at somebody, so not happy. Definitely didn't go there on his own.
He arrived backward, a bit like you at that first bit. He arrived backwards at the second bit.
Yes.
So that's been going on a long time, clearly, there. Cause,
Been there.
It's high speed, that.
Yeah, it is.
That's quite scary.
Well, that's the highest speed point on the track, is where you
yeah.
enter the wiggles there is as fast as you'll get.
What was I saying before that? I can't remember.
Where Gracie was record attempt-wise.
I don't think I was quite saying that. I was going to go on to that. Just on the if she continues at the current rate, 967 laps will be completed by her. But multiple things to factor in, as you say. Hour and 9 for red
full
flag.
course yellows. That's what we were talking about.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. So last year when I was here, the field sort of clumped together. There was maybe 3 or 4 hires, and there were different hires every time, who were just a bit slower than the rest, and everyone would sort of bunch up behind almost odd 4 sort of safety car acting sort of carts. So not the way it was designed, but it's the way it sort of ended up. And as you say, going round at quite a decent speed, and you could easily lose 10, 15, 20 seconds through no real fault of your own under full course yellow, especially if you're now on the lead lap and you're one of the leading class carts. It's a very fair way of doing it, I think. What they've said this year is, in my opinion, the right thing to do, which is that the de facto leader of the race, so what would now be MS Soko Select, but we saw it early with Max Shields in the 42, brings the field down, or slows the field down progressively, so it doesn't just slam on the brakes and instantly goes to a walking pace, progressively slows the field down and bunches them up behind. Everybody else is told, just keep up with the cart in front. You keep up with the cart in front, who keeps up with the cart in front, who keeps up with the cart in front, and you'll all be travelling faster than the leader, who is going at this very slow pace. You will eventually catch up. We'll have one big train of carts going very, very slowly around the circuit, which means that marshals can get across the track. There's a big gap in the traffic then. Marshals can get across the track safely. Carts can be recovered safely. Once the train of the crocodile, as they normally call it, has gone through, everybody can do what they need to do and await them coming back round again. And it's worked for the most part very, very well. We've had a few people who have been caught out by, as Gracie now comes in to the pits once again. She's just going to come through the pit lane again. An hour and 22 minutes she'd been out, so that was a scheduled stop, or is going to be a scheduled stop for her.
I think it's been done the right way. As I say, we've had a few people being caught out when they've caught the back of the train because they've not been looking far enough ahead up the road. But that's a them problem, not a problem caused by the leader going excessively slowly.
Yeah, we've seen it almost every time where they'll, at the back of the field especially, just bump into each other a bit clumsily.
Yeah.
When they're all catching up. But yeah, I suppose that will come with time as well, as the drivers' teams get more experienced.
It's the
doing
first
it.
year that we've done it to this extent, as I say. So it's probably, there's probably drivers who were here last year or the year before, where a couple of years ago, the rule was basically, again, you just keep up with the cart in front. But the problem was that the cart in front was going, might have been behind the leader. The leader was going 75% of pace, which is full higher kart race pace.
Yeah.
So you're keeping up with the cart in front that's keeping up with the cart in front, and you're essentially just travelling around the track still at full speed. So it wasn't really working from a safety aspect. So that's what we've done this year is the leader now backs everybody up, and it does, as I say, it does work a lot better from a safety standpoint. So that's been a massive improvement.
And it feels like we're using the full course yellow less as well.
It is. Yes, exactly that. There's Gracie looking sore, I think it's safe to say. But actually not looking too bad.
No,
I thought she was getting out of the cart very gingerly there, but doesn't seem too bad.
Just getting some water. There is the cart.
Look, and it looks
pristine.
pretty good, doesn't it?
It does,
She's
yeah.
really kept it clean.
Yep. Just needs a bit of food. Oh, the energy
We're
gel.
on the energy gels
Yeah,
now as well.
I'd
I know
imagine,
these were going to be saved for later in the race.
Yeah, I hope, by the way, that she's taken on some real food as well earlier on today.
Oh no, she absolutely has.
Yeah,
When I spoke to Mark before you came back on, I went and had a chat with Mark on camera. That's her dad, Mark, just pushing the cart around now. Not sure whether they're going to put new tyres on it or what, but she's going to be rehydrating and getting some sustenance inside her as well, just to keep her body functioning more than anything. Howard is going to change brake discs, I think. That's Howard Lucas there working away at the back of the cart. Howard Lucas, of course, from Lucas Racing. He's Mr. MS Karts for the UK. So everything in the MS awning is all run under Howard's stewardship. He's another one with a million years of knowledge. Been doing this forever. And again, another lovely, lovely guy. Really, really nice guy. Loves his racing. And always got time for a chat as well about anything, really. I mean, he's busy, he's the busiest man in the paddock, but
Still chatting.
He'll be working while he's chatting to you.
Yeah,
but he'll still make the time to have a chat. Absolutely sound as how. So new brake pads have gone into Gracie's kart.
Is this usual? Every team will have to do a brake pad change?
No, but most teams will.
Right.
At some point, we've seen it with the MS karts that have been in having tyres put on. At the same time the tyres have been put on, new brake pads have gone in. More of a precaution than anything else. And you can see Howard just checking it over there. Just watches everything. Again, Howard's another one who just won't go to sleep. But the cart back down now, and Gracie, whenever she's ready, she'll just come round, jump in that, and away she'll go again for another hour and 20 minutes, and that'll be it. It'll be that and that and that and that and that until the end of the race.
This next stint is going to take her right up. Oh, sorry, the one after this, sorry, is going to take her right up to sunrise, or at least the first bits of light in the sky.
And as I said to Mark when I was interviewing him, that's going to be the time when she really starts to feel it.
You think?
Oh, definitely.
You know.
Yeah. Well, I know because I know what pedals was like last year.
Right.
And he got to about 5, 6 in the morning, and that's when his neck started to go.
Right.
And you'll know when the neck's starting to go, because what we'll do is we'll watch them come through South Bank Corner. South Bank Corner is essentially a 360-degree corner.
180.
No, it's a 180, but then it goes straight into hairpin 3.
Right.
So it's a 360-degree corner, which we can see here, right in front of the camera. So the corner right at the bottom of the screen, that's South Bank, but you don't straighten the wheel up again until you're between hairpin 3 and 4. So it's just one ever-tightening right-hand bend.
Yeah.
And what happens is, over the course of, for some people, it's a single stint. For others, like pedals, it's 18 hours of racing. You just can't hold your head up anymore. So
you just
it starts to
it.
lean left.
Yeah.
And the helmet starts to hit the shoulder, and that's when you know that the driver is extremely fatigued. It's because the head is almost at 90 degrees to where the shoulders are.
Interesting that it's so. It seems to me, or sounds to me, like more of that's the physical limit almost, where 18 hours you get tired physically. Not, I was imagining sort of the mental side of seeing the sun come up and being,
I was in that
I'm
state
nearly there.
midway through my second stint, and that wasn't a double stint. That was, I did a stint of 1 hour and 40 minutes, and then I went back out a few hours later, and halfway through, my head felt like it was going to roll off my shoulders. So that was my limit, but then again, I hadn't trained anything like the extent that Chris and Gracie have done. But
yeah, because you can't just rock up and not, this it takes proper training for a 24-hour hour in a car.
Solo, yeah,
it looks,
100%,
solo.
yeah.
It looks like,
So what we ended up doing with pedals was I borrowed a neck brace from it was Andrew Fox-Whiteley who actually donated it. One of Jared Fox-Whiteley's former neck braces, old neck brace that he doesn't use anymore. We borrowed that just to try and squeeze it between his shoulders and the bottom of his helmet, just to aid with, so he didn't have to hold his head up quite as much and put as much effort into holding his head up. And that worked for about 2-3 hours maybe, and then that stopped working. So they ended up, and you'll remember this when I say it, but you probably don't at the moment, but they ended up gaffer taping him up, right? Right. So they put tape across his left-hand shoulder, up over the top of his helmet, down the right-hand side of his helmet, and then across his right-hand shoulders. And they did that multiple times in multiple directions, so that they literally gaffer taped his head straight.
This is about 8 in the morning or something.
This was about 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, something like that.
I was asleep.
There was not long to go, and it was desperate times, desperate measures.
Yeah, absolutely. I was not awake.
Going slowly at hairpin 3. I think is that 111?
Oh, it's
119.
It's an owners, and it is a 1-1. It's a 1.
It's
something,
definitely
something.
a 1-1.
Which car is supposed to be towards the end of the lap at the moment? MSJSR is meant to be at the end of the lap now, so I think it is 111.
That's lost an engine that can't be refired at the moment.
No, is that going to need recovering? Driver says, "Where are you? Please recover me."
Who have we got who hasn't come over the line?
I think 111. 125 still going. 119 has gone through. 122 has gone through. Pretty sure it's 3 numbers with a 1 at the start.
I think it's 111.
So it's got to be 111.
Yeah. MSJSR.
And last in Owners Pro. And they're about to be even more last, unfortunately, in that class. They're still 8th overall. Good run overall, but no one to collect them either at the moment. Still under green.
So, yes, Owen Spears getting very friendly with his lead block. Walking along.
Ready to get into 62.
In for another stint. Gracie still showing as being in the pits. Again, we'll keep an eye on that situation. It's the 747 of FSR Hobie. FSR Full Send Racing.
Yep, very good.
just in case anybody was wondering.
I mean, I didn't know.
Not, but you didn't ask, but I told you anyway.
Well, you know.
So yeah, so that's that. Yeah, it's definitely 111. That's off and is being pushed back now by the pusher cart.
So got round.
Just about to see it at the and coming through the middle of the shot now, about to enter hairpin 4.
So
there they go, pushing round, and that will build up speed as well. That pusher cart will will push it along quite nicely and do a good job of it. Have you ever seen the back in the day when they had Club 100 pusher carts?
No.
So they used to have direct drive. They were TKM engines on the Club 100 carts. Now they're clutched Rotax engines, but they were direct drive TKM engines. So if you spun out, the engine stalled. So you had to get bump started. So what they had was essentially exactly what we're looking at now, a twin engine 4-stroke kart, very similar to what we've got now. But, well, it was a pro kart essentially, but what it did have on the front of it was a big scoop, a big metal, like a giant metal shovel. And then on the side of the cart, there was, next to the steering wheel, there's a big lever. And it drove it underneath the back of the cart. They levered it up in the air. The pusher cart accelerated, and then it dropped the cart in front, which then fired the engine, and away you went. And you went, thanks very much, mate, to the guy who'd given you a push. But yeah, that's how that used to work, and it worked very, very well for years. I had this coming off.
Oh, is it?
That's what happens when you go too fast.
That's a good sign.
Normally you're going too fast and the stickers come off. But yeah, that was what happened with the Club 100 pushers, and we've sort of brought back, because they don't have them anymore, like I said, because the Rotax have got clutches, which is another reason why when you watch the Club 100 sprint teams, it's a lot more feisty than it used to be, because if you spin off you can restart, whereas if you spun off before with the TKM engines, that was it, that was race over.
It's quite a good deterrent, really.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah, it was self-policing.
Oh, that cart's going behind, I'm going to say behind the wall. It's very American of me.
Yeah, no, I got what you meant.
The driver forced to lift it himself here. Oh, dear.
Oh yeah, but he's not got. He wasn't the driver in it, was he? So
no, that's
he's
Craig
just
Johnson.
getting in.
That's Craig Johnson who's getting in now, I think, if he's wearing the right suit. What are they doing?
What are they adjusting?
Looking at the steering wheel at the moment. Didn't require the jacks.
Right hand side. Right side, really. Is it the stay for the Nassau panel?
Like
Is that maybe broken? That's not what's caused them to stop. But looks like that's what that might be. Putting a new bolt in there, maybe.
It's wobbling about a bit, that front panel.
I mean, well, they're designed to have a little bit of flex in them, to be as light as possible. So that's not the end of the world, but I think it's probably that bolt has come out and they're trying to refit that.
But yeah, this isn't what caused them to stop, surely.
No, this isn't definitely not what caused them to
they
stop.
just run out of fuel.
I think that might be right. I think they might have run out of fuel.
Yeah.
How long did they do?
I don't think
An hour and 33, but that includes them being pulled over at the side of the track.
Yeah.
And now this following pit stop. So yeah, they were due a stop.
Oh yeah, definitely. It was probably about an hour 25 before they stopped, I guess.
I'm going to see if I can grab H when I finish my stint in an hour's time.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if, what the situation is with fuel and why what he thinks is the reason why everybody's using so much.
Yeah, so it's a puzzler, isn't it?
It's definitely catching people out, though.
It seems to be catching like a disease as well.
Yeah, there are more and more of them doing it. Not only that, but we're seeing very good, very experienced teams running out of fuel.
Yeah.
Teesside Tigers have been doing this race for as long as I can remember, and I can remember around about 10 years, maybe more than that, 12 years. And Teesside Tigers have got to be doing it for at least that long. Connor Lucas takes over the leading 43 kart and heads back out. We'll see where that shakes them out as he trips over the timing line. Yeah, Teesside Tigers ran out of fuel. 111 MSJSR ran out of fuel. Who else have we had run out of fuel? Who's been very experienced as well. There's been a few of them. DWS ran out of fuel at one point, I think.
I don't remember that.
I think DWS ran out of fuel.
Only other ones I can remember. I don't know how many times they've been here. Although I think they were here last year. Are they called the Butters Boys or something?
Oh, Butters Boys, yeah.
I think they were here last year, but
yeah.
I don't know how experienced they are generally.
Oh, they're pretty good. Yeah, pretty experienced.
Yeah.
They've been doing it a while. But yeah, very. It seems to not be affecting the higher teams as much, who are, how can I put this, novices, and in the rookie class and in the clubman class, it's the elite class, it's the pro class drivers. Likewise in owners, it's been the elite and the pro. Well, it's been the pro class mostly that's had the issues with the fuel as well. So I'm going to try and do some digging and see if I can get to the bottom of why everybody's using more fuel this year, because it's not just isolated to the owners. It is the higher karts are using more fuel as well, and teams aren't able to go as far, and it's definitely catching them out.
We've seen it so many times today. 111's back out there though. It's just whizzed past our commentary position actually, and is 9th place as we run. So 2 laps off of SKA, who went past them. SKA are 3 laps off of KBR, and that puts MSJSR, a lot of acronyms there I know, but 111 officially 10 laps off of the race lead now, which is now held by MS Lucas, back in front of MS Soko Select after that latest pit stop. So it's very much 42 versus 43 for the lead. They're the only ones on the lead lap now.
Yeah, that's how's that shaken out. And MS Urban Orange, they've been out 30 minutes. They're 1 stop short of MS Lucas and MS Soko Select. Next ones in are going to be MSJDR and the 433. They've been out 1 hour and 4 minutes now.
And they're just, MS Urban Orange, by the way, just passed MSJDR on the circuit. That is a battle for 2nd place, or 3rd place overall, and for the lead in the Owners Pro class. I think they're just coming through your screen there, actually, on the back straight. That was definitely a change on the latter part of that lap. Where's 433? Is that? No, that's not them there. They're definitely running very, very close, though. Somewhere around the circuit. Maybe they're a bit further around. Yeah.
Heading down the back straight, I would imagine, at the moment. Something around that kind of area.
I think there's 42 past us. Race leader. This should be 43. Oh no, that's a lap car again. So it'd be in this group here now.
Yeah, heading through, should be in there somewhere.
Yeah, there's 433. I didn't catch 125, but they'll be in there as well. 1.1 seconds in front, so they've gotten in front and they've stretched a small advantage now as well.
There's four of the owner class karts running very much nose to tail as they work their way through some higher traffic. We're down to Team 44 for their service stop. Where are 44? They are 76th overall. That's Steel City Racers. So we are quite a way down through the service window now, although we've been going at it for 2.5 hours. Normally we get these service stops done in about this time. We've still got probably 10, realistically 10 more
15.
to do as well. So it's going to be about 3 hours this time around. For the service stops to finish, but yeah, it's going to be a benefit clearly later in the race to have your service stop. Oh, and there we go. They're coming in now at 44. It's going to be a benefit later in the race to have the offset, but of course you are going to struggle because you've got to go longer on your first set of tyres.
Yeah, over 14 hours, yeah. So, way longer than what we've got left in this race.
I mean, they'll do that distance comfortably, will the fronts. I mean, the rears, we're not changing at all, so the rears will do the full 24 hours. No drama. The fronts, yeah, we do change those over, and but I mean, they'll do 24 hours on fronts normally as well. But we do change them because it's better to.
Yeah.
But particularly in the dry weather and the warmth as we've had, they will wear a lot more. But yeah, it's we change the fronts over, and so you'll get that offset anyway. Likewise, race for Ruben. Their front tyres are going to be a lot more worn at the end of this race because they'll have had them on for 3 hours longer.
Yeah, just a little bit. But as you say, more evenly spread over the course of the 24 hours. So it is a little bit of it's all sorts of crackling going on behind us.
Be louder, Rob.
Our bin's full.
Rob Borwick in the back of the commentary box.
Making a right racket.
Yeah, I think he turned us into Scrap Heap Challenge or something then, hasn't he? Rob, we've been trying to give you shout outs. No, we've not been shouting to you. We've been trying to give you shout outs. But what we're trying to do, Rob, is sell photos for you. Right, so there you go. Right, so be nice, right? The lovely people at home, and here at the track, of course. How you take how many photos roughly? In fact, Ewan, just pass Rob the headset. We'll not put him on camera, but you can come.
Well,
on
he already is on camera because the studio camera's on.
Oh, is it? Oh, there we go. All right. Well, he doesn't like being on camera in the same way that I don't like being on camera either. In the commentary box, anyway. So, Rob.
Just about see me in the corner.
Yeah. Rob, how many photos roughly, because of course it's going to be an estimation, will you take during a 24-hour period, 24-hour race?
I think last year overall in the race was about 100,000.
100,000 photos.
So far I'm tracking at about 65,000.
Okay, so Rob's been out since the start of the race, and probably before the start of the race. 65,000 photos have been taken. You will painstakingly go through all of those individually, one by one, and go, that's good, that's good, that's not, that's not, that's not, that's all right.
I do have help on that this weekend.
Yeah, no, I get that, but still, you've got to do that work to whittle them down, and then what happens?
Then I have to go through, and I'm quite lucky that the weather's staying kind of the same throughout the day, so that helps me quite a lot. So I can go, I'll sit on, say, a corner for 15-20 minutes, photograph everybody coming around. If the light doesn't change, then I can edit the first image, paste it across all of the rest of the photos, quickly flick through, check that they're good, and then move on to the next corner. So that process, I think last year, just going on that basis, I left here with about 12,000 photos that were good enough to edit, that Harry had cut down. The process then of editing those was about 2 days, and then the worst part of the job is making a folder for every single team and sorting all of those images into every single team. That takes a long time.
Okay, so you put them all into folders, you label them up with each team, which then I'm assuming they would then go through and find their own drivers. But what happens is they go to robborwickmedia.com. Thank you. robertborwickmedia.com. In fact, you can flash the badge, Stone Island style, onto the camera.
Ish. You can't see it very well.
So it's Robert, ROWIK media.com. There it is. We'll straighten it out, Rob, and then the people at home can read it. RobertBorwickMedia.com. All of the images that Rob's taken are then on that website and are able to be downloaded, I'm assuming, or put on a USB stick or whatever. And they'll pay you a fee. Which we won't go into.
Plenty of deals on there.
Plenty of deals.
Always
Great.
a deal.
Or Rob loves a deal more than Trump. He's so they can do that. They can go onto the website, download the images then for a small fee, and then they've got them for life, and they've got those mementos, and they are excellent photos as well. They will be on people's Facebook profile photos. They will be background photos on phones. They'll be mounted on walls and canvases.
Yeah, my favourite one every time I come to this track, it's pretty incredible every time for me, is as you pull into the circuit, you see the giant 18-wheeler trailer, and that has 4 of my photos, 2 on each side of it, and then wherever the 7.5-tonner truck as well is around here, and that's got them on as well.
You go, I did that.
Yeah,
I did that.
It's pretty cool.
It's like when a builder drives past houses and goes, I built that, or I put the radiators in that, I put the roof on that.
When people send in photos to the TSK-Motorsport's page, and they've kind of spotted the truck on the way to, say, Le Mans, you're kind of looking at it going, yeah, that's cool. They've noticed it because of the photos.
Yeah.
And I took those.
And I did those photos. Yeah. No, it's great.
Nice.
Right, so that's how you can get Rob's photos. They are really, really good. It's definitely worth checking out. We've got a car off at hairpin 4, which is just trying to be restarted. Possibly another one that's out of fuel. We'll keep an eye on that. See whether they can get that going again. No is the answer. I'll bet that one's out of fuel as well.
I guess that's going to need the
that's
push
going to
cart
need
out there.
Yes, the pusher will be heading round. And Rob, you've been in the game for a while. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Club 100 pusher carts?
No, I've been around motorsport for pretty much most of my life now. Photographing it for 21 years. I've only actually been around karting for 5 years.
Because was it drifting you got into beforehand?
Well, I actually grew up around drag racing.
Drag racing.
Then GTs. Then I found work. The first work I did was in drifting. So I did that for a decade. And then, since being full-time at this, since COVID, if they have an engine and they race it, I'll happily go and photograph it.
Brilliant. Okay, well, thank you for talking to us, Rob.
It's all right. Makes a change.
No, exactly. It does make a change. And the other thing as well to say is that Rob is behind the stream as well. Obviously, T-side infrastructure, financially, Rob was the mechanics behind it, if you like. I think is probably the best way.
Yeah, all the technical support.
You put all the technical support into it. If something goes wrong, we get Rob.
Pretty proud to see the numbers that it pulls in every time, and the comments where, like a sprint weekends, for example, when you've got grandparents on holiday in Greece and they can watch their grandkids still racing here and stuff. That's really nice to see.
Exactly.
And the same with events like this where people can tune in from all over the world and watch. It's really rewarding part of my job.
So now that you all know what Rob looks like because he's been on camera and you see him around the circuit, you can say thanks, Rob, as he walks past, and he'll know what you mean because you're thanking him. But just say thanks, Rob, and just leave it at that. Nothing else. Thanks, Rob. Unless you're asking him, where can I get my photos? The answer is robertborwickmedia.com.
Yeah.
And there concludes the interview.
I'm going to go back and put another memory card and head out on track again.
Enjoy.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. Lennon French has been in touch and said, can you please shout out Dan Tidwell, the best ginger driver ever? Okay. Lennon French is a former junior pro kart champion here. Has raced in the British 24-hour a couple of times, I think, as well. No, in fact, I know he's racing here a couple of times as well. Lewis Jolly has been on from Teesside Tigers and has said, just for reference, our fuel line came off the left engine and it let all the fuel come out with 5 minutes to go in the stint, so that's why they ran out. It's not just because the kart is using more fuel, so there was a technical issue for them. But while I agree, Lewis, that yours wasn't using more fuel, as you say it's not using more fuel, the stint length is shorter than normal. So something's changed somewhere.
Yeah, let us know what you think. If Lewis has any answers for us, or any other team members who are listening to.
Well, Lewis will remember that karts were easily doing an hour 45.
Last year.
Traditionally, you could do an hour and 45 comfortably in a hire and come back in, still with fuel in it, and we're not getting close to that.
No. Yeah, so it's an unusual one this year. It definitely is, but at least we know that that particular instance was not because it's just using more fuel, but the fuel line
there was
off.
a mechanical, and like you said, they were due to stop anyway in 5 minutes' time. So
yeah, if the fuel lines come off, then definitely that will be the case. Is there fierce competition, by the way, for best ginger driver ever?
Don't know. Can't think of any others off the top of my head.
No, I can't really either. Who's ginger racing driver, even in real life? Can't think of many.
I can't think of any that aren't in real life.
Well, yeah. Luke says, are lap times reflecting more fuel? Don't really know what that means. Are lap times reflecting more fuel?
Does he mean, like, are they going quicker because they're using more fuel?
Or because they're lighter, because they can carry less, which is not true either. I don't know.
No, because they've all got to come over the scales at the same weight.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I mean, we're not quicker. Is the long and short of it. We're not any quicker than last year, anyway. 12.3 is the overall best lap from an owner's. Were we in the 11s last year?
Last year's fastest lap in hires was a 19.2 by Henry Trina, which was set on lap 737.
20.3 best so far, lap 300 odd.
Which is a second a lap slower.
Yeah, so both classes roughly a second a lap slower in terms of absolute top speed.
Yes.
So that doesn't line up either.
No, it doesn't. But lap 737 puts us in, about 3 hours' time? So just as dawn is breaking. So that's the usual golden hour anyway.
Yeah.
I still don't think we're going to get close to that Apex Twin Selected Works lap of 1 minute 20.392. And the reason I say that is because only Lockwell Hill have got close to that, and Have a Go Racing. Both of them have done a 1 minute 20.6. So that Apex Twin Selected Works kart has gone 0.2 of a second quicker than anybody else has gone throughout the race, and most of them, and those two, that Lockwell Hill won, and who did I say, Have a Go Racing with the one, both in the 120.6s, they're another 0.3 faster than anybody else has gone as well. So, yeah, bit of an outlier, that Apex Twin Selected Works lap, to the point where I'm wondering, is it genuine?
I can believe it.
I'm not trying to put Apex Twin Selected Works down at all. They're a great team. And we know Pete Byers is absolutely rapid because he set the fastest lap at Le Mans. So he's trying very hard to win 2 pots over 2 months for the same for the same fastest lap award. But yeah, 1 minute 20.392. By comparison, Race for Ruben's fastest lap is half a second slower than that. Core Blimey Racing 113, who have got some very, very quick drivers in there, their fastest lap is 0.6 of a second slower.
It's a big gap, isn't it?
It's a big gap.
But also,
if it was a tenth or a tenth and a half, even 0.2, I'd go, yeah, okay. But that's a big gap.
It is. But have we also seen, in the same vein, have we also seen Apex Twin Selected Works actually getting anywhere close to their own best? I've not seen them do a 20 when I've been here.
Well, they've just put in a 121 flat.
That's 0.6 away.
It is 0.6 away, but that's not bad.
Oh, no. I couldn't do that.
It's a very quick lap. That's the quickest lap out there last time around. And they've just done another 1 minute 20 dead as well. So consistent with it.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
121.5, a 22.3, 22.1, 22.4, 22.1, 20.9, 22 dead, 22.3, 21.3, 21.2, 21 dead, 21 dead, 21 dead. So they did a pit stop on lap 550, and it's taken the driver 10 laps. But once he's hit then 10 laps, he's then gone 21-2, 21 dead, 21 dead, 21 dead.
Pretty consistent in that part. Yeah, no, I can believe that.
It took a while to get up to speed.
Yeah, I can believe that lap time, certainly. That was certainly about around the right time in the day, about just after lap 300, which would have been just before sunset, about 8 o'clock last night, when those times would have been coming in just over lap 300. Lots of best lap times been set in the 300s and 400s, so yeah, I can absolutely believe that. Now, thanks for the suggestion, Luke, but no, lap times are not significantly different, I think, is the conclusion that we can come to at the end of that.
Leo Jackson asking what's Piston Head's best time? Where are the Piston Heads?
Piston Heads are number 96. They're 48th overall. Their best time is a 1:21.409. Last time did a 21.7, which
that was only 2 laps ago, that 1:21.4.
Oh, well spotted. Yeah, that was. So they've got a quickest drive in. Well, I was going to say that was quicker than the next 4 carts in front before you get up to Speedy and Squirrelberg, who just come into the pit lane. They would have been on low fuel. So, but
and
yeah,
those 4 carts in front are all on the same lap as well.
Yep, only 10 seconds up to CBR, which is the next cart. So Piston Head's going rather well. And no, Chris Pedlingham isn't doing it by himself again. Instead, we've got Gracie Mitchell doing it by herself. The 24-hour attempt for this year. What lap's she on now?
She is currently on lap 577.
Right.
She is in front of Race for Ruben by 9 laps. So for me, that's the target. That's par. Is
stay in
front of all of the hire carts by as many laps as you can. In fact, I'm going to have a look at how many laps in front of the hires Pedals finished last year. Just and use that.
I think
more of a par.
I think he did finish.
Oh, he did. Yeah,
in
front of all the hires. Yeah, but I'm just wondering how far he finished in front of them. So give me a second. I'm just scrolling through. So, Pedals finished. Where has he gone? I can't find him.
For those asking, by the way, Gracie Mitchell on just about to complete that 578. Just come past our commentary box window now, actually, in one of those owners' carts. On this latest stint, been out there for nearly half an hour since a bit of a break a couple of moments ago as she is taking at these pit stops. Understandably so as well, with the heavy workload of doing a 24-hour race on your own.
I can't find him.
How?
I don't know.
Are you looking at 2024?
Yeah. I needed 1,000.
1004.
Oh, hang on, 1,004 laps. Oh, right, okay. 44th overall, so he didn't finish in front of all the hires.
No. We both Mandela affected that.
Yeah, 23rd overall for Race for Ruben. They won it last year overall in hires and in higher elites as well. So they were. We had 22. We had 22 that were in front of the hires, or more than 22 owner entries. How many? We did shout out Boneheads earlier on, who were very happy with themselves that they completed more than the 290 laps that they did last year. RBF Spitfires last year did 972 laps, and they are currently in the pits and have been for 50 minutes, and they've done 499 laps, so it looks like that isn't going to be beaten this year. But yes, so 44th overall last year for pedals, 1,004 laps, and the Race for Rubens did 1,021 laps.
Right. Okay.
But so with that, if you put it that way,
She's doing very well.
she's doing great, because she's 9 laps in front of Race for Ruben
Yeah.
at the minute.
And I just calculated as well, by the way, because we're getting towards the end of another half hour, that at current pace, and this is a slight underestimation actually, but she's on pace to do 960 laps as things stand. Considering we missed an hour for effectively, this is a 23-hour race effectively, that's a very, very good pace. That is on pace to break 1,000, because that's exactly 40 laps an hour, which is exactly what Chris Pedlingham did. He did 42.
He did 42 laps.
42 laps an hour,
the previous record was what? How many laps did you say she was going to do?
An underestimation, a low estimate would be 960 at the moment.
Well, the previous record was 967.
Right. Okay. But this estimate's still going up and up and up, because I've calculated it divided by 14.5.
Right.
Because we've had that so far. But the 14.5 we've had is going to be slower than the 9.5 we're about to have. If that makes sense.
Right, you're doing maths, you,
Sorry.
at half 2 in the morning, and I can't do maths at any time of the day. Well,
I've got to keep
never
myself
mind
alert
this time.
for the next 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Somehow.
So you can do it with maths.
I will.
Just
Keep my
don't-
brain active.
Yeah, just don't involve me in it.
Okay.
So contact warning as well for Apex Twin Selected Works. So going very quickly, but another one that's going very quickly, and also getting told off for it, for the way that they're going very quickly. Where were we up to with? Oh yeah, so Gracie, right? So 967 was the previous record, so she could still break what was the previous record, but is still behind the game for the 1,004 laps.
Yeah,
However, like we say though, she's still well in front of Race for Ruben at the front of the higher elites.
I think, though, with tiredness in the next 9.5, they will catch up, won't they?
Yeah,
I would
and
say. 9 laps actually isn't very long when you...
I've just seen her come into that. Yes, the neck's already starting to go. I can see it as she came through Barbecue Bend that we're looking at. Her neck's already going. I'm going to have a look at her coming through.
Yeah, see for hairpin 1, actually.
Through hairpin 1, not too bad, because that's a left-hander. Through the right-hander of hairpin 2, she's struggling.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a quick look coming through. now with the neck, so I'll bring you an update on that in a minute. I'm just going to have a quick chat with Kev off air.
It's very secretive. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Gracie Mitchell, of course, but an incredible effort to be going 24 hours solo here at Teesside in the British 24-hour.
Yeah, so she's going to need some help now, I think, in that respect. As we said, last year, neck brace was the first thing for pedals. Then he was gaffer taped into place, such was the extent. But she's starting to struggle now. I mean, it's not surprising, really, with the amount of time that she's done behind the wheel of the car. But
14 and a half hours so far. That's good going by anyone's standards.
yeah, incredible effort. And she will go and go and go and go. That's not a problem. But the problem now is the neck has already gone. I can see it. It's not good. And we're probably 3-4 hours away from where it went with pedals. So she's going to need some help. And that's not a problem. There are plenty of people here who are more than willing to help her get through this situation. And by the situation, I mean the attempt at the 24-hour record, but also the next situation.
Yeah.
Everybody's supporting her here, so whatever anybody can do to help, I'm sure will be greatly appreciated. I did say during my interview with Gracie, in fact, that we'll see whether Toby can bring that up. Toby, we got the interview with Gracie. Yeah, let's get that on. And so thank you for joining us, Gracie. Gracie is currently out on the circuit, but we filmed this on Friday. Just a quick chat to go through why we're doing this attempt. So it's a nightmare scenario, Gracie,
Yeah.
is this. It really is. It's absolutely unthinkable. What has brought you to this decision of madness to come and do the 24-hour solo?
Yeah, well, obviously, I think it was last year when Chris had obviously broke the record again. And literally, I remember on the way home from that weekend, me and my dad was just kind of talking about it. And I just impulsively said, I reckon I could try and give it a go, really. And obviously, we looked into it, we did a bit of research, and actually noticed that no female had even attempted to do it either. So not only have we applied to do the overall, which is obviously set by Chris at the moment with 1,004 laps. I'm also going for the female solo. Obviously the record itself, quote unquote, is greatest distance travelled as a solo in a 24-hour kart race that's outdoor. So obviously that's what I'm going to be going for. It'd be great if obviously I can achieve both of them. I feel obviously my preparation is definitely going to assist me in achieving that. But I think it's still going to be nice to kind of set that female record as well to encourage maybe others to attempt it.
And what are we doing this for? Are we raising money for charity?
Yeah, so obviously the charity that we've chosen to do this year, obviously it's quite personal, close to myself. Obviously we're doing it for Ange. Ange and her husband Bobby used to run obviously still do, the BPEC championship, which I used to compete in when I was a bit more present on the pro car endurance scene. Sadly, Ange had passed away, and I just thought it was really nice to kind of carry on that British Heart Foundation charity and raising awareness for it, like carry on the legacy obviously from what Chris did previously. So that's obviously what we've chosen to do.
It's definitely a cause that's very, very close to us all here that have been in and around the BPEC paddock and the Pro Kart paddock as well. So really, really worthy cause, and yeah, thank you for doing it. So 1,004 laps is the record.
Yeah.
Do we think that's achievable? Are we going for it 100%?
I'm definitely going to go for it, obviously.
Great.
I think, as we all know, endurance racing, never mind 24-hour kart races, you know, they're so unpredictable. There's loads of variables that can affect the result, you know.
Not least of which 86
weather.
karts on track.
Yeah, exactly, you know. The hires, they're very heavy, you know. If you do have a collision, it can cause a bit of damage. So it is going to be dependent on obviously, you know, how I'm feeling within myself, weather, because as you know, rains, you're going slower, less laps, and even just like my own tiredness, and mechanicals is another big thing that's quite unpredictable as well.
Well, that brings us on to the next question, which is how much practice have you done and what's the preparation been like?
Yeah, so obviously there's been different aspects of training that I've had to look at, not only the physical side, but the likes of your nutrition. So for my physical, the gym, multiple times a week. Obviously I've got Ange and Dave Burns, who I actually train with a couple of times a week. Just upping that training's been really important.
And what's the gym sessions been like? What have you been working on in the gym?
Obviously splitting it up so that overall every week I am,
Recovering.
Training.
And recovering.
And recovering obviously, but training
Yeah.
like my whole body, because as we know, karting is so much more physical than what people think, even obviously from my neck, the arms, the core, the back, the legs, you know, it's all important to include. So they've been really helpful with helping me improve that and supporting me on like guidance on what to do with supported coaching sessions, and also implementing more cardio as well, because as you know, it's not only strength, it's your heart being able to actually keep up with.
It's called endurance racing for a reason.
Supplying obviously your muscles with that oxygen as best as it can for as long as it can is obviously going to be really important.
During the race, obviously, while this goes out, you're going to be on track out there. So, what's the situation for the race? How are you hydrating yourself and eating? Have you got a plan in place for all of that?
Yeah,
How's
so
that gonna
obviously,
work?
we've all prepped like pre-made, you know, like pasta pots. I think obviously pasta is going to be the main.
A lot of carbs.
Yeah, a lot of carbs.
Yeah.
Carb loading has been a big thing, and obviously using energy gels as well. But we're looking to use them later on in the race. You know, the last 6 hours or so, because I don't want to be relying on them the whole time.
Do you want to know what my preparation was when
Go
I
on.
used to do a stint?
Yeah.
I used to take 2 ibuprofen, 2 paracetamol, and a can of Red Bull.
Oh, see, Red Bull makes me tired.
I don't
actually couldn't
think
do that.
that's
I don't
going to
know
be
how, but yeah.
anything remotely close to what you're going to
But
be
yeah,
doing. So.
and then obviously hydration's a big thing as well. Using hydration tablets, just things like that. Just small but regular. You know, I don't want to fill myself up too
Little
much
and
to the point
often, yeah.
where I'm just feeling like I'm going to be sick.
Exactly.
Obviously, I don't want to be overhydrating to the point where I'm needing the toilet every 2 seconds. Obviously, but just having that right balance and just keeping them topped up, because as you know, as soon as you're hungry, as soon as you're dehydrated, it's really
It's
hard
already too late.
to bring it back up.
Correct, right.
So yeah.
So we've got QR codes on the cart, which I'm sure we'll be able to see. QR codes on the cart, and they're also dotted around the track, so
Yeah.
people can use those links that are on the QR codes. And what they'll do is, the first one actually takes you to all of your socials, so
Yes.
we're well covered in that respect. But the second one is actually, it takes you to your own personal online shop.
Yeah.
And what we should let people know is that all the profits that are raised from this weekend from the shop, that everything's going to the British Heart Foundation, so well worth getting involved with that. We've also got some giveaways here at the track as well, so we've got buckets dotted around the track as well that are going to be raising money,
Yeah.
but we've also got, for larger donations, we've got some croc badges
Yeah,
as well.
we've got croc badges and water bottles. So I can't exactly remember the exact value, but I know that you will be able to find them around. I can imagine like the reception, the cafe and whatnot.
Anybody that gives a larger donation
Yeah.
is going to get a
They
croc
can just
badge.
get one.
Yeah.
So it's just a nice little
I love
way
it. I
to
think it's a
make-
brilliant idea.
It's like I think it's just different ways that people can donate, you know. Some people might just be the case of a bit of spare change in the buckets that obviously will be around, or online, the GoFundMe page that I've got set up. I believe links to that can be found on the second QR code, which is obviously to the link tree of all my socials.
Yeah.
If it's not on there, it's definitely in my link in bio on Instagram and Facebook, which you can find me at Gracie Mitchell Racing. So that's another way. And then obviously, like you mentioned, the merch page, croc badges, water bottles. It's just, you know, there's all sorts of ways that people can get involved.
Brilliant, and every penny counts as
Definitely,
well. So whatever you can afford to donate, please donate. So let's wrap up with talking about some of the other things that you're doing when you're not trying to, break yourself in a 24-hour
Yeah.
kart race solo. What else are we doing? Yesterday, for example, where were we? What were we doing?
I was at Anglesey driving their 4. Obviously, Sean Goff from Optimum Motorsport had invited us along, gave us the opportunity to test that. And it was a great day, first time in that car, first time at the track, really good progress, really enjoyed it.
How did you find the car?
It was really good actually, I
Yeah.
really enjoyed it.
Compared
hoping-
to, let's just compare it to an Iberian supercar in a Ginetta G55, which you also do,
Yeah.
and then let's compare that to the Fun Cup that you also do, and then also karting at Le Mans. So,
Yeah.
are
There's
you
a-
the
there's a
busiest
lot of-
woman in motorsport
I know,
at the
it's
minute?
obviously, it's been quite difficult to just try and tie everything in, focusing on my own career side of motorsport and the commitments I've got with that. Obviously, Iberian Supercar Series with Tockard Motorsport for that as well. We're halfway through the season with that, and I think we're sitting around top 3. It's a bit complicated because there's like a championship for the Spanish rounds, championship for the Portuguese rounds, championship for both. But the team's great. We've got a really strong foundation that we've obviously built upon with the first half of the season, and then obviously the single seaters. We're just kind of keeping our hand in with that as well, as obviously my kind of medium-term, long-term goal while I'm in that age range. F1 Academy, which obviously is single-seater. It's effectively just an F4 car. I don't think there's much difference, if at all. So obviously, hopefully next year, getting that budget, which obviously I am looking for sponsors.
Which is
support me.
the main goal is get to F1 Academy
Get on
and
that
then
global stage.
see where we can go
Yeah.
from there. Well, you've certainly got the talent and you've certainly got the personality for it as
Thank
well.
you.
So, really, really good luck with the race. We hope it goes really well for you and everything with your future career as well. It's been
Thank
lovely
you
to
so
talk
much.
to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And that was our the chat that I had with Gracie on Friday. She comes across really well. She's a smart cookie. I think it's fair to say. As we covered there, she drives a lot of different vehicles and races in a lot of different championships and things like that. Gets behind the wheel of everything, all gaining experience that will help her future career. And this is going to be a big thing that I don't think she'll ever forget.
Certainly not. No.
As long as she lives doing the 24-hour solo. It's a challenge I don't think she'll ever want to repeat either.
No, maybe not, no. I've just revised the calculation, by the way. The estimate's gone up by 2 laps. Just
It's
in
962
the last half
now.
an hour, 962 now. But, this is what I mean about it fluctuates every time I do it, because depending on whether in between one calculation and the next she's had a pit stop or not, the number goes up or down, so that will continue to fluctuate around. As I say, I reckon if she gets within 42 or so of 1,004, which is what, 962, you can almost say, well, it's on pace to do it, but an hour and 9 red flag has rather taken away the chance to take the record. But obviously, it's still a very long way to go for it to keep at a 962 sort of speed.
Yeah, and I've actually messaged Mark while we were, that video was playing, to say that she needs a little bit of help. I think she needs a little bit of help with her neck. But we'll see. He hasn't read it yet, so I'll if he hasn't read it by the time I finish in about 15 minutes time, I'll see if I can collar him. But in fairness, he's probably having a kip. Oh, Ross is back. Hi, Ross. Never heard you come in. He's chomping on a Jaffa cake.
Yeah.
There's more stuff over here. We've got donuts and flapjacks and mini muffins and mini millionaire shortbreads that were all donated by Team Bonato. So big shout to them, as always.
And sugar ring donuts, did you say donuts?
Sugar ring donuts, although they're not the most sugary of sugar ring donuts. They're more just like
Low fat.
donuts.
High energy, low fat.
I'm fine, thanks, Ross.
No, all right, thanks.
Um,
I don't like muffins.
What do you like, Ewan? You don't like TV, you don't like film, you don't like muffins.
I don't like
But
cake.
all this one, Albert Fields.
Don't like cake either.
Cake? How can
no.
you not like cake?
It's just dry and grim.
Well, only if you have dry cake. If you get moist
Oh,
cake,
no,
you can't say
every
that, so.
sponge is just dry.
There's definitely something wrong with you. How can anybody not like cake?
There's definitely something wrong
There's
with
so
you.
many different types of cake.
Yeah, well, I like a cheesecake.
Oh, a cake of cheese.
Yeah, which is not, it's not a
It's
cake.
not,
or
that's not
it's
proper cake, is it? Way! We've got
Whoa!
four carts have suddenly decided to spin around at hairpin
someone's
one.
stuck.
And then one's decided to try and recover and has got themselves beached on the inside at hairpin one as well. So didn't quite make it to hairpin two before they then thought that's going to get brought around, refired. And Jean-Claude Van Sam is still in the workshop.
Gracie's in pit lane, but after 50 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's a fatigue thing. And
Yeah.
we'll
Checking out which
we'll
was
keep
that?
an eye on that.
Someone getting rolled off the mechanics bay there. That cart that was stuck at hairpin one is now underway again. So we are green all around again. Still carts going for service, by the way. That's TSK-Motorsport now, who are the latest to have to do their service. They are currently running TSK-Motorsport. Where are they? At 77th overall. So we may still have about 10 or so more carts to come into service. And then finally, the mechanics will be done servicing people at just after 3 in the morning. Huge effort from them.
Yeah, as we said, they'll be there right the way through until the end of the 24 hours. In fact, a bit beyond that as well, because they'll be tidying up and packing away and getting the carts away and all sorts of stuff as well. So, yeah, very busy time, and they certainly earn their money. So just having a look at some lap times as well that drivers were doing in the owner class. So MS Soco Select, they set their personal best lap on lap 512, and they were only less than a tenth off MS Urban Blue's personal best at lap 12. I think that was when they put fresh tyres on. There's Gracie's car now. So the car seems to be fine, just having a bit of a fettle. A
bit of a service, just the usual. It's the good thing if you're a mechanic for Gracie, by the way, is no rush really. I was down pit lane earlier on for some of the teams who were in the race, obviously for the win. It's absolute carnage when one of those leading carts comes in for a tyre change or something. There's people screaming, running all over the place. People nearly getting knocked over by whoever it is coming into the pit lane. It's absolute mayhem.
Organised chaos. Right,
Barely
so
organised.
Gracie's there, having a sit down at the moment.
Yeah. Now, are they...
As I say, I've messaged Mark, but I don't think he's ready yet.
Have they already had the same idea?
Maybe. There's definitely some work going on there, isn't there?
Yep.
Let's see if the camera can move around a little bit and see if we can get a shot of what's actually going on.
That's what I mean earlier on about it's going to be difficult even to stay in front of the...
There's definitely some work going on around the shoulders and the neck, isn't there?
I think they're doing exactly what you were saying about the... Or are they? Yeah, that's a neck thing going on, isn't it? Is it?
I don't know. It might have been coming off.
Yeah, maybe.
Ah, I think there's like muscle tape going on.
Ah, yes. Another good idea.
I think there's going to be muscle tape and possibly like an ice pack or something like that. Going to be applied some cold spray.
I hope mentally that the sun sort of starting to appear in the next hour or two is going to be a...
There's gel.
Yeah.
There's gel going on. Definitely. So that'll be a muscle gel.
Yeah, this is all next
I'd imagine this would be a cooling gel. And I'll bet there's some muscle tape going on as well. But I still think a neck brace would be the easiest thing to do. A big spongy neck brace, like the really old-fashioned, for want of a better phrase, the Billy neck brace. I think that's going to be a better idea because it's just going to take the pressure off having to use that muscle or that group of muscles on her right-hand side of her neck to be able to hold it up.
Still, it looks very clean. The kart not getting involved in any incidents at the very least, which is a absolute must. Going on an event like this. I wonder maybe she's just had some coffee given to her there. Actually, I don't know whether that's for a mechanic or crazy. Anyway, still sat down and just gathering herself before going back out there onto the circuit again.
Right, so just going to wait for MS Lucas to tick over the line because the timing system, because of the way it works, it's showing them a lap down and the gap is 1 lap, but I don't think that's fully correct.
It might
when
be.
they tick over the line in a few seconds' time, there we go. It is a full lap down, so they're a lap and a bit down. They're about a lap and a half now then.
Yeah.
Behind MS Soco Select, such as their pace at the minute. They're doing 1:13.5 last time around. The only others in the 1:13s were MSJDR. They did a 1:13.1. Everybody else is in the 14s and 15s. So MS Soco Select, Connor Lucas behind the wheel of that, currently lapping at least a second quicker than anybody else out there at the moment, with the exception of MSJDR, who pump in another 1:13.7. So they matched Soco Select that time around, who also did a 1:13.7. So they're quick, I think it's safe to say, Soco Select at the moment. But likewise, MSJDR. So they are 24 seconds behind Paragon Motorsport. That's a battle that's raged for the whole race. Paragon, 433 JDR, and 15 Urban Blue. They're currently 4th, 5th, and 6th because MS Urban Orange are leading the Owner Pro class in 3rd overall. But they've... Oh, there we go.
Here comes Gracie again.
And there is a neck brace on. It's not the type I was talking about. It's more. That's more of a harness than one of the spongy type ones that you can just rest your head on. Ooh,
cool.
I've got a bit of dicey coming out of the pits. But yeah. So MS Urban Orange, they're now in the pits once again. That will be their, well, it's showing the 10th stop, so they're going to cycle down
11th, I think.
Possibly behind Paragon Motorsport. We'll see whether whether Paragon can come through and retake the lead in Owner Pro. KBR leading Owner Clubman from SKA, but they're 3 laps in front now of KBR. And then we have DWS2, who are also in the pits at the moment. They are a further 3 laps behind. So, owner clubman, with the exception of JSR2, AMC Racing, and JDR2, who are currently separated by 7 seconds, there's not a lot happening in owner clubman. The fight really is in owner pro, which, although at the moment is separated by, a lap, 2 laps, that'll all come back together again, I think, with the pace that MS-JDR are showing. MS Urban Blue a bit off the pace at the moment, but expect that to and fro, and they will yo-yo back towards the front of that class. MS Urban Orange, I think, the same for them. They're going pretty quick at the moment, but they're in the pits, and they will then yo-yo down in the opposite direction. That's my prediction anyway. Paragon have been pretty consistent, have JDR, and Paragon and JDR have been pretty much nose to tail for how long have we been racing? 15 hours.
Yeah, getting on for 15 hours. Yeah.
They've not been separated by much, those 2 teams.
There goes Paragon just past pit lane. MS Urban Orange just getting out of pit lane just before they get there. So that will be the gap in Owners Pro. But Paragon Motorsport have been out there for 25 minutes already on this stint. And MS Urban Orange have only just come in. Over an hour and 20, by the way, for 1-2-5. Quite a long way, quite a long stint.
And just as we approach the 9-hour mark, that brings to an end already my 6-hour stint.
Does it feel like already?
It does feel like already. It went by very quickly, to be honest, 6 hours. But yeah, so I'm going to hand over to Ross McIntyre. I will be back on around about 9 a.m. You're on till 6 and then you're done. Is that
both in real terms and proverbially?
Yes. Is done, is Ewan. And then Ross, you're on until I come back in at 9, and then it's myself and David will take you through to the end of the race as well. So yes, please keep your comments coming in on YouTube. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for watching. The numbers are dropping a little bit now, but that's to be expected at this time of the morning. There's a lot of people sleeping, and we'll see them ramp up probably around about 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning as people start to wake up and tune back in again. So thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for keeping us entertained in the comments. Thank you for driving the content as well that we bring to you, as the drivers out on circuit are driving the content that we bring to you also.
It's a content,
see what I did there?
It's a content circle.
It's drivers driving the content being driven. Right, and with that, I'm off. Bye, everybody. I'll see you at 9 a.m.
That will be Tom Butworth joining David Sullivan for the final few hours of the race. Myself, Ian Lee, Ross McIntyre will be with you to sunrise this morning. Very good morning to everybody who's sticking with us at this time in the day. Because, it's it's very, very early on in the morning, just about 3 o'clock here at Teesside. I will just run through the standings in the hires. So basically just did one for owners with Tom there. So I will run through the running order for the hires now. Race for Ruben leading the way overall in hires by 2 laps now. Head of the Apex Twin Selected Works team. They're actually leading in the hires pro class. That's ahead of BGMD by a lap. Then Lockrow Hill, another 40 seconds further behind them. Then you have to get all the way down here to get to the next higher elite leaders. Second and third, ABC Racing and Core Blimey Racing are only, well, no, they're 2 laps apart, I should say, but they are second and third in the elites. Then in club, Newmarket Hornets are leading, only by 5 seconds though, over MFP Interceptors. Just gone over the line actually the last couple of moments, so we'll maybe try and pick them up at some point in the next few moments. Third place is a long way back. Quick Finishers Racing, another 3 laps back. And then the leaders in the rookie class, Barry Wacky Racers leading the way. That's a very congested part of the field there as well. Have a go racing in the spirit of Formula Karting. Round out the top three there. In the rookies, as the final bits of service is now being completed just after 3 in the morning here. Apex Predators and Chukta Racing. I think Tom was trying to teach me how to pronounce that yesterday afternoon, and I've forgotten. But yes, Chukta and Apex Predators. I think that leaves us only maybe with one more kart. Mild Runnings, maybe the only ones who... Oh no, Mild Runnings have been in as well. I think those literally are the last two. So the service will now be done just after 3 in the morning. Good morning to Ross McIntyre. Did you sleep?
No. I
Oh, no.
I tried, but I think I gave up about 1 o'clock and ended up just, I watched the NASCAR highlights and then carried on watching the race from a car. Yeah, hello, good morning, Ewan. Hope you've had a good 3 hours so far. Big thank you for the introduction. Big thank you to Tom as well. Of course, you have the misfortune of being stuck with me for the next 6 hours until 9 o'clock. And it will be David and Tom taking you to the end of the British 24 here at Teesside. And, well, I must say I do apologise for getting my maths wrong earlier on, because I thought the MS Soco 43 was going to be around about now when they were getting back into the league conversation, but they're already sitting pretty a lap in front. The pace on that car has been absolutely phenomenal. And, yeah, just incredible performance from them after their issues early on in the race, despite that early lead that they had. But we are really getting in to the most difficult part of the race, I'd argue. The real, not the early hours, but getting into the later part of the nights, and everybody's tired. You know, everyone's desperate for the sun to come up, because then they know they're in the final phases of the race. It's just about keeping your head down and hitting your marks, but it is so tricky. And we saw out there, of course, with Gracie Mitch, you know, getting the harness, getting the muscle tape put on. Yes, maybe she's an extreme example, doing the whole race by herself. She's going to be physically ruined at the end of this weekend, but every single one of these drivers will be feeling the fatigue at this point.
I feel like this is the proper sort of middle part of the night, to be honest with you. In that, you know, 3 in the morning, I mean, doesn't get much worse than this, I don't think, in terms of the actual nighttime running here. So, yeah, I think this is the most difficult part in the race. I don't think we're anywhere near towards the end of the night just yet. Maybe it's wishful thinking on our part. But when we start to see the first, you know, signs of daylight up ahead of us, I'm not sure actually what the official sunrise time is. I don't know if you can remember.
Not a clue, unfortunately.
No? 5:32 was the...
Really?
Yeah, why?
That's quite early. I thought it would be a bit
August.
later. Yeah, I know, but still.
And the UK. It's living in the UK.
Yeah, true.
You know, globe and all that.
I don't do geography.
In the well, maybe you've not spent as much time awake in the middle of the night as I do these days, but in June, is it the longest day of the day is in June, isn't it, somewhere?
June, July time, I think, yeah.
I think it's the end of June. You barely see daylight. You know, obviously it does get dark on the longest day, but, you know, the sky is actually very light for 2, 3 in the morning, and you start to see daylight appearing before 4. So sunrise will be at 5:32. That's when it will be properly light again. We'll properly be able to see what we're doing. I reckon we'll be able to see pretty good what we're doing by 5, pretty comfortably here. So, yeah, sun's going to rise very, very early. We're nowhere near. We are towards the back end of the night a little bit, but you know, this is where the tiredness really starts to fit in. Because as I say, it's, you know, relatively normal, especially on a Saturday, for someone to be awake maybe at midnight, 1 a.m., whatever. You're up watching whatever's on Saturday night TV. I don't know, and that's not unusual. This is the, you know, this is where it gets difficult now. Just after 3 o'clock, some people haven't been to bed yet. It's yeah, this is the tough point in the race. This is the middle of the night, and these are the graveyard shifts for these drivers who are doing them at the moment. They're long stints in the night, and at this time of night, especially, I feel as well, you can't quite see the end in sight yet. I know that we're over halfway. The hours to go is 1 digit rather than 2, which is a big thing, getting below 10 hours. But I, in my mind, it's still dark overhead. You've still got almost an endless amount of time to go in front of you.
I feel like the term mental torture might be a bit too far, but certainly the fact that you know that you're this deep into night and you've still got just under 9 hours left to go, it is still going to play a factor. As we've got that's a car off there, it looks like, into the wiggle section, or coming out of the wiggle section, should I say, trying to get it started again. Can't quite tell where that is from here, but yellow flag's waving, as you can see in your picture. You can just see to the left of the marshal, a small dot of a driver's helmet. Looks like the left engine's conked out to me from how he's gesturing at something, but we'll stay with local yellows for the time being. No, we are going full course yellow.
Whoa.
Wow then, okay. Looks like I'm a good luck charm in terms of getting the field bunched up, and that is a big shot with 8 hours and 52 minutes left to go. With that car stranded there in the wiggle section, is well off the racing line, but it looks like they just can't get going again, so we are going to be bunching the field up. Of course, most people split by a couple of laps, but if we do get a proper full course yellow, everyone comes back together into one unit, that's going to create a bit more chaos when we get racing again.
The MS Soco Select Car 43 should be the one slowing down. I don't see them slowing down at the moment, though, unless they're just not in vision for us yet. No, that's them there, and they're certainly not going walking pace at the moment, so they want to get round and get into pit lane, I would imagine, but at the moment they are not slowing down particularly as the leaders. MS Urban Blue are into pit lane, so are the leaders in the Owners Clubman class. The KBR team, number 77, already in pit lane. That's 3 going in pit lane in one go there. That will be a queue down at the fuel bay, so it's probably full now and not worth coming in. But where is 43, and why aren't they slowing down quite? They're sort of in a group here now, in with some of the others, as they duck and dive around, coming into pit lane. Yeah, so 43 is actually caught up to a cart in front. They've come past pit lane now, and they won't come in for fuel, but they're going quite at a speed. That green flag run, by the way, was 6 hours and 58 minutes long. Unless we get a very, very, very long run after this, then that will be our longest of the race. We'll see, though.
Yeah, it looks to be one of the TRX carts, I think it was, that's had that issue. They are on the back of the quad trolley, as you would have just seen. So don't think it'll be the longest full course yellow. So there is a bit of bunch up in the field happening further ahead. Again, we were expecting the 43 Soco kart, the leader, to slow down, but he was pretty happy to keep on trucking. Don't know if the clerk of the course will have any words to say about that one. But we are getting a bit of bunching up elsewhere in the pack. Just waiting to see. So we've kind of got one main group forming.
2 groups, really.
Yeah, and then there's a secondary, slightly smaller group about half a lap behind. So we'll just wait to see how it's going to change in that one. Again, we've also seen full course yellows end when drivers are round the bottom end of the circuit, nowhere near the start-finish line. So the precedent has been set. You don't have to be crossing the start-finish line to go green again. It can just come at the drop of a hat. So that could be something to keep our eyes on. But once again, we've got this field bunching up. We've got owner carts and hire carts neck and neck. As I can see the 22 Paragon kart giving a nudge to a hire cart in front. Don't want to get an ABC warning for that. I doubt they will. We are under full course yellow, of course, but still, just saying maybe let's get a bit more of a move on, going a bit too slowly. Want to try and keep some sort of heat in my tyres and brakes.
Green flag.
Yeah, we are back under green straight away, so that was very quick. The kart has been recovered and we're going racing again as we come across the start-finish line. No idea where the race leader, the 42, is. Actually, he's just coming across the start-finish line now by the looks of things, I believe, or he's in about...
they're already gone, sorry.
No, they have already gone, yeah, you're right. So the 42 is somewhere further up the road. Everybody else, though, again, squabbling for position. So we do have not as an extreme of a bunch as we saw with some of our earlier full-course yellows, as it looks to be the 276 that's brought back into pit lane, but still some bunch up and still opportunity for maybe some high carts to make their way through, and still problems for the owner drivers as they'll try and side their way through the traffic.
So 42 was stuck in that larger train that was actually going a bit slower. 43 was in a smaller one and actually gained a bit of time on 42 that time round. Neither of them came into pit lane. In fact, none of the top 5 in the owners division came into pit lane, and none of those competing for victory in elite or pro land, as it were. MS Urban Orange and Paragon Motorsport, though, were bunched up together, and they are about to come across the line. There goes Paragon. Was that triple one? Sorry, it might have been triple one as they come across the line now. So we'll try and spot number 11 coming past the pit lane here, if possible, but it's going to be very difficult. MS Urban Orange do go through there, and Paragon go through as well. not very far apart. 2.5 seconds between the two, and only 4 seconds further back for MSJDR. It is closed up between the top 3 in the Owners Pro Division after that 6th full course yellow of the race.
So the 276 we saw there coming into the pits, going up on the jacks. The 46 getting called in for service. So maybe all of our services aren't quite done yet.
Maybe not.
So a few more still to come in, so they'll get called in and have a quick check around. Of course, a mandatory delay before they're allowed to head back out onto the track, so it's no unfair advantage to anyone. But yeah, the 276 TRX Motorsport Pro hire kart coming in. It's either Joshua Pounds or Liam Tricker behind the wheel of that one when it went off. Unfortunately, they've both got the exact same overalls and the exact same helmets. You can't quite tell. But either way, they'll come and get a check over. Hopefully, everything will be okay. The 116 a contact warning as well. So getting pretty dicey out there here in the early hours. Coming up to 3:15 in British summertime here at Teesside. So very much in the darkness here. And again, with everyone getting bunched up, not surprised we're going to be seeing a few more contact warnings as people jostle their way for position. 46 service flag as well. So yeah, maybe still a couple more yet to come in for service. I don't think there's any major difference if you come in earlier or later for your service, to be brutally honest. Apart from maybe if you're getting a bit tired, just gives you that short, sharp couple of minutes break where you can hop out of the car, have a drink, run to the toilet, sort yourself out before you head back onto the circuit. So it is still the 43 that leads. A couple of moves being made. The number 6 straight through crew, they've dropped 3 positions. They're down to 63rd overall amidst that chaos, but I believe they may have swung into the pit lane. Up at the front of the pack, though, everybody in the top 29 all staying in place as the quad is making its way back out onto the circuit. Is that just trying to get somewhere more useful, or is there another stranded cart somewhere?
We'll find out, I guess. Paragon Motorsport certainly closing in for that first play. Oh, look at that.
3 wheels. Nice.
Do they know they're on camera there? I guess probably. Someone's been in the tyres down at the mountain section again. Or just after the mountain section, actually, this is. And coming onto the back straight. So trying to use the fact that the field is not bunched up here to put the tyres back into position once again. That's not the first time these tyres have been dislodged in the last 3 hours, I've got to say. And the yellow flag does now wave there. That will wave for the leaders, by the way. The owners' leaders, who are just coming past that section at the moment, and they will be coming through there in just a short while. Pick up one tyre with one arm, and where's he going to throw it? Let's bring it, maybe even bring it into the pit lane.
Free tyre if anyone wants it. Don't think it will fit on these things.
Maybe not.
But it's slightly too big. Just seen that Bradley Philpott's listing in his car at the moment. He pulled a double stint earlier today. He's now on the way to Rowra as well.
Where the hell's that? What's that?
The proper northwest of Cumbria, near Whitehaven. I mean proper top end of the Lake District.
Wow.
Yeah, lovely, lovely circuit if you've never been. Always a great race whenever any kart or even bikes, they go around there sometimes. Always great when that turns up, as there's a big kick of dust going up into hairpin number 1. But kudos to Brad Philpott at 3:15 in the morning after a double stint. He's still listening in while he's on the road. So fair play to you, sir. Yeah, that is commitment to the cause here at the British 24. Whatever that dust was at hairpin number 1 seems to have settled. Think someone may have just clipped the grass.
Maybe just missing the second part of the wiggles there. Bringing some more dirt onto the circuit. Yeah, it's not going to help staying awake if he's feeling a bit tired, is it? Listening to us two. Goodness me.
We're not that boring, surely.
It's 3:15, and it's not exhilarating. But this full course yellow certainly has injected some more life into these last couple of moments. There's a battle for the lead. There was anyway for the higher club class lead between Newmarket
that's a kart round coming around a barbecue bend.
P Interceptors. No, that's Ribbend.
Or no, Ribbend even. That was the 276 we saw. They've just come out of the pits.
Yeah, after causing the last full course yellow. Yeah.
Yeah. So they went round, and that's why there was about 5 karts all climbing on top of each other. As everyone getting their beauty sleep. I wonder if that's proper beauty sleep. A hat or a hood of some description. It's a look. I'll say that much. I've seen worse at racetracks, to be fair. But
what is that?
I don't actually know.
It's like the kind of thing you put your arm in as a temporary sling. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, if it keeps your head warm, He seems to be very
I think
comfortable.
it's trying to keep your eyes shielded from the lights.
Yeah, maybe.
More than anything else. That was my problem. I was trying to sleep earlier on. I realised I didn't bring anything to put over my head.
See, that's why you do with me. Even though I didn't sleep, park in the overflow car park up by the speedway track.
Is
No
it
lights
darker?
over there. Oh, it's very dark. It was.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it was nice.
Oh,
I mean, again, I didn't sleep, but it was nice, and there's contact there coming through the final corner. Yeah, it was very nice and relaxing, and I could just sit back and listen and watch the race go by as I failed to get any of my my kippers. Oh, that's an interesting line. The rallycross route through the dogleg from one of our hire cars goes bouncing over the grass. Been seeing a fair amount of that over the race. It is easily done if you're on a little bit wide, catch a curb a bit wrong, maybe even contact sliding in. Not the most comfortable thing to go up bouncing over there. Can do a number on your spine if you're not too careful, but I'm sure they'll be able to continue and keep pushing onwards. There's bigger things to worry about, of course, such as a track position rather than your own spine out there on the racetrack. Yeah, I'm not a doctor. Don't take advice from me. That's all I'll say.
It's only a spine. Yeah, there's something you can let us know in the chat. Any useful tips for falling asleep in your car? If it sounds like Ross needs them for later. I'm sure later on it's not going to be a problem after being awake till about 9. But yeah, there we go. MG Motorsport. I just woke up for a 3-hour nap. Pretty sure that's the guy listening in from Australia.
I believe it is, yes.
Maybe
Welcome back.
maybe he's been awake all night, in fairness, Australian time. But if you've gone for a sleep the whole way through and then had another 3-hour nap at 9 a.m., that's absolutely heinous, I would say.
Oh, I mean, is it?
Maybe I'm just jealous.
It's a Monday morning now in Australia, is it? Or, no, it's still
No, it's
Sunday
not.
afternoon, isn't it? Oh, I don't know
We're
anymore.
not that far ahead.
I don't know anymore. Yeah, I was going to say if it's Monday morning, then fair enough. He's got to lie. He's got to lie. Clearly doesn't have any work to do. But yeah, no, it's Sunday afternoon. May as well have a cheeky nap before you get back to watching. You can keep going till the steady hours. Clearly, I think there's a supercars race on this evening.
There is apparently, yeah. Or this morning or whatever.
Well, there is at some point. There may have already been a supercars race, but clearly
May have been,
the
yeah.
British 24 far more important to our Australian viewership.
Yeah, well, that's the way it should be. Leader in, by the way, Fort Cart 43, MS Soco Select into pit lane. So we might get a bit of vision of them in a couple of moments' time, but maybe not. We'll find out. But we know they're in pit lane anyway. You see that on the graphics on the top left anyway. And the battle will continue between the pro contenders. There's Rib Bend with a yellow flag again down here at turn 2, and that's pretty quickly waved away. The marshal just recovering to that position over this side of the barriers. Yep, no one seems to be out of place. A little bit of debris there, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Turn 3.
Now the question is that a piece of bodywork, in which case it's a piece of plastic and it's not going to be a problem, or is that a part that's come off of a cart, in which case that is something that does need to be removed because that is potentially a hazard out there. I mean, the plastic arguably is well a hazard, but much less so than a hunk of metal, and it looked pretty sizable as well. So hopefully that gets cleared, whatever that is, in a few short moments. As you can see, they're ducking under the lights down the Bob Pope Straight, coming down from Barbecue Bend and the mountain section. A lot of hire carts making their way through. Saw one of the RAF carts going through there as well. Believe that may have been the 122. Been seeing a lot of praise for the services teams out there. Of course, we've got 2 RAF squads and an Army squad with us. Not as much love for the Metropolitan Police Motor Club, unfortunately for those guys, but they're still doing a good job. Currently 64th overall, and they do absolutely have the best number of the entire field, because the police squad's turned up with the number 999, which to me and my juvenile sense of humour is absolutely genius. But yeah, the police not getting as much love as the Army and the RAF boys and girls out there. Currently in the go-ahead between those two, because I know there's a very fierce rivalry between all of the services kart teams, as my friend who races in the Navy kart team often tells me, along with choice words, normally about the Army kart team. I think he doesn't like them very much. Yeah, they all very much like to beat each other, so it's currently in that fight between them. The 122 RAF Vulcan squad, they're P15, as there we see the Botting 62 in the pit lane, something being checked at the back there.
Whose face is on the front of that?
I would take a guess at Paul Botting. I'm not entirely sure.
That's quite funny. I've not seen that before. I know that's been there for 14, 15 hours, but but I've not seen that before. That's there you go. I bet they've been purposely crashing into things because he's got his face on the front.
Maybe it's a distraction technique. If you check over your shoulder to look back and you just see that face, and you're so mesmerised by someone's got a face on the front of their cart, you just miss your braking zone and go straight on, and it's a free position. But the Botting's machine will make its way back out onto the circuit, and I don't know if there's going to be a driver change for those guys. No, it looks like it will be the same crew heading out once again.
When I was walking around earlier on, just in one of the quick breaks I had, Connor Botting was absolutely zonked when I walked past him. So I can't imagine it's him, unless he's woken up in the last hour or 50 minutes or so, whatever it's been. But he was absolutely out for the count. So he's just getting some sleep. It's the traditional overnight shots of people sleeping, which sounds a bit creepy to the uninitiated, but we enjoy it.
Welcome to endurance racing.
Exactly, that's what it's all about. MSJDR have gotten to the lead in Owners Pro, by the way. So that is 2 positions gained in the last couple of moments. And another change for the lead in a different class in the Clubman Hires division. MFP Interceptors now ahead of Newmarket Hornets by 2 seconds. So this restart has brought about 2 lead changes in 2 different classes already.
Yeah, lots of action still going on out on the track, and still people swapping for position even this far into the race, as we're coming up to 8.5 hours left on the clock. And still plenty of things to sink our teeth into. I mean, of course, as there's a yellow flag out, that's coming into Rib Bend. Seen one of those a few moments ago. Marshall waving that flag with some passion, and that'll be why that is the number 11 car that's come grinding to a halt. No, it's the 111 even, should I say.
Triple one. It's not Gracie Mitchell. That's the triple one MSJSR car that has been delayed quite badly in the last few moments. Now, are we going to need a second full course yellow in a matter of 15 minutes to get this car out of the way, or is that a safer place to do it? I think one of the reasons that full course yellow came out previously for the last incident was because of the lack of, because the high-speed nature, I should say, of the Wiggles section there. It's the high-speed corners on this circuit, and race control decided that it was way safer to recover that car under a full caution than this might be, but won't speak too soon. Let's just find out and see here.
Well, we've got waved local yellows for the time being. We'll definitely be able to tell you when the full course yellow comes out, because one of the things I've discovered at 3 o'clock in the morning is that the Digi flag is horrendously bright in the commentary box and does blind you, so we'll find out. But the quad's carving its way across the track in the middle of the action to recover that, so I think we'll be okay to stay green and just with local yellows for the time being. But of course, everyone should be backing off into that section. Of course, waved yellow flags means danger, possible stoppage on track or some sort of issue. So you just need to back off a little bit. And of course, no overtaking.
Marshall just had a little bit of a look at that piece of debris there. That we're still trying to work out what it is. It almost looks circular to me. Not sure what it could be. Just look at, well, what could it be?
It could be some sort of mounting plate for the rear of the car, maybe, but it's not something I noticed in my previous stint, so it's happened in the couple of hours while I was away. It may be recent, but again,
I think it's happened in the last, 10, 15 minutes or something. I think it's happened while you've been here.
Yeah, but if it was a rear mounting plate, then it would be something that someone would have noticed pretty quickly. I wonder if maybe it was that belonging to maybe the TRX cart we saw spinning off, bringing out the previous full course yellow. They headed into the pits pretty quickly. I wonder if it was maybe something to do with them, which is maybe what catapulted them off of the racetrack. But the triple one is getting a tow back to the pits from the quad. And the local yellows will move further down the track along with the slow-going towed machine. And, is that the marshal going to pick up? No,
leave it.
Yeah, clearly not a concern then for the marshals. They're pretty happy to leave it there. I mean, it is well off the racing line. So I guess maybe it is something that's not that dangerous. Maybe we're just overestimating things.
So the quad will be making its way down the back straight now on the way towards us in front of the commentary box here. Still can't see it yet, actually. Oh, there it is. Just down the back stretch and towards the Wiggles section. Will be covered again by local yellows as they all get single file in time for the Wiggles, and the quad will not take the racetrack through there. Instead, will go straight on the cut through. Effectively, this extended back straight, which is what that effectively turns into when you take out the Wiggles and the first two hairpins of this racetrack. And then it will go through the final sector as well to bring that kart in. Unfortunately, looks like it's going to be a fifth place out of 5 for MSJSR in this field. They are one of the owner pro teams. They're 5th out of 5 of those teams. Very empty looking pit garage here. Bit of engine work going on.
Yeah, making sure that everything's running okay. As they can see in all of its glory, the Honda GX200, two of which are being used in every single kart out there across this 24-hour race. Of course, the owner karts have race-tuned Honda motors in them. The higher karts, just the standard ones you get bog out of the factory. So there is a slight power difference, but with both of them combined 400 cc's of 4-stroke power at your disposal. Curb warning for the 42. That is the MS Lucas in second place as it stands, a lap down from the leaders. We're leading for, I think it's safe to say, the majority of the race up to this point. Of course, it was the 43 that led early doors before mechanical issues put them 6 laps down. And then the Lucas led for most of the time. They were trading places here and there with the 125, the 22, the 77. Also in the lead for a little while as well. Maybe trying to push and gain a lap back that they've lost to the 43 squad. Do just want to give a quick shout out because I've seen his daughter all throughout the race, and I believe she's been with us the entire time, giving her support to a, I believe it's a Curious George Howat for the Army squad. On the number 2. I don't believe he's in the kart at the moment, but I've seen his daughters out there and been continuing to give her support to him. So kudos to George and, of course, the whole Army squad and everybody out there doing a fantastic job with 8.5 hours left on the clock. And, yeah, the warnings for the 42 go away. And, again, the race now starting to spread back out after that previous, albeit rather short, full course yellow.
A few more hellos. Luke says that he's not had a nap yet. Still here from the start. That's pretty good going. I'm getting tired now that I can't even remember how long we've done now. 15.5 hours is that, with 8.5 to go. Yeah, so well done. That's good going so far. Michael Burke says he slept for 9 hours, which
lucky man.
Can't be from Europe. Got to be from Australia if you slept for 9 hours through this race so far. It's only 3 in the morning, 3:30. I had to go bed at 6:30.
Did I? Time zones, I don't know how they work again. I don't do geography.
Unless he's 1 year old. I kind of slept for 9 hours from 6:30. That's not possible.
He's got a bit more, given the fact that he can put together coherent sentences in the YouTube channel. I think he's probably a bit older than that. But
thank you. MG saying that yep, he is indeed from Australia. Awake for the whole night, but it is coming up to 12:30 midday in Australia, at least in part of Australia anyway. And Supercars qualifying's just finished. There you go.
Oh, qualifying on a Sunday. There you go.
They do 2 races a weekend, don't they?
Oh, they do. Oh, they qualify for both of them, don't they?
Qualify Saturday morning, Sunday morning, racing on Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon.
Of course. Yeah, still not quite fully woken up again. The 116 ABC Racing, another contact warning for them. They've had a fair few of those across the night. Clearly a squad liking to get the elbows out on the racetrack. Of course, karting is officially a non-contact sport, and we do have things in place now to try and stop that. The ABC advantage by contact flag. You're not really allowed to do it like you used to do in the 80s and the 90s, where you can basically just shove people out of the way going into a corner. But you do still get a bit of rubbing here and there. Yellow flag out, looks like a spinner down into hairpin number 3. He's wedged up on the inside barrier. And you can see there, just at the entry to the corner, up against the barrier. Hopefully, I don't know if they'll be able to get turned around. They're certainly going to try. But there is a gap, so the marshal will be able to run across. And at this, maybe either moving the barrier out of the way or just pushing them back a little bit, I think will be the preferred method. Yes, it will be. And they can get going once again and we can return to green all around the track.
So just a brief spin down at the final hairpin there. And it was didn't quite have the turning circle to get all the way around. They were spun initially on the outside actually before we just picked that one up on the inside, but didn't quite have the turning circle to go around. Of course, it's quite dangerous to cross the circuit like that as well, get turned around in time. So thankfully, nobody collided with that kart. It's made me completely lose my train of thought. I can't remember what I was going to say before that happened, but never mind. It probably wasn't that enlightening anyway, to be honest.
That's right. Have a muffin, have a flapjack. They were
That's
quite
not
nice
gonna help
actually.
me, a muffin's not going to help. I've been having squashies, other sweets are available, but
Of course.
we're not sponsored, but we're open to it.
Yeah, Squashy, if you do want to sponsor us, shoot us a message.
I'm not sure that's the brand. What's the brand called?
So
Maybe no. Maybe we should, maybe not. I don't know the answer either.
there goes our Squashy sponsorship
Yeah.
out the window.
But yes, that's what I'm powered on at the moment anyway. Staying up till 6 in the morning, then I'll be going to sleep.
Yes, and a very well-deserved sleep it will be for you,
Well,
you and O'Leary.
But we'll let everybody else be the judge of that. But yeah, it's a long night obviously. But this is exactly what 24-hour racing is all about. Of course, the big efforts mainly from the drivers, but on some occasions from the commentary box as well. Last year I got to sleep through this time in night. I slept from midnight till 4 last year. That's pretty much the ideal stint to have. We did 4-hour stints per thing, by the way, instead of 6. That was the ideal thing to do, I think. And this year I'm doing the opposite. So there you go. I deserve it.
Well, on the subject of sleep, I've just been shown something. So you know, a few moments ago we saw the
Oh, yeah.
individual asleep, and we were wondering what was over his eyes. It was tortillas.
Tortilla wraps.
Tortilla on wraps on his eyes.
What a waste of tortilla wraps, first of all.
I'm going to go on a whim and say that he didn't put them there himself.
Why not?
I struggle to see.
He did.
He did put them there himself. Oh, he did put them there himself. Okay.
Yeah. See, I'm telling you. Just needs-
I stand corrected.
Just need something to block block the light out. You need something to, he's trying to sleep right under a floodlight. You need, you can't just shut your eyes. Your eyes are very translucent, if
Yeah.
that's the right word. And I've never used that word before properly, I don't think.
There you go. You use
First-
something and learn something new every day.
Using a word properly for the first time. You just need a tortilla wraps are quite opaque.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, I'd probably rather put something in them and eat them personally, but
Yeah,
to each their
well,
own.
I've done that already twice today.
Yeah. It's a good cafe here at Teesside, to be
Yeah.
fair. If you're coming down for the first time this weekend, would recommend the cafe. A very, very good racetrack cafe as it goes. A lot of dust being kicked up there. That was at Rib Bend. Someone running a bit wide and into the gravel trap by the looks of things. But again, we're seeing that a bit more again. I think just fatigue starting to set in. People running a little bit wide here and there, just kicking a bit of dirt and dust onto the circuit. Makes it more difficult for everyone else, of course. So maybe it's people doing it on purpose to try and get an edge over their opponents. Who knows? But again, since that last full course yellow, a couple of spins, but we did have, I believe it was 8.5 hours of green flag running. Or roughly around that anyway.
Nearly 7.
Nearly 7.
Yeah.
So I overestimated a little bit. But nearly 7 hours of green flag running is mighty impressive, it must be said. So we did very well. And since then, just local yellows being waved here at the British 24 in Teesside. With 8 hours 23 left on the clock, it is still the 43 that leads a lap ahead of the MS Lucas 42. The 433 leader in the owner pro class has come in. That's the JDR kart, so it'll be the 22 Paragon Motorsport kart that'll be inheriting the lead there, but they are still yet to come in. And in the urban karts behind orange and blue respectively, they look like they are on an alternate strategy at the moment, so they will be staying out a little bit longer. So slight changes there in the pro class. But again, to be expected, pit stops is kind of something you have to do here in motorsport.
Speaking of something that we have to do, MG says that we should chat to our union about this increased changed working conditions we've got this year. In fairness, it's not changed working conditions for you. It's just
Just for you.
Just for me, because obviously you had 0 hours last year.
Yeah.
As it turned out. But there you go. Zach Sweeney was here instead. You're way better than him.
He's going to find you saying that and send it to you and never forgive you, knowing Zach Sweeney.
He's not awake. It's fine.
No, because he'll go back and watch it and find it.
No, he won't. He will never know, as long as you don't tell him.
Lips are sealed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, and in fact, we did impose it on ourselves. I think Tom makes the schedules, but yeah, yes, it is a bit longer. It's kind of the same when you're a driver, isn't it? Although when you drive, it's a bit more physical. We're sat here and just watching cars go around chatting and eating sweets. They're working physically quite hard, but you get the other side of it, isn't it? Is that you actually get more time off afterwards, which is the other side of it. I mean, it's a long break, 6 hours. A lot of time for food, and sleep, and even spent some time down in pit lane. Actually, myself was on watching. I picked a good time actually. Watched a lot of the tyre changes in the owners division, so that's always exciting. We might be able to catch some of those. Actually, I'm not sure if they're going to change tyres for a second time around the 2/3 mark, but we're only 21 minutes and about a half away from the 1/3 distance, or 1/3 to go, I should say, 2/3 distance into this race. I know they can change for a third set of tyres, but whether they actually will or not, I'm not sure. They did about nearly 9 hours on the first stint of tyres, and that was obviously in warmer conditions in the daylight to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect them to go on to that third set of Dunlop SL1s. Again, I think they might just try and run them a little bit longer into the night stint. The lap times as well. I mean, obviously, you expect it to be a little bit quicker in the night. The track's a bit cooler, even with the fatigue setting in. The temperature's dropped, which makes the karts a bit faster as well due to some physics reasons and engines that's a bit beyond me to explain, but it does do it, I promise. So I expect they'll try and take this middle stint as long as they can before they do whack on that final set. Of course, in the higher kart class, you get 2 sets of front tyres to use, but only 1 set of rears. So the rear tyres have to go the distance, unfortunately. So they have to take a bit more care of the rubber. They're not using Dunlops, they're using Sava tyres, a bit more hard as well, the compound. So they can go that bit further. So yeah, I think we are probably still a little while away from seeing our final tyre changes, as was that contact coming down the Bob Pope straight. Someone in the owner cart waving a hand frustratingly as they were seemingly pointing in the wrong direction there for a moment. So I think there was a coming together as they were making their way through the traffic, as the MS Lucas car in second place has come into the pits on the previous lap. So they will go back to 2, possibly 3 laps down from the race leader on the 43. Yeah,
43 just in the final sector at the moment, going to be putting that car 3 laps down. So this is becoming a dominating drive from MS Soco Select, who I'm going to predict at this pace will win the race by 7 laps. Was it you saying this earlier, or was it Tom maybe? But this was, not in our thinking. Yeah, well, it was you saying about this time in the race you expected it to be quite close for the lead. But, it's starting to actually extend quite a lot, and there it goes, 3 laps as 43 goes over the line again. It's clear to me that they're the quickest team in this race. And I don't know whether MS Lucas are having further problems, because they've just actually dropped behind Paragon for the first time in quite a while. Now behind MS Urban Orange as well, because they're only 7 seconds further behind. And surely MS JDR are not that far away, although they've stopped, haven't they, actually? So maybe they are a bit further behind. But yeah, it's clear to me the 43 team are the quickest team in this race. Yeah, long old stop for the 42, so let's hopefully they'll be able to get back out. But yeah, the 43, I mean, again, coming back from 6 laps down as well. There were a couple of laps ahead after about an hour and a half of this race when the steering column snapped. So I had to come in, obviously rip the card apart, put a new one in, put it all back together, go back out, make sure it was all connected, working. And they've managed to, well, in about, trying to do some maths, about 13 hours, I think it would have been. In about 13 or so hours, they've gone from 6 laps down to 2 laps in the clear of the 22 Paragon kart. And now 4 laps ahead of the 42, which is still in pit lane. So a really, really long stop for the MS Lucas squad.
I wonder if they've got an issue and maybe they're having to change
Yeah.
something on the kart.
Must have trouble here. We'll try and... I don't think we can see them in any of our pit lane cameras at the moment. Because, well, I'm looking at a preview of the ones that you can't see on the stream, and I can't see 42 anywhere. And they've just gone out now, so that they have just re-emerged. But yeah, that was definitely a longer stop from MS Lucas. What was the problem, though, will be the question.
Maybe it was a tyre change. Could have been that, to be fair. Maybe a bit too long.
Yeah, a bit too long. They're quite slick with the tyre changes, really, especially these teams who are going for the race win overall. I say I was down there a little bit earlier on watching some of those tyre changes. Very, very slick. Other than the one I saw where the driver, everything was ready, and then the driver just sort of just stood there and screamed, "Where's my seat?" And, well, it wasn't there. And everyone was running around to try and get it. It was KBR. It must have been, because it was one of the Kings. King was on the back of the shirt. Sorry to out them, but but one of the Kings. Didn't know where the seat was, or the weight, and yeah, it was all a bit carnage. But KBR are still leading this race by over 3 laps now, because SKA are in pit lane after an hour and 18.
Yeah, and of course, KBR, even if it was a long stop for them, didn't do them a massive disservice. Of course, overall leaders for a little while, coming into the night earlier on as well for about half an hour or so, doing their best impression of the Jackie Chan LMP2 car.
Sorry, we've got a car right off at South Bank. It's probably going to be off camera. I've not seen a car end up in the last, I don't know, what is it? How much racing I've watched here? 40 hours in the last 2 years? I've not seen somebody end up. It's actually off camera. It's so far off.
It's just hidden behind the timing screen. There we go. The timing tower's gone. Yeah, that's gone well off the road.
We very rarely see a car end up over there. How has that even happened? Would be. It's the next thing, and there's some debris for the marshal to pick up there. So you can just see that happening. So it's been a big hit. The driver getting out. The quad may be required again here.
Yeah, and that could... I mean, it's in quite a dangerous spot. Yes, it's not a place we see drivers going off often. We are going to get a full course yellow. I was just saying we could be seeing that.
Not officially.
Not officially. We've got one flag out from a marshal on the start line. Now we do have the official full course yellow on the Digi flag. Yeah, I was going to say, it's not a place you see drivers going off often, but it's a very fast part of the circuit, and there's not a lot of runoff there. So if there was another car to go off there, that could be potentially very dangerous. So the full course yellow out once again here at Teesside in the British 24. We'll have to try and work out what kart that was that went off.
Yeah, who's not come round?
Just waiting to see. It's going to have to just wait and see until it updates on the timing screen, unfortunately.
One of those. High Road Motorsport Academy have lost 2 on the last lap. Mulsanne Racing have lost 2 on the last lap as well, although that might be just normal because it's very congested where they are in the field. It wouldn't take a lot to lose 2 places, even at this time in the race. Now, where is the race leader? It's coming towards the end of the lap. They may be in this group here, which is a bit of a big mess again. Where's 43? Is it in the train itself? No, that's 33. So they'll be in that group. But again, yeah, that kart is going very, very quickly for considering it is the race leader. 43 is effectively doing what everybody else is doing, which is catch up to the kart in front. Now, I know they've not been race leader for very much of today, but effectively it's been left to other karts to be the control kart. As meantime, the Stricken kart comes in. That had a 30 at the beginning.
It was 38, I believe, that I saw.
That's Mulsanne, I think. Is that Mulsanne Racing?
Possibly.
Back to green flag racing. After only a couple of minutes under yellow, we are back green flag racing. We've now lost 1 hour and 40 minutes to interruptions so far in the British 24-hour. So there's the main group just coming through on your screen there through the final 2 hairpins. Back out onto the start-finish straight. We will go through a run-through of the order just when this settles down in about 5 minutes' time or so.
Yeah, it was a 36, apologies, of the Mulsanne Racing car, so a big shame for them. And they will be heading back into pit lane for some repairs. But yeah, very quick job there with the full course yellows. We've got another car coming into the pit there. You could just see them slow on the right-hand side, or the left-hand side of the racing surface down the start, finish straight as they continue to push onwards once again then. We see a big mess of karts all making their way through the dog leg. owner drivers trying to make their way through. The higher drivers, of course, they've got some 8-second lap difference between the two of them.
Engine trouble
yeah.
for 122 here, and that's one of the top contenders, or was it a top contender? 122. There's meanwhile a change happening on your screen here. Is this the kart that brought out the full course yellow? I think that it is.
Well, either way,
it is.
Yeah, big change being made. Front wheel looks like they're looking on that. So that must have been where the impact was, so hopefully not bent a front axle, as they're also looking at the engine on the rear, maybe a chain off or something like that as well. So that could be big damage. That could be quite a costly error or problem, whatever it was, and that could keep them in the pit lane for quite some time. But the 122 in as well, as you said, the RAF Vulcan squad from P15 overall, and they'll head another lap down as well, but they've got a considerable gap over the 747, the FSR Kobe squad, who are next on the road.
Wow! Coming past our pit position, sorry, you can't see that on the stream, but that was really close on the way towards the first corner. It was 78 going really sideways. Topwith Motorsport dicing in and out of different hire carts there. It was all happening, but thankfully nobody crashed. Around the other part of the circuit, by the way, the battle for second is on at the moment. Paragon Motorsport ahead of MS Urban Orange, only 4.5 seconds ahead, and they're gaining time on MS JDR, despite the fact that those three were quite close on the previous restart. They're not that close on this one, because MS JDR are having to work themselves through all of this traffic you can see on the back straight here. This is the on your screen as well. Most of these hire carts have been overtaken by kart 433, whereas they haven't had to be overtaken by the 22 or 125.
Just shows to go a full course yellow. A bit of luck can swing your way if you're caught in the right or wrong place out on the track, if you're caught with a load of hire carts in front of you, or if you've got a bit of clear track, a bit of breathing room out in front of you on the racing surface. So a bit of luck swinging the way the 22, the 125, 433. That will hold them down a bit, unfortunately. 23.5 seconds was the gap to the 125 in third overall. Second place in class, and that's gone up to 24.1 as they cross the line now. So yeah, the gap extending ever so slightly. Not the end of the world though, and again, still 8 hours and 10 minutes left to go in the affair, so plenty of time to make that back up. Again, the top three in the pro class in the owner driver category, they're all on the same lap. Now, again, they're all within 30 or so seconds of each other, which for this stage of the race is very impressive.
Yeah. And, you know, I know that the field bunches up under these full course yellows, but, you know, it's not a safety car by any means. This is mostly legitimate as at least one kart off down at hairpin 1. It's thrown up a massive dust cloud here. There might be a second off the circuit. No, there's just one. Has anyone got any binoculars? Can't quite see the number from here. The dust cloud settles, and it exposes the fact that the tyre wall has not been dislodged down there. The kart was slightly beached. It's now been put back onto the circuit by a marshal, and it now rejoins. So we'll go back green all around the circuit after that, but a very minor tie-up down there. As I was saying to Tom earlier, we should have started a counter at the start of the race, a running total on the stream, but we'd be getting towards 100. I'm not exaggerating by this stage.
Yeah, a bit of fair few of those, to say the least. But again, you've got a lot of karts out on the circuit. A very fatiguing race, of course, over 24 hours. Mistakes and errors do happen. It's part of the nature of this sport. Sometimes things don't always go as perfectly as the teams would hope out on the circuit. But the kart that went around has been able to get going again. Doesn't look like one of the engines has stopped either. Back up to full racing speed. So no major issues there apart from losing just a bit of time as they took a moment or two to wipe the visor and then rejoin the circuit. Possibly cost them a position or so. The 122 still in the pit lane, of course.
And 22 is in pit lane right now, just in front of us. MS Urban Orange carry on, but that's Paragon Motorsport into the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a 1 hour 17, coming up to 1 hour 18 stint there. So the 22 continuing to have strong lengths with how long they're able to run on the fuel. So the 22 comes in, the 125, the 433 will leapfrog them, of course, in the pits, and those guys on alternate strategies. So the 125, 53 minutes since their last stop, so they'll have another almost half an hour if things go to plan. The JDR 433 kart only been out on this stint for 14 minutes. They've got a long way yet to go before they need to come back into the pits. Of course, touch wood pending a disaster.
Yeah, good point actually, because that's going to allow them, if the race falls the right way, to actually get a very big lead over Paragon and MS Urban Orange. So it's only a temporary bit of loss there that I was just talking about through the traffic when I was talking on the full course yellow restart. The amount of traffic they had to negotiate compared to their two rivals, that was a temporary minus for them. They will gain that back for the reasons that you point out there. So they must have got 14 minutes ago with 8 hours 21 to go. That was just before the full course yellow. So you could argue they got a little bit fortunate with that, but what can you do? You can't do anything to keep it all even throughout a safety car, well, full course yellow, I should say, window. So that's just the rub of the green that you get, and 433 did get a little bit of an advantage that time round. It looks like we'll find out just what kind of advantage that is, though, over the next 20 minutes to half an hour.
The third place in the higher pro class, the number 3 Apex Twin Selected Works kart. They also made their way into the pits, or they were in the lead. Or second place. They've come out into P3, and again, that's a very tight battle as it stands in that race as well. All three of the front runners on the same lap, separated by about 30 seconds. The three of them, the Lockwell Hill won the 38 machine in second, only 5 seconds clear of the Apex Twin karts, so that could be something to keep our eyes on as time progresses and see what the pace is going to be like. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, a bit of a change in that race, but again, it's great to see with just a touch over 8 hours left to go. There's still so many races that are so close out there, in endurance racing terms anyway, out on the track. So fantastic stuff there. The Paragon kart looks like it's rejoined 4th overall, 3rd in class, and just ahead of the 42 MS Lucas machine as well. Of course, they had that very lengthy stop about 10 or so minutes ago. We suspect there may have been a problem that required fixing in the pit lane. Dropped them from 2nd to 5th place, and they're now 3 laps down.
What a change in the producer chair and the behind us as well. Thanks to producer Toby for the graveyard shift, and producer Adam is deprived of sleep, flurry-eyed, walked back in and straight behind the desk again. What?
Adam, have you eaten? Are you okay? Are you ready to go? There's a very cheery smile and a double thumbs up. A big team effort here.
He's ready. They've done the sensible thing, haven't they? 4-hour stints each. Yeah. They've got it down.
We do have muffins and flapjacks if you'd like.
Have you seen the delivery?
We got bribed.
Well, I'm not sure it was a delivery actually in the recent past, but we have been delivered lots of things to get us through. I'm slightly scared of, because I'm 2 hours away from needing to try and sleep in the daytime. I'm not entirely sure how much I should eat now, because I don't want to be wired at 6 in the morning because I've just been having loads of sweets for 6 hours. When I need to sleep, could be trouble.
Well, party don't stop, as they say. All night.
No, it needs to once. It needs to at some point. I'm not. I'm not a complete lunatic. So, well, some would say. So, yes, you've got to. I've got to slow down at some point, but also have to wait for the next couple of hours. Myself and Ross will take you to sunrise. We cannot quite see daylight yet. The first signs of daylight are not quite upon us yet. However, it won't be too far away. Official sunrise is only an hour and a half away. You'll start to see daylight anytime now, really. Anytime in the next half an hour.
Yeah, sky should be brightening up shortly, and then hopefully we'll get that giant big yellow thing that we don't see very often here in this country, poking its way above the trees. It'll be coming out in the direction of the South Bank corner at the bottom end of the circuit, and then it will be back under the sun, hopefully, for the remainder of the race to take us to the checkered flag. So with 8 hours left to go, or almost 8 hours, should I say, anyway, here at the British 24. Really getting, well, towards the end of the night, but really getting to that crucial phase of the race where it's just paramount that you keep hitting your marks, you stay on the track, and you keep things running as close to the plan as possible. And you just keep pushing onwards. That is the aim of the game. Spinner down at hairpin number 1. High kart goes round, but rejoins very quickly with no issues. You can see the waved yellow there. That was for that kart, but again, they very quickly correct themselves. Will have only lost a second or two as a result. And yeah, no issues there for them. Again, it's all been quite clean for the most part. Again, we had a full course yellow fairly recently, of course, but
it was clean before you turned up. Now we've had 2 full course yellows.
quite small full course yellows.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Totaled 5 minutes since you've been here, to be fair. But you know, we had none in the 7 hours before that. So, I mean, you were on for a few of those. Yeah, a couple of those.
Yeah, we had a couple.
You got an hour in earlier on before your break, and yeah, now you're back again. Carnage.
Yeah, it's just the chaos that I bring here at Teesside. Yeah, clearly can't trust me anywhere near a circuit, or it's just going to all go wrong, I suppose I should say. See some of the drivers making their way up to the mountain section there, which is a lot steeper than it looks from this camera angle, believe me. It looks like a slight rise. In reality, it is a proper uphill climb. It's called the mountain for a reason. But making their way through, no issues there. Still a few owner carts having to negotiate the higher carts, as you'd expect. Yeah, again, everyone making their way through fairly cleanly and with no issue for the most part.
So that was Paragon going through your shot there, and now into the Wiggles. Paragon just in front of MS Lucas in kart 42 as well. It was nose to tail anyway. A little bit of traffic that time round for MS Lucas has just balked them a little bit. You see them come through on the right-hand side down in towards South Bank, which is the long looping right-hander. You see at the bottom of your screen here. You see them go through there and then effectively continue as we were talking about earlier on, effectively 360 degrees right the way round through hairpin 3, then into hairpin 4 where the Paragon kart just dips down inside of another. And what's the gap over the line? 1.6. So 4/10 lost by MS Lucas that time around as they crossed the line. Nothing too much, but they're looking for that 4th place again after a pretty long stop. What was it, 15 minutes ago now?
Yeah, and slowly gaining if they did lose out on that previous tour. So I think it will probably only be a handful of time before that 42 does get up in front. Of course, the elite class, supposedly the quicker class than the pros, even though they are running the same machinery. It's just that their pace was so good they were bumped up into their own special group of 2. And again, that 42 did lead the majority of this race after the 43 befell mechanical issues an hour and a half into the race after leading from the pole. So even though they are second in class, they'll be looking to try and certainly get back into 4th overall, hopefully back onto the podium. And I think they'd love to definitely at least finish second and continue their fight for the lead as well. So we'll have to wait and see what their progress will be like as we now go under the 8-hour mark. Left in this race, 7 hours, 59 and 45. That is what's that, 16 hours done? Yes, it is. Well done. My brain can still do maths just about. So 16 hours done then. 2/3 of the race has passed us by here at the British 24.
Is that just the camera, or is that the first sign of daylight? I can't see any daylight in real life, but I can in that camera angle. Is that just a camera? Maybe it's just the trick of the light there. As MS Lucas, by the way, do get in front of Paragon Motorsport. Yeah, I don't see that in real life.
Yeah, I think that might just be the camera, because that's pointing that way,
sort of that
gesturing
way.
in the commentary box. So it's kind of not quite at a 90-degree angle to the back straight. And from my eyes, I'm not seeing any daylight at all.
Well, you know, people on TV always say, so it's like I'm not a person on TV sometimes. It's always lighter on camera than it is in real life. I think I've just experienced it for the first time.
Yeah,
that's what it's like on camera. It's way light. It's not like that in real life. We can't see any daylight at the moment. Coming up in front of us as the meatball comes for 32 at the moment.
Yeah, that's seen a fair few meatballs in this race. Of course, the mechanical black and orange flag.
Is that Sloth racing?
I believe it is. Yes.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So they'll have to come in. Of course, technical defect is the official message from race control. So, of course, I believe you have 2 laps to come into the box after you've acknowledged that you have that flag, or you face the wrath of the clerk on the course and you get the black flag, which, of course, nobody wants. So with the meatball, they'll be heading back into the pit lane. A real shame there for Sloth Racing, but a problem with the kart that's been spotted and been told they need to come in and sort that out. Hopefully, won't be anything that's too much of a fix going forward, so they can rejoin the circuit as quickly as they possibly can.
Just, waiting for the MS Lucas and Paragon carts to come back past us, actually, but I think I've just probably missed them coming back over the start-finish line. Yep, I probably have. Michael Burke making the same observation as us about the sunlight on the cameras. Definitely looks like
all lies.
It is all. The camera's a lie. It looks like it is a lie at the moment. Anyway, MG making the very philosophical observation about the fact that the sun's about to come up for us, and over in Australia they've still got a good 5.5 hours of sunlight or so, and it's just observing what a strange place the world is, which is true, because if you're American and listening to this, you'll think, it's only just got dark, what are you talking about? We're not going to see sunlight for a long time.
Yeah, it's bizarre, this big rock floating through space that we all live on.
Not even upright.
Yeah,
just
no. Yeah, on an angle and everything, honestly.
Dear
Funny how
idea.
funny how the world and the universe works sometimes, isn't it? But you know, it's the year of our Lord 2025. I'd like to think that we have a grasp of the fact that the world turns and goes around the sun at some point in our history. I think it was about 500 years ago when we switched over from the old method of the sun goes around the earth.
Do we know why that? Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
That barrier is almost split in half, and there's yellow flags here. Drivers need to get single file and over to the other side of the circuit. There's some debris being rather unceremoniously flinged across the barrier. That's cut in half, that bit of barrier there.
I think the main question is, someone's clearly hit that. How have they hit that? That's on the inside of the middle of the Bob Pope Straight. That's, I mean, it's obviously contact. That's quite impressive to go off into the barrier there.
You say that, but on the other side of the road, at that exact point in the straight, just as I was coming to commentary, right before half distance, we saw a hire and an owner's cart go spearing off in different directions into the wall at that very point, as one of the owners was trying to slip through hire cart traffic. So it's very much possible, but you're right, you're not going to end up there on your own, that's for sure, but you very much can in traffic, and that would be my best guess, to be honest, that traffic played a role there. Looks like that's all pretty much cleared, and the side-by-side commences pretty much immediately after the barrier is put back into place. That might have even been the battle for fourth place, and it was. Maybe even side-by-side coming through hairpin 2 there. You would just seen it on the right-hand side of your screen. There's some marshals there changing shifts and swapping over on marshals posts and whatever. Paragon Motorsport just behind MS Lucas, and we'll just wait on this camera here to see when they're going to come across the line and in what order and how far apart, because the answer to the last one, it won't be very far apart here, but I think Paragon are still behind. They've got that front splitter very nearly dragging on the floor again, but MS Lucas are in front by 0.8 of a second, and they've now put another owner's cart in between them and those chasing them.
Yeah, I believe it's Jake Taplin back behind the wheel of the Paragon 22. He had a monster double stint at the start of this race. That 22 squad seemingly liking their double stints and keeping the rotation going. But yeah, he's been doing a phenomenal job so far this race, but losing out to that MS Lucas machine, the 42, up to 4th place overall as a result of that one, but still very, very tight. And that was a battle we did see quite a lot earlier on in the race, except it was for the race lead rather than P4 about 7-8 hours ago or so, maybe a little bit longer than that. In fact, the 42 and the 22 really close out on the racetrack. Yellow flags out on the front straight.
I think that's because the quad's trying to rejoin.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like the quad trying to make its way back into the pit lane, so the drivers are just being told just to be wary and back off and not hit our marshal on the quad, who of course has been doing a fantastic job popping it up on 3 wheels coming through the mountain section. A big thank you, of course, to all of the marshals here this weekend for staying awake. For starters, it is a long, old, grueling shift for them, but for ensuring that we can have as safe of a race as possible and just being, the absolute legends that marshals are. So a big thank you to all of them. The quad has now made its way back into the pit lane, and we are back to green flag conditions on the front straight. As there we see the 37 machine being pushed through the pit lane. There's the number 11 as well. That's Gracie Mitchell. She's come back in. after only a 19-minute stint for Gracie Mitchell, and doesn't look like a problem with the kart. So I do really wonder if that fatigue.
She sat there, yeah.
Yeah, if that fatigue is starting to set in. We saw her coming earlier. Get a not a neck brace, but a harness of sort put on. Get some muscle tape, some muscle coolant on as well around the neck and the upper back, which of course is where you're going to be hurting the most at this point after 16 hours in a go-kart by yourself. And I do wonder if she's just made the call of, look, I just need some time to sit at the side of the track, have some food, and just, take a breather. Of course, Gracie attempting this race solo, going I believe she is set to take the record for the furthest distance travelled by a woman in a 24-hour kart race.
Outdoor.
Outdoor kart race, apologies. Again, obviously she had a set amount of laps that she had to do. We don't know what that amount of laps was, but believe she was going to get it. She was going for the overall record as well, which was set here last year, which was 1,004 laps, but due to that red flag we had earlier on, unfortunately, I don't think she's quite going to be able to do that. And of course, Gracie doing a fantastic job raising money for the British Heart Foundation as well, a really good cause. But I think, if maybe just the momentous kind of effort that has had to go in maybe just requires a bit of a break just to rest and recuperate.
Yeah, and the last hour, we were talking about this. I was talking about this with Tom. With 9 hours to go, I remember it, and it's only been an hour since then. It feels quite a long time. Bede's just sat here. Goodness knows what it's like for a driver who's been through 15 hours of driving already. Yeah, you know what it's like. I know that obviously Gracie would have trained for this, and so did Chris last year. But you remember what it's like coming back from go-karting, waking up the next morning. First time you went go-karting when you were younger.
Everything hurts, yeah.
But imagine that, times by 1,000,000, because this is such a hard race to do in a team. We've got 8 driver teams in this field. Some drivers are going to race 3 hours maximum in this field, and she's doing all 24. It's a remarkable effort, and it is going to take a lot. As you say, that overall record of 1,004 kind of out of the question. We missed an hour and 9 through red flag earlier on. We've now lost an hour and 40 through full course yellow / red flags, though the last 3 full course yellows, that's all of them after the red flags, it's only been 5 minutes, 7 minutes overall between those 3. So they've been very, very short periods of full course yellows since then. But the time lost does mean that record is not going to go, and that will be safe for another year. But if you do want to donate, by the way, you can search for Gracie Mitchell's socials to find them fairly easily. Gracie spelled Gracie, and or if you're at the circuit, there's a box at the in the cafe.
And there's a few QR codes that have been
QR
put up as well.
So if you're here, it's very easy to donate if you would like to, because it's as you say, a monumental effort to be taking on 24 hours of this track and of this race, and she'll be back out shortly, I'm sure, to rejoin in a few moments' time. Of course, not only doing it in the owners as well. Yes, the mental fatigue of actually concentrating on passing about 60 hire carts, per whatever many laps it is. I'm not sure if we haven't worked out how many overtakes one owner might make over the course of a race, but it'll be thousands and thousands over the course of a race.
Yeah, fair few, and of course it's quite a physical circuit here at Teesside as well. Very, very bumpy, lots of fast corners. You really have to grab a hold of the go-kart underneath you. So it's, probably if you're trying to solo a 24-hour kart race, I feel like in terms of making it slightly easier for yourself, the one at Le Mans, probably the better option maybe to go for. It's slightly less physical around there, even if it is still a pretty monster circuit. I'm sure people who've been racing in the European and World Championships who've gone around there before, both in a single drive and geared karts, can attest to that. And to be fair for Gracie, even though, yes, she's in the pits and looks like she's taking a bit of an extended break, at the moment she's still P20, which
Yeah.
is absolutely phenomenal. Again, she's running in her own kind of private class. She's just in a battle by herself. You know, we're not including her against anybody else due to, you know, what she's trying to do. But the fact that she's been out there on her own for 16 and a quarter hours and still P20 is absolutely unbelievable.
Now, the higher leaders are going to just start to slip through. So that camera does make it look very bright. I must say we are starting to see a little bit of daylight now. It's very, very slight. You're not going to be turning the floodlights off anytime soon. But it is just getting a little bit lighter in the sky now. It's only 10 minutes past 4 in the morning here in the UK, but this is what the UK is like, really, because we're quite high in the Northern Hemisphere. It's what the UK is like, really, in summer. Even in August, it is, very, very light, very early on in the morning. And in my opinion, it should be like this all year round. We should keep British summertime all year round, but whatever. Do you want to get into clock change tomfoolery?
Can do if you want. I mean, I can't say I'm an expert on the subject.
It's not very entertaining, but basically British summertime should be kept all year round.
And what's the main argument for that one, do you think?
Getting dark at 4 p.m. in the winter is a disgrace and is unbelievably depressing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you that, but then I guess the counter that would be that it would the day would start later, so you'd be getting up and going to work, and it'd still be dark at 9 a.m.
But at the moment we go to work, we get up, we go to work in the dark because it is still dark anyway, even though we've gone an hour forward or back, sorry, and you come home every time in the dark because it goes dark at 4 p.m. So
Yeah,
that's
true.
that way you get both. If we stuck to British summertime, you got a 9 to 5. 5 o'clock, you might just see the sun. Well, not sun, but you might see some light.
I mean, if we're going off a name perspective as well, British summertime sounds fun, you know. It's the summer. Greenwich Mean Time. Oh, that's horrible.
Sorry. I interrupt our tomfoolery for the MS Soko Select car getting a black flag. 43 with a black flag. So we're not going to get any confirmation, I don't think, on what that black flag is for, but the race leader
as well gets one as well. The JDR2 squad's also got one, so we got 2 in 1.
Yeah, so that's third in the club owners division as well. So 2 big leaders there, or not big leaders, but certainly both podium place drivers. As that's not 43. Now 43 does come straight in. Black flag going to be served by them. They break nice and early in time for the pit lane, but they'll hope there's not a queue down there. Hopefully they were the first 2 in of this little section here, because...
the 42 as well's got one.
Oh, wow. Both owners elites then.
And the Urban Orange 125. That's second over. What's going on? What on earth? It's got to 4:15 and all logic's gone out the window. So we've got the 43, the 125, the 42, the 58, or the, not the 58, the 434, should I say, all with black flags in quick succession. I'm a bit lost for words at what's going on here. This could potentially leave the 433 JDR squad in the lead of the race. If the Soko Select squad, it takes them a bit of time, and the Urban Orange cart as well.
Oh, sorry, we've got more MS Urban Blue also. I don't know if you already said that. 474 is another one of the owners, but I think a lot further. Is that another one of the owners a lot further down? No, it's not. That's a higher cart that is in pit lane at the moment, or at least has got a black flag, will be in pit lane at the moment. Which hire is that? Oh, I just caught a glimpse of them. I've lost them. But most of the leaders in pit lane as things stand. But effectively it cancels each other out, doesn't it? If they've all got a penalty, it doesn't really have any effect.
Well, I mean, the big winners here, the 433, the JDR squad, and the Paragon Motorsport 22 didn't get black flags, so they are going to gain time. Well, not yet. Again, if that's anything to go by, could not be too long until they do get one. So that is I believe the 125 coming out there. There's the 434 making its way out off of the Weybridge as well. So we're just waiting for them to come out of the pits and see what is going to change. If they'll have lost laps. So the Soko car is back out as, I think you're right. I think it has all cancelled itself up. The JDR squad might have moved up to second, potentially. Yes, they have. So the 433 has gained a spot. Still 2 laps down on the race leader. So the 43 just about got away with that one. As we see somebody else coming into the pits there. That is the 434 who we just saw.
How good are you at reading body language? What's the discussion here? That'll be race control, giving them the penalty there. They're good to go. Now they're good to go. I think we just missed the start of the explanation there. And, well, I don't know what that was quite about, but there was another short stop there and a push away for 433 was that? 434, sorry, yeah. So third place for them. They might slip to fourth with MSJSR 2 quite close, but maybe not. Black flag still for 474. So, yeah, it has effectively cancelled each other out. The big winners, though, as you pointed out at the time, MSJDR 433, no penalty for them. They are now up to second and will be there quite comfortably as well. As MS Urban Orange come in. Now, let's see if we can... or are they coming in for a normal stop? They're actually pulling into the fueling bay there.
Yeah, so that's a double whammy for them as well. So a black flag penalty right when they wanted to come in, and then they're coming in again for the fuel. The MS Lucas 42 also in. That'll be for their black flag, I assume. We'll probably be seeing them pulling past in a short moment with the 125 getting that fuel stop done. No fresh rubber for them at the moment. Unless the driver is going to pull across and stop once again, trying to get an engine restarted, trying to get them both restarted. He's desperately pushing the cart down the pit lane. Yeah, it looks like he'll be going back again. No fresh boots for him, but the 42 in for the penalty. And yeah, almost coming together, it looked like, in the pit lane there, so pretty close. I think that was the 42 heading back out, in fact. May have been leapfrogged, probably will have been leapfrogged, in fact, by the Paragon Motorsport 22. So they'll be back up to fourth place as a result of that one. And I think, maybe they're up to third, actually, if they leapfrog the 125 as well. There's more black flags now coming out. The MS Urban Blue squad, the 15 in P6 overall, now getting a black flag. The 474 still hasn't served their penalty either. So they run a risk of getting an even harsher penalty if they're not careful. So, it's got to the silly hours of the morning, and everyone's completely lost their mind and apparently forgotten all the rules of the race. We don't know what rules they're breaking, per se. As there we see the number 11 of Gracie Mitchell, and you can see her sat there, coat on, maybe trying to get warm, taking that extended break, of course, as we mentioned earlier on. I'm sure we'll be expecting to see her a bit back out later on. But yeah, amidst all that chaos, the Paragon 22 up to third. So they've leapfrogged their way back onto the overall podium. It's just carnage out there.
Lots of penalties to be served in these next couple of moments, and only the 474 team are not serving theirs by the looks of it at the moment. So Paragon Motorsport definitely have moved up to third. They are a lap behind MSJDR, but they're in a slightly better fuel situation. There's the marshal on the circuit at Rib Bend. Not entirely sure why. There's a yellow flag there as well. Sort of standing there, but anyway, that marshal now goes to safety. 125 is also only 8 seconds behind MS Lucas, so that is the battle for fourth place. But they've dropped behind Paragon, as I say, because of that black flag, and as he predicted, it has mostly cancelled each other out, but those two teams that have not got penalties through that section move up to second and third, and I'm going to speculate that those might be full course yellow infringements. Race control aren't going to be enjoying me speculating probably, but I'm doing it anyway. That's my guess. Full course yellow. 747 also FSR
that
Kobe.
Might be why the 474 didn't come in, because I don't think the 474 exists.
Do you not?
I think it may have been that someone's punched in the wrong numbers, and it's actually the 747. So I was kind of hastily looking through the entry list, being like, I don't remember seeing those guys at all over the last 16 hours. Yes, it'll be the 747, in fact. So worry not, they're not getting disqualified. It's just the wrong number was being displayed on the Digi flag. So now they'll have now got the message, and they'll be heading back in, and it won't be a worse penalty for the 747 FSR Kobe squad. Again, more bad luck falling their way, unfortunately, as currently on camera it looks like it's coming to a lovely dawn. It is still very dark in reality. I think the brightness settings on that camera have been whacked way up to the maximum, because that's coming into Rib Bend, which is where my car / attempted sleeping area not too far away from that. It was a lot darker there than it looks on camera, so I think the brightness has been whacked up, which is why it looks like we're coming to a lovely morning. Still quite dark here at Teesside. So yeah, the 747 it will be, the FSR Kobe squad that gets the black flag, so they'll be heading in hopefully pretty soon, and indeed they have done so as the digi flag goes blank once again, and we can hopefully get back to a normal racing order. So yeah, the big winners out of that one, the Paragon Motorsport squad, because it slid them onto the podium and given them a 36-second advantage over the MS Lucas 42. So they've got away with that one quite well. Again, we're not sure why there was all those black flags being given out. Doesn't really matter because they were anyway. And the 22, the big winners, back into the podium places.
Just going past us there, the MS Soco Select team, having lost a bit of their lead, but they're still leading by 2 laps in the British 24-hour ahead of MSJDR. Paragon Motorsport just coming over the line now as well, so they're almost exactly a lap behind 433. They've got about 30 seconds over the 42 car, which is just ahead of MS Urban Orange. That is the closest battle inside the owners division. 6 seconds only between those two. See them come past us in a second here. That's 747 coming in to serve the black flag. So they've finally now got the message. Now the right message is up. There goes 42. Where did there goes where's 125 there. So it is now 7 seconds of an advantage as the 125 loses a bit of time. This is down on pit lane. Did you spot who this was while I was looking at the tiny screen? No?
I believe it was one of the carts that we saw that it was in earlier. I believe it's the 476 TRX Motorsport cart. And yeah, they were in a little bit earlier on and still remain in the pit lane. Problems there for them, problems elsewhere for others as well. The mechanics having a look, seeing what they can do to those high carts, seeing what they can replace. You can see a rear fairing being put back on, and the pins going in, so that looks like everything may be possibly done on that one, and they're maybe ready to head back out onto the circuit. We'll have to wait and see if that cart's going to come off of the stand and make its way back out onto the track soon. One of the high carts that hasn't had a change of steering wheel there. Interesting that. Most of the high carts here tend to change the steering wheel out, which you are allowed to do, and put a race kart steering wheel on rather than the ones that come with the carts themselves. But those guys, whoever that kart belongs to, deciding to stick with it, as we can see some testing being done on the rear axle of another car there, making sure that the brakes are working by the looks of things. And just giving it a quick spin, and maybe doing up some bolts as well. So the mechanics still hard at work, even at coming up to 4:30 in the morning. They've put in a monstrous shift, of course, with all the high kart services all throughout the night as well. They have been very, very busy, and still out there, still doing a fantastic job as well.
Even I can spot that was brakes, despite my lackluster mechanical knowledge. Rather makes me unqualified for this, really, but whatever.
They've got 4 wheels and they all go around in circles, so you really need to know.
I wouldn't know what I'm doing in that mechanics bay, that's for sure. But that won't come as much of a surprise, I wouldn't have thought, to most. But there you are. That's the run-of-the-mill for these hire carts over the course of the race. Nearly 16 and a half hours gone now in this race. We should get another couple of laps out, actually, before we end another half hour here after 16 and a half hours. So what are we going to be on for? 1,052 laps as things stand. The average keeps going up and up and up, but we're obviously not going to get over 1,100 like we had last year with the delay. We'll see how close we get to the last year's race, though. If we get within 42 laps or so, we'll know that, or 44 laps, if we're doing about per hour at the moment, then we'll know we've gone very, very quickly indeed. As MS Soco Select now come into the pit lane, I reckon, for their proper pit stop now. Although having said that, there's a yellow flag out. Are they trying to preempt a full course yellow? I'd be surprised. because there haven't been too many of them in the last 8 hours or so, but that is definitely a crash down on the way towards hairpin 1, and the tyre barrier looks like it might have been moved there out of shape just before the final corner, where those two sort of sections intersect, if you like, right in front of our commentary position here. The wall, if it's hit there, the tyre wall, can come straight out onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, that looks like the 37 Pegasus kart that's gone off there. As you can see on your picture, they've righted themselves, but maybe some trouble getting back on the circuit. Looks like they've definitely got at least one engine running. I think they're just waiting a bit of a kick from the marshal to get them going again. And looks like it is still both motors going. So I think we should stay. In fact, we're not even under local yellows anymore. Back to green flag conditions. So unfortunately, Ewan, no full course yellow for you. We'll have to abide our time and wait for the moment as the barrier is shifted back into place. A bit of an awkward place to go off there. Must have really lost it on the brakes coming in. But yeah, barrier is moved back, and we can continue at full racing speed around the full circuit with just a touch over 7.5 hours left to go. As the camera's still deceiving us in terms of the brightness, but you can now see a slight tinge of blue over to that part of the circuit in the sky. So the sun is starting to think about making an appearance here in Middlesbrough, but not quite there yet. Again, still a lot brighter on your cameras than it is in person to the naked eye. So still some time away until the lights can go off and the tinted visors can go back on the helmets, as I'm sure many of the drivers will be looking forward to that one. And the MS Soco guys still in the pit lane, so they're taking a bit of a lengthy stop. Wonder if it's fuel, tyres, potentially a driver change as well. And that could potentially, if they're not back out soon, hand the overall lead to the 433 JDR kart. They're only a lap down at the moment. Very shortly, we'll be back on the lead lap. So let's keep our eye on that one. They're coming up to the line around about now. And yeah, the 433 then back onto the lead lap of the race. We wait to see where the Soco car is going to be, if they've made it back out onto the circuit in front of them, or if it is going to be a new race leader once again here in the British 24. Once we've got that confirmed, we'll run through the order for you as it stands. The top three in all of our classes heading through. Just keeping my eyes peeled for that 43. As we can see, a few drivers making their way through, a couple of higher karts going on by. The 433 currently just coming up to the halfway mark of the lap now. And our timing screen says the 43 was still in the pit lane, no longer. They've just crossed the line, so they've got about half a lap's advantage after coming out of the pits. And there is another spinner down at hairpin number 1. Yellow flag's being waved, but they'll rejoin the circuit very easily. Hopefully anyway, as you can see there. But it is still the 43 that maintains the race lead. That kart's going to come back out onto the circuit very nicely. Let's have a little run through the order of things for you as they stand, with 7.5 hours left to run. It is the 43 MS Soco Select that leads the way. The MS JDR 433 in second, and the Paragon Motorsport 22 in P3. That is your top three overall as it stands. The top two both on the lead lap. The Paragon Motorsport 22 not far behind, but they are a lap down. In the owner elite class, out of our two runners, it's the 43 that leads the way. Fourth overall. Second place is the 42 MS Lucas Machine. In the pro class for the owners, the 433 JDR squad leads the way. The Paragon Motorsport 22 in second. The MS Urban Orange 125 in P3. And in the Clubman class, it's the 77 KBR, who has led most of the way in the Clubman class. Of course, as we keep mentioning, did lead overall earlier on. They lead the way in the owner Clubman division. The DWS2 number 58 is second. The JSR2 119 in P3. They've all got a handful of laps between them, so they're all pretty steady in their positions as it stands. Meanwhile, moving down to the higher kart divisions, in the higher kart elite class, it's the Race for Ruben number 95 that still leads. They are currently in the pit lane, but they've got 3 laps to the next nearest higher kart, and it's just over 7 laps, in fact, to the next kart in class. Second place in the elite class of the highs is the ABC Racing 116, and then P3 In 24th overall is the 113 Core Blimey Racing. CBR, if you fancy abbreviating it, in the Pro class. P20 overall leads the way. That's the 233 BJMD. Lockwell Hill 1 machine. The number 38 is second. And the Apex Twin selected works. The number 3 kart is in third place, 22nd overall. They're all there or thereabouts on the same lap as well. So that battle continues to rage on. Big shout out for Apex Twin selected works. Having my personal favourite team. I was actually listening to that album in my car earlier on as I was failing to sleep. Of course, it's a rip-off of Apex Twin, if you can't quite tell. I thought it was pretty on the nose. Moving down into the Clubman class, it is the MFP Interceptors, the 508 that leads the way. The number 12 Newmarket Hornets in P2. And the Quick Finishers Racing number 69 in P3. I do want to touch on those guys in a short moment because they sent in the most amazing information to talk about their drivers to us. And I don't know if anyone's touched on it yet. And then finally, last but not least, the higher kart rookie class. It's Barriar's Wacky Racers, the 911. They lead the way. Have a Go Racing, the 690 in P2. Those two on the same lap as well. And then a big gap back. 12 laps to 38th overall. The 666, the Spirit of Formula Karting. They are in P3 in the rookies class. And as well, one driver who's not in any class at the moment, Gracie Mitchell, has made it back out onto the circuit after a long delay. She's now down to 42nd overall again. We saw her taking a bit of an extended break, I think, just to let the fatigue go. Now, I do, as I said, just want to touch on the 69 Quick Finishers squad because they just sent us in some of the most amazing details about the drivers, how the note-taking system works here. David Sullivan basically just does it all himself, which, you know, big thanks to David, of course, for doing that.
I think Tom helps him.
No,
well.
Tom does help him, to be
yeah,
fair.
yeah.
You know, of course, we all like to bring our, you know, our own bits and pieces, but David and Tom basically compiled this huge document with all the drivers, all the teams and all that, and obviously people send things into them to put onto it. And the Quick Finishers basically sent us not quite an essay in about some of their drivers, but it's absolutely fantastic. So we've got a Chris Shield, for example, has owned 4 Toyota MR2s. He's written all of them off. That's absolutely fantastic.
So bodes well.
Yep, which, you know, brilliant. We've got Chris Tate, who sounds like he's had a fascinating life. He served in Kosovo, used to sports diving, parachuting, was shortlisted for shooting for the 2000 Olympics, and was a national finalist in the British Independent Karting Championships in 2023. Also won a holiday to Ibiza playing drinking games once. That's not bad at all. That's not a bad way to win a holiday at all. Fair play to Chris Tate, who has had the most extraordinary life. And who else we got? We've got Freddie Winskell, who's recently got engaged, who is now fiancée Natasha, so congratulations to him. He owns a tree surgery company and once knocked over Alan Prost at the Formula E event when it was back in London, back at Battersea, because he didn't see him because he's so short, is the official quote we've got there. And then as well, we've got Simon Fulton, who apparently is like the resident music man and has created songs for the entire Quick Finish squad, which is a karting group off the northeast, another driver down there at Hairpin Run, or Round should I say, but they've got going again. And also, to my amazement, played darts against Jim Bowen off of Bullseye, which to me is the most fantastic thing in the world, so fair play to Simon Fulton. And Lewis Ashworth as well, the final driver in the squad. He's currently ranked 6th in the world for Nissan in the Gran Turismo World Series. So a very colourful and collective group of drivers there, but again, some fantastic information they've sent in. So I did just want to read through that, mainly for my own personal amusement, because those guys really did us a service, is what they're sending in.
I want to hear more about the drinking game that got a holiday in Ibiza. Don't you?
I mean, yeah, that must be a story. It must be said. But
fantastic. Anyway, no, yeah, big thanks to them, and of course, great stories behind all of these teams. But yeah, especially those who have given us so much information ahead of these this British 24 hours for 2025. A good morning, by the way, to Jack Collinson, who says good effort by all the drivers. He's currently watching from the departure lounge in Edinburgh Airport as I fly off to compete in the RMC Nordic Challenge. So good luck to him, I guess, as well as these drivers here. Is that you? Oh, yes, sorry. Someone opening a can. I didn't know what was going on there. It's
Yes, don't worry, just a
Monster's
can of Monster.
Sorry,
Other energy drinks are available, of course.
Of course. And everybody commenting on why there were so many black flags all in one go. Well, many theories going around about the sun getting to their heads and all that kind of thing. All very good. Very good comments. Keep them coming. If you're up at this ungodly time in the morning, another cart off at the very same part of the tyre barrier. And there was, by the way, while you were reading through some of those drivers' stories there, another cart had ended up there, along with the one that was there about 5 minutes ago. Now there's another one, so that's 3 in about 10 minutes here. And that poor marshal was going to have to move those tyres again.
Yeah, it's getting a bit chaotic down into hairpin number 1. Clearly a fan favourite destination of the drivers to take a trip onto the grass and do their best lawnmower impression, but everyone gets going cleanly once again. Marshall once again reorganises the tyres.
He's not moving them again.
No, I've had enough, probably grumbling under his breath about moving the bloody tyres again. Oh, I can't believe these guys. Of course, once again, a big thank you to all of the marshals for continuing to do a spectacular job. Yeah, I think I found my new favourite game of just flicking through the note sheets and just reading off some of the driver stats. So apologies if I do miss anything that happens out on tracks. I'm just reading. To be fair, there's some fascinating information and names out here. We've got some drivers out who have fascinating stories and do fascinating things. For the 116 ABC Racing, you've got Adam Thomas, who works for Douglas Motorsport and GB4, and he runs Dating Coulthard, David Coulthard's boy. On the Too Slow Too Serious team, you've got 2 guys who work for Alpine. Brandon Elliott, Alpine F1 it is. Brandon Elliott's a CNC technician. Ollie Walker's a metallic parts technician. Also did an endurance event at Wilton Mill with Pierre Gasly and got on the podium there with him. So, he's raced with an F1 driver before. That's not bad going at all. There was another driver somewhere who's a parts designer at Cadillac as well. Of course, we've got plenty of national champions and a fair few karting championships as well. Also, do want to just mention the 577, Scenario 77. They're raising money for Wirral Hospice St John's this weekend, that squad. So that squad, another team racing for a good cause and trying to raise some money. So best of luck to them in their endeavours. And another good one as well, which I did pick up earlier. Craig Holtzinger from the Met Police 999 squad flew to the Le Mans 24-hour kart race a few weeks ago in a microlight. So there you go. There's one thing driving to the racetrack. There's another thing flying there as well. So yeah, plenty of fascinating information about plenty of our drivers out here this weekend. Unfortunately, the owner kart classes, no one's quite been as entertaining. It's all a bit more dull in terms of all the information that they've provided us with. It's mainly in the higher kart classes where people perhaps a bit more willing to have a bit of fun and send us some information on what they've done. And of course, a few international squads as well in that category. We've got a few Belgian squads, some Irish squads, some French squads, as Ewan's managed to fall over his own chair in the commentary box. You won't have heard that because he's took his headset off and muted his microphone, but I can assure you it was really, really funny. Are you okay, Ewan? Getting a shrug of the shoulders, I'm going to assume that's fine. He's putting the headset back on now.
I didn't even nearly fall over. I just
fell over.
Briefly, slightly tripped over the chair as somebody went off down there at Rib Bend, one of the hires, just off down there. I'm never going to be able to identify that one, unfortunately, for you. But they're going again just as quickly as they were in the pit lane. Also in the YouTube chat, a good morning to Edward Morgan, asking where Skyvo are, Team Skyvo Racing. Number 68, running 67th, not quite where their number is. 67th overall, which is 97 laps off the overall lead. That is only 30 laps off the class lead, or the hires class lead anyway, and 21 laps off of their class lead, the rookie class, which is currently being led by Barriar's Wacky Racers, although they're only 12.5 seconds in front of Have a Go Racing, so that's a good fight to watch as well at the moment. We'll keep an eye on anyway. It's not quite a fight just yet, but yeah, there's an update for you on where Skyvo are. If you want to know, then let us know, or want to know where anybody is, then either ask us or go to results.alphatiming.co.uk /24HR/live, and you can follow the same live timing that we are here in the commentary box. Also, Tom Butterworth posted the link about 5 hours ago. It's quite a long way up now, probably in the YouTube stream chain. So that's a long way away, but you might be able to find that way as well if you want to have a look at live timing for this event in the remaining 7 hours and 18 minutes.
Absolutely. Just flicking through a bit more of the information. We've got a little bit of racing royalty here, it seems, as well, because we've got some guys who have had fantastic success on two wheels. I say that the 434 gets a contact warning. So for the 38 Lockwell Hill 1 squad, Richard Cooper, who is a two-time British Superstock 1000 champion, a one-time BMW F900 Cup champion, and a one-time Sport Bike champion over in British Superbikes, as well as 17 Northwest 200 podiums. That is an incredible stat. To get 17 podiums at the Northwest 200, if you're familiar with your two-wheel road racing, that is that's quite impressive. So fair play to Richard Cooper. Certainly got it on two wheels, and that squad's doing pretty well. So pretty proven on four wheels as well. Elsewhere, the 34 Cartwheelers squad, they've got Andrew out there, we've been told, who is a retired firefighter and is an ex-UK Quad Speedway champion and an ex-UK Supermoto champion as well, alongside the 2024 Elite Karting Series heavyweight champion. And also that squad as well, Jonathan Allen announced that he and his partner are expecting a baby in December. So congratulations to Jonathan and his partner Alice on that one. So yeah, some two-wheeled racing royalty going around here. On four wheels at the British 24. A few more fun facts about some of the drivers for there. I think I've actually run out of them, to be honest. I think I've exercised all of them that I can in terms of the most part. A couple of others. We've got for the 95 Race for Reuben squad, of course, currently leading the way in the higher elite class, and they're reigning champions of that category. He is a 7-time NRG higher heavyweight champion, and he in Cameron McLean, and a 4-time British 24-hour elite higher class winner. So, yeah, certainly not too bad there from him. He certainly knows what he's doing, and there's probably a reason why that squad's still leading if he's there. He's bringing a wealth of experience to the team. And, again, leading the way, as they did last year. And they've got 2 laps over their nearest competitor in the higher karts. They've got 3 laps over their nearest kart in class. So, pretty healthy lead for those guys at the moment.
Yeah, looking very good for the reigning champions to do it again here this year. The battle for first in the higher pros, though, is going to be a very, very exciting one. BGMD just in front of Lockwell Hill 1, who are just in front of Apex Twin Selective Works as well. It's 3 for the lead, covered by less than 25 seconds after nearly 9... What are we now? 17 now. Wow. 17 hours of racing that we've nearly had now, and don't we know it as well at this stage. 17 hours gone very nearly, and to have it that close in that class, 25 seconds between 3, pretty extraordinary. Just 30 seconds for the lead as well, which is much closer again after MS Soko Select's most recent pit stop.
Yeah, so pit stop cycles. Is Marshall potentially waving a yellow flag, or was waving a yellow flag? He hasn't even got a yellow flag on him, but he's having a walk around the gravel trap, that rib bend anyway, just going for a wander. So pit stop cycles will be starting to open fairly soon for some of our squads. The 433 JDR in second place overall, leading the way in the Owners Pro class. They should be coming in fairly soon. They're on a bit of an alternate strategy. Still a little bit of time until the car in third place, Paragon Motorsport, the 22, will be coming in, but they'll be the next of our owners to make their way into the pit lane. According to our live timing, the 31 AMC Racing squad has been out on track for 15 hours since their last stop. Not sure I quite believe that one.
No, that's very true.
Yeah, that's a momentous effort if that's true, but I don't think so. I think we'll be expecting to see, looks like the number 67 SKA Racing squad. I think we'll be expecting to see them in the next 10 to 15 minutes as well. Down in the higher kart class, the Lockwell Hill number 38 second in the pro class. They should be coming in fairly shortly, as will the class leaders, the BJMD 233. they won't be far off. Core Blimey Racing, the 113, they should be coming in fairly soon. So we're expecting to see a few squads starting to come in, but we are also seeing a bit of that split strategy coming into play, as there is a kart stopped there coming down the Bob Hope Straight.
Yeah, slowing.
Yeah, as that got going once again.
Well, I think they're getting slower.
The hand is up anyway. Oh,
and
that's
through
a
the
bit
wheels.
close. Well, the hand is up, so they would have been aware that there's an issue. The driver that decided to make their way through there.
Looks like Cobb Builders to me.
Yeah.
Is it 3? Oh, is it 31 AMC? It's definitely got a 3 in it. It's either Cobb Builders or AMC Racing. And that kart is... It's barely moving anymore.
Maybe an engine gone. Yeah, it could have been an engine firing out. We've seen a fair few of that before. The Honda GX200s, you'll have seen about half an hour ago on the picture, there was just a row of them sat in the pit lane waiting to be thrown in the back of karts if an engine does expire. Those 4 strokes do a good job, but not designed to run.
It's stopping. It's not an engine. Well, it's not just one of them. If it is an engine, it's both. Or if not, then it's fuel. That we've seen so much of today, with so many fuel miscalculations being made.
But I think we saw him stopped at the Bob Pope Straight, so I don't know if it was fuel. And maybe he stopped because he realised he was running out of fuel.
Did you definitely see him stopped, or
he
was it slow?
He was definitely stopped for a brief moment, and then started to crawl forward. And he stopped on the outside of the South Bank, in a bit of an awkward place. We'll wait to see what the quad does. The quad's racing down there now at full chat. The marshal on there is having the time of his life. It must be said, he's loving going backwards and forth, recovering karts. I think we will stay under local yellows for that one, because even though he is on the track, he's just off to the left-hand side of your pitch. You can't quite see him. He's actually just outside of the camera shot. But he is right at the edge of the circuit, well away from the racing line. And again, it's not too far of a track back to the pit lane, so we should be getting that recovered and be back under green flag conditions very, very soon. And we'll have to have a look if it comes to us, if we can see anything. Maybe we'll see a chain off or something like that. But it is getting hooked up to the back of the quad bike. And we'll begin its slow descent back into the pit lane. Meanwhile, the looks like the Lockwell Hill number 1 machine has come in from second. The number 38 second in class in the higher elite category. They've come in, so they'll lose second place to the number 3 Apex Twin Selected Works kart. Which one are they referring to? They're referring to the first album or the second one. It is anybody's guess. We all know that the second one is a million miles better anyway. Elsewhere, the 433 continues to stay out at the front of the elite owners race. That's been going on for an hour and 11 minutes, so I reckon if they're really lifting, coasting and saving on fuel, we'll get another 10 minutes eked out of them before they start to come in. They are definitely saving because the last lap, their Paragon Motorsport, the 22, was 7/10 quicker than them. So they are starting to close in. So yeah, pit cycle beginning to open up once again as the sun is, although it looks... Oh, and that's off. That's the 77 that's gone off the road.
And that's the leader in the Clubman Owners category. One of the kings it is. See that... I can't remember the names either. But it's one of the kings off down at Rib Bend. We just caught it going backwards into the gravel trap there. Either James King or Ashley King. So I didn't want to guess and get it wrong. Pulled that car out of the gravel. Wait for those... Well, not even. Just rejoins again through Rib Bend. Is back going again. Well, that's not ideal, but they do have a it's a 5-lap lead now over DWS2. But you could see the, not panic there, but certainly urgency to get that car back out of the gravel. They don't want to lose any of their lead at the moment. And that's why they were so urgent to get themselves back out there onto the circuit again and retake that lead, which, of course, they're going to keep still.
Yeah, just a quick update on that kart that was stopped at the South Bank. It was the 31 AMC Racing kart. They were P13 overall, P6 in the owner clubman class. They have made their way back to the pit lane. Couldn't see anything visibly wrong. Didn't look like it was out of fuel either, so potentially an internal issue or something that the naked eye just could not spot from where I am in the commentary box. So hopefully it won't be too long till they're back out. But they do also have a 15-lap buffer over the next kart on the road and the next karting class as well. That's the 122 RAF Vulcan squad, who is leading the charge in the services battle. The Army Motorsport number 2 kart is some 9 laps behind them, P17 overall. And of course the other RAF kart, 85th overall, and is at 135 laps down after they had to essentially rebuild, or build, should I say, an entire new car after they bent a rear axle early on. The 121 RAF Spitfire squad, that is. So they will be making their way, and I'm sure the RAF taking great pride in beating the Army at the moment. Yeah, so they are not really any threat, the 122, to the 31's position, unless they're in the pits for longer than 15 laps. On the subject of pits, after an hour and 50 minutes, the 433, the JDR kart from second place, has come into the pit lane, and we'll have to wait and see how long they're going to be in, but that's
them there.
That is them there. That could be the Paragon kart, certainly getting back onto the same lap as them, potentially taking that position as well. How long are they going to be in the pit lane for? Looks like they've had their fuel, trying to get the engine started once again and getting going again. So I think they possibly will have lost out that spot to the Paragon kart. Either way, they are now 2 laps down from the race leader in the SoCo Select 43.
Only just. I mean, they will have come out very, very close to MS SoCo Select there. So that's expected. And, you know, that was always going to be the difference, wasn't it, in terms of the pit stop times, that the actual times that these two karts have been coming into pit lane. 50-minute advantage, effectively, for, well, whichever way you look at it. It's a big advantage for MS SoCo Select going deeper into that into this stint now. They've got a long, long way to go until they have to actually come into pit lane. And MSJDR will have to get a bit fortunate with a full course yellow, maybe. There is plenty of periods where a full course yellow would really benefit them, but whether that happens or not remains to be seen, as number 77 has been off again. That's KBR again off. The front panel definitely bent out of shape there as they went off through the wiggles.
Yeah, see the 999, that's the Met Police Motor Club kart getting fuel, and they'll be heading back out. And, let's see how the pace is going to be for the 999, and let's see if the Bobbies are going to be on the beat. You are welcome for the pun. I am here until 9 in the morning. But yeah, they'll be heading back out shortly. And so the Paragon Motorsport 22, yes, up into second place as it stands. Just want to have a quick look back to the chat. I can see a couple of questions asking if there's any Aussies driving. I cannot confirm that off the top of my head. MG has come through and said he knows there's a Kiwi in there somewhere. I can confirm we do have at least one Kiwi. Martin
Is it in the
Pearson.
Cafe? Oh, right.
No, I actually don't know. I didn't see much.
Yeah,
for it
if you
over
put
there.
a cross in like that, I'm going to get my head on it.
No, that's fair enough. You know, the ball was in the air. You just had to poke it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I do have to give you that
goal
one.
there, really.
But yeah, no, we do have one Kiwi driver out there that I can confirm for you. That's the 666 Spirit of Formula karting race. Spirit of Formula karting squad, currently third in the higher rookies class. So Martin Pearson getting some New Zealand representation. Black flag for the 116. That's the ABC Racing, second place in the higher elite class. They are a couple of laps off of the class leaders in Race for Ruben, and a couple of laps ahead of the 113 Core Blimey squad and P3 themselves, who have come into the pits on this lap as well. So not a disaster for them.
Tyre change happening for one of the owners. This is 31 down on pit lane at the moment. AMC Racing.
That's the kart that we saw stopped.
Yeah, so
down the South Bank.
Are they had to? Well, what are they doing? Have they had to change an engine there maybe as well? Is that what we're focusing on here? The rear left looks a bit used to me, so maybe they haven't changed that. What else is there that they could be changing in the next couple of moments? That tyre was certainly being put back on to the kart in the last couple of moments. Now it's been lifted off. Lift it all together, lads. There you go. Off and onto the floor again. Trying to get the engine started again, which seems to be one of the biggest problems in these. And back out there onto the circuit again. So 31 back out after trouble. it looks like just an engine change was required. It wasn't running out of fuel, clearly, because they wouldn't have needed to do all that if it was.
Yeah, they were still crucially, well, I say still, they very much held on to their 13th overall position. They've only lost 3 laps as a result, so that gap between themselves and the 1-2-2, the RAF Vulcan squad, that gap now down to 13 laps. So still a pretty healthy lead over the Air Force there. There's a drive around, a hairpin, 2 drivers around, actually, should I say, a hairpin number 3. You can see their yellow flags being waved. They've both rejoined, but I think one of them was into the barrier, so likely contact there. But both of them able to continue going. The 42 MS Lucas squad into the pits as well from 4th place. So they will likely lose that 4th to the 125 Urban Orange Cart. And unless they're in for a long old time, I doubt they'll be losing out to the Urban Blue Machine, the number 15 as well. Of course, these guys all in different classes. The yellow on the timing tower, the Soco Select, as see the drivers really getting aggressive over the curbs there, coming through the D chicane to start the lap. Yeah, the yellow on the timing screen is well, there's aggressive, and then there's just cutting the corner. But yeah, that's again not going to do too well for your spine and your ribs.
Yeah, just look at this camera angle here. It's great viewing, isn't it? In the evening time. This is what I watch late at night. This is fantastic. Just sunrise, just coming over behind with the way we're looking at the moment. That's where sunrise is coming from at the moment. It's getting a little bit lighter out there. The end in sight now. It always feels to me anyway when sun starts to rise. Just over 7 hours to go. That shot through the chicane there is absolutely marvellous. Great section of corners through there.
Yeah, it is pretty phenomenal. Another drive around. We can see there. Is that coming out of the D chicane, I believe? No, it's actually coming into turn 1. Yeah, down at Howells.
And they're properly stuck there.
Yeah, and he's. I wonder how he's gone off there. He's or is he pulled over with a problem?
Yeah,
that's possibly more likely. Yeah. So that'll be local yellows for certain. That is in an awkward spot though, and you can see the frustration there. As Jerome, I'm assuming that is. Punching the steering wheel, really frustrated, and out of the kart as well. So that thing potentially out of commission. That could be a full course yellow, as it does get dragged away. We'll just wait and see what is going to happen. We'll get the number confirmed for you as soon as we possibly can. But yeah, big problems.
Yeah, front left doesn't look quite right.
No, it doesn't.
It's not. Where's the wheel?
Is it dropped a wheel, or is that just the camera being blurry?
The camera angle. Trying to see if there's even a wheel on that kart still at the moment from that camera shot. We'll see if we can get any other view of that in the next couple of moments. But driver very frustrated coming into turn 1 there. And you'd understand why as well. That's been wheeled across the circuit, and that'll be closer to our cameraman down there. So hopefully we'll get a better view. Well done to the marshal down there, who's gotten that across the circuit very quickly and efficiently, actually. I thought that would have needed a full course yellow, actually, given the plate and the circuit that was. But no, it's kept us under green flag. And we'll see if we can get a view on to, firstly, what number that is, but also what's happened there. Maybe, and indeed, if that front left tyre is off, where has it gone?
Yeah, I mean, the yellow flag's gone now, so I'm assuming it's not in the middle of the track. And again, I don't know if we maybe just... Oh, there it is. Yes, the wheel has come off. So is that an axle just breaking clean off, or the bolt sheared or something? There's not something you see every day, but there is very much a kart tyre sat there.
That's nowhere near the racetrack.
Yeah, it's carried on with some momentum and gone some distance, so it's not really in a dangerous spot. So I'm assuming a marshal will just go over and grab it at some point. I don't think it's any major concern.
I don't think I don't think it's necessary. I mean, it's almost part of the tyre barrier. It's so far off the road. It's sort of, if you can, I'm not sure if it's easy to imagine, but between turn 1 and the back straight, sort of at the exit of this section we're seeing here on the mountain section, it is sort of, there's sort of an access road between the two of them, if you like, for the other layouts. It's effectively directly halfway down that access road. So it's nowhere near the racing surface for the layout that we're using here. It might just be left there, to be honest. It's absolutely not in harm's way at all. and it certainly won't need a full course yellow to go and retrieve it. It's not in the middle of the circuit, as you say. Marshall will be able to go and get that very easily if indeed it's necessary. So, yeah, we shouldn't need a full course yellow for that. If our cameraman is listening to us, I'm not sure if it's still down there, but try and get a view on which number that is and whether we can find out how big of a player at the front that is. That might be... Now, number 8's in pit lane at the moment. And, well, we don't have the drivers for the...
well, it was a Jerome, which... the number 8 is a Belgian squad.
Exactly. LPBRT, I'm just, thinking Jerome was spelt in a French way, I say, with an accent on the top.
Yeah.
Whatever you call those things, on top of the E's. Forgotten. But,
Not a clue.
Anyway, I can speak French okay. I still don't know how to use those accents. They were the winners in the higher classes. The second in the elites, I think, won the rookies. Does that mean? Yes, won the novice category, the rookie category. So yeah, they know what they're doing, but they were running rather well inside the top 5 or so, I think, in the elites. Their number 9 kart is now 5th in the elites. I think that kart might have been 5th before, but they're certainly out of the running now to take the elite title this year. Title they were just behind Race for Ruben last year. Race for Ruben it is again, dominating in 2025 by a couple of laps they have at the moment over the rest of the field. At least 3 laps, sorry.
Yeah, just a contact warning for the 434 JDR2 kart. That is 4th in class and 10th overall. Also seeing the leaders in the higher elite class BJMD, the 233. They've come in. So that'll be the number 3 Apex Twin Selected Works kart. They'll inherit the lead of that particular race. Just going back to our incident with the missing wheel, only unless it's just sheared the wheel on its own. I think the only conceivable way I can see that happening there if they've taken a very aggressive line and gone bouncing over the curbs at the exit of the D chicane, come down a bit too hard and it's just pinged straight off and then just kind of catapulted its way over to the infield. I'm not entirely sure. That's the only thing I can really think of currently. As you can see, well, I guess it's a grandstand.
It's not a grandstand. It's
team base.
It's a team stand. Pit. What do they call those things in NASCAR where you put your stand up basically just above the wall as it is?
Yeah, it's not a pit box, but it's something along those lines.
Yeah, pit box.
Well, either way, it's made of scaffolding, and there's a few team members sat there, but they seem to be enjoying themselves. We hope you are too, wherever you're watching around the world. It's 6 hours 55 left to go here at the British 24 at Teesside in 2025. And yeah, we hope you've enjoyed all the action. If you've stuck with us throughout the night, well done. You've done a fantastic job staying awake this long. And, well, Ewan, luckily for you, less than an hour to go before you can go and get your beauty sleep. And David Sullivan will be heading into the commentary box to relieve you of your duties. Of course, do keep your questions, your comments coming in. And any hot topics that you'd like us to debate, we are all ears.
Well, not that hot.
Well, yeah, not that hot. Anything that's mildly interesting, we will willingly debate.
It doesn't have to be interesting.
It can be really boring if you want. I mean, we tried time zones earlier.
We're not, so...
No, yeah.
Why should it have to be interesting? That was a kart stop through hairpin 4.
Yeah, it's a driver getting out of said kart as well. Is that him trying to spin it round, or is that a race over kind of getting out of the kart?
I think it's an unbeaching one. Trying to do the whole jiggle the torso to get the kart moving. There we go. It's going again.
Yeah, we'll just wait to see him coming into our view in the commentary box so we can have a look at who that was. It was one of the higher karts. And that looks like the 999. That was the Met Police squad, who are once again running into trouble, ironically enough, for the police. David was telling me the story about how 1 year at Le Mans, apparently they got caught speeding in the pit lane twice, which, yeah, for the police force, or service, should I say, according to the official vocab guidelines, not the greatest look, but still... It's great to have the 999 squad, the Met Police Motor Club, turning up this weekend, alongside, of course, the Army and the RAF, a few of our services guys. No Navy, though, here this weekend, which is a shame. I know the Navy guys take their karting very seriously. There is the 111 making its way through
behind
pit
the
lane.
wall.
Yeah, that's the JSR squad, P5. and coming out looks to be P12 overall. Yeah, P5 in the Pro class.
What's gone on here? Out of turn 1, there's a couple of carts there.
Yeah, what's gone on there?
Not all of them with drivers.
So
Why? Hey, that's a bit odd.
Must have had an off for a bit of contact, or they've both conveniently broken down at the exact same spot. Yellow flags waving, heading into that section, but only local yellows for the time being, as one of the carts is getting hooked up to the back of the quad. The other one just sitting off of the racetrack, as you can see, bang in the middle of your picture there. No driver in. Can't really tell who that is from this angle, unfortunately, so we'll wait to confirm who it is. But yeah, 2 carts off the road there. So that could potentially, given it's 2 carts, one of them is going to rejoin. Both of them are looking like they're going to rejoin.
No. They've been pushed into pit lane and
nearly crashing into a car coming out of pit lane as well.
Yeah, someone coming out of pit lane there. Now they're going the wrong way up pit lane to try and rejoin. That would be 111 coming back out, I would imagine, after their relatively short pit stop. So what went on there through turn number 1? It's all been happening at that part of the racetrack in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, clearly the action hot zone. We've shifted all of the drama away from hairpin number 1 to turn number 1 down at Howells. So yeah, getting a bit chaotic. But still, we race on 6 hours and just a touch over 52 minutes left to go in this one. Still, many people sat on the banking trackside, as you can see, either watching along, engineering the drivers, or watching along as fans. And many of them have been going for the entire night. So a big kudos to them for being able to push through and getting into... the sun is now coming up again. It is still very much brighter on the cameras than it is to the naked eye. But there is now a very distinct yellow tinge in the sky. That's the 44 making its way over to the mechanics bay. Hopefully everything okay for speed in Squilberg in the Steel City Racers, should I say, in the higher clubman class. A returning squad for 2025. They were 23rd in class last year, but currently facing some issues there. Hopefully they'll be able to rejoin very, very shortly. Currently 74th overall. They've had a fair few issues throughout the night. Still yellow flags being waved down into turn number 1. Is that for the quad getting out of the way, or has there been more drama there? We'll wait and see, because the quad...
it's just the quad getting out of the way.
Yeah, so the recovery quad is just pulling out, and he'll make his way into the pit lane shortly, and then it'll be back to green flag conditions down there. Just a quick look as well in terms of pit cycles. We should be expecting the 22 Paragon Motorsport in from 2nd overall and 1st in the Owner Pro class. They won't be too far away from coming in, but still setting very competitive lap times, 15.1 last time. So feeling very, very confident. That looks to be around about it in terms of the owners. Actually, no, I think we'll be expecting the 67 SKA kart in as well. They've done an hour and 24 in this stint, so yeah, they won't be far away. And then the number 3 leading the way in the higher pro class, the Apex Twin Selected Works. They've decided to leave out the name Ambient for copyright reasons. Leading the way in that class, they've been up for an hour and 17, so they've got about another 10 minutes left in them if they're going heavy on the lifting coast before they'll need to come in. So we'll expect a couple more pit stops soon, and then it's back onto waiting for those on a bit more of the alternate strategy to come back in.
Well, glad to say that those yellow flags have cleared themselves away. I thought there was some smoke coming from the back straight, but it turns out it's a window reflection from our commentary box, so there's nothing to worry about. There's no smoke over on the back straight at all. We're green all the way round. Oh dear, we've got somebody coming down to get their own car black flagged again. Have we? Oh no. Maybe not. Oh, is that allowed there? The
Marshal's going over to have a word.
Yeah, team member here is standing right round the final corner to try and get their driver into pit lane. I'm not sure whether they're having trouble getting their driver to listen or not, but I'm not sure you're allowed to do it from there. Well, maybe you are.
Yeah.
He's being allowed.
Gets the all clear from the Marshal. Not sure what team they are
like
representing.
15 it said, I think.
Yeah, 15 potentially, or was that 15 laps? Anybody's guess.
No,
15, that's the Urban Blues squad.
Yeah.
Currently running P4 in Class P6 overall. So yeah, they've been given the go-ahead by the marshal to stand basically on the exit of the final corner at the dog leg and wave their pit board about. So yeah, clearly all good. And yeah, 15 in is what it says. He's just turned around so I can see the pit boards. Yeah, that is the Urban Blue squad being summoned back into the pit lane. Question from Michael, which I can't confirm because I haven't handy, but any Haribo Gold Bears consumed overnight from you guys?
Not for me.
No, not for me. No, it's been the
presuming-
squashies.
I'm presuming David has had some because those Tagfastics there have been absolutely mauled.
They have indeed, as we've got more racing dogs. Oh,
Racing dogs?
Racing dogs, yeah, dogs at a
Is that-
racetrack.
Oh,
So
right.
it's
Not
just what
greyhounds.
not greyhounds. No, I think that's a Labrador. I don't know. I'm not very good with dogs.
I know, but you could race any kind of dog, no?
Yeah, true. I mean, you can race anything if you put your mind to it. Really, people race snails and stuff, don't they? So, I mean,
That's an endurance race.
yeah, I've watched Turbo. You know, if a snail can win the Indy 500, anything is possible. Quite frankly.
Oh, God.
Great film. Great film. But yeah, great to see more dogs in the paddock.
Tom was is the only one. You're the only one left. As we've got another tyre change or something happening here on pit lane. Maybe it's something more serious for 50. Yeah, it is an engine change for 58. Second place in the clubman category for owners. An engine change happening there. Have you seen the Fast Show?
The what? Sorry.
The Fast Show? Is that what it's called?
Which show are you? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Yeah, well, Tom said he nearly stopped being friends with David because he hadn't seen it. He was disgusted I haven't seen it. He's going to be equally as disgusted that you haven't seen it.
Well, luckily I don't have a stint with Tom throughout this entire race, so I can avoid his wrath for.
He'll
not
regret
seeing
being on
that.
this commentary team because being the I don't know why, but being the only one. Adam seems to know it.
Yeah, our producer Adam seems to be aware of he gives a nod and a smile. I'll just
Apparently, lots of modern phrases, catchphrases, and stuff have come from this this strange show that I've not seen.
yeah that apparently the one out of the 4 commentators have seen, and apparently he's angry at the 3 people who haven't seen it for not watching it. Not sure that's how democracy works,
Just
but
think he's that. Well, this commentary box is not a. The big issue overnight was mint sauce. Did you hear the mint sauce chat?
mint sauce. I didn't hear anything about mint sauce. Should I ask? Were we going on
Didn't
about
hear
roast
about-
dinners or?
I can't remember what started it now or how it came about either. But something about potatoes as well. I can't remember how it came about now, but anyway, David might be awake and listening by now. He might be able to rehash this with you in 45
Figure it
minutes.
out.
45 minutes time, just bring you up to speed. But yeah, I cannot remember how it came about. But anyway, we eventually had polls running about what to have on chips or something with chips. Yeah, ketchup one, which is a bit.
Oh, that's boring.
It is a bit boring. What would you have voted for?
Gravy or curry sauce.
They
Or
weren't
salt
the
and vinegar if it's.
They weren't the
Were they not?
options.
Or is it like ketchup, mayo?
Ketchup, mayo, mint sauce, or brown sauce. I think.
I go mayo.
Yeah, mayo. It's got to be,
Yeah.
gotta be mayo, hasn't
That's how they do it in Belgium anyway, and they invented the chip apparently. So
Did they?
yeah, supposedly. I know it's called French fries, but it's supposedly invented in
No.
Belgium. So there you go. The more you learn every
Frites.
day.
Frites.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, we did just see the number 11, Gracie Mitchell, taking another break in the pit lane. She's down to 53rd overall now. That was a 45-minute stint there from her. So again, the stint's getting a little bit shorter and then taking extended breaks. We've been seeing her sitting down, getting wrapped in coats. Her team obviously making sure that she's okay. She's good to continue onwards for the last 6 hours and 45 minutes. But as the camera cut away, she was getting up and looking like she was getting ready to get back in the kart. As it stands, Gracie, in her quest for the record books, has completed 667 laps, which is already monumental by its own, and there's still plenty to go. So Gracie continuing to do a fantastic job, and I'm sure, yeah, she's got much more pressing things on her mind currently than what condiment you should have with chips. As somebody comes to a stop down at Rib Bend. That was one of the higher carts there. Is the local yellows wave. Is that an engine stop?
Yeah.
Looks like it, because the marshals are giving the cord a tug and then sends them back on their way.
Yeah, back out again. So no major problems there with the hire cart. Better name for other than racing dogs, which frankly makes them sound like abused animals. Pit puppy. Michael
Oh,
Burke.
that's quite good.
That's better. Although, it might be an old dog. Then, what stage can you not be called a puppy anymore? I don't know. I've never owned a dog. Apparently Tom is dead against mint sauce. I've never had mint sauce, I don't think.
I'm not a fan.
No, it doesn't
It's,
sound like it'd be any good, really, does it?
I know, but I've heard I know some people swear by it, to be fair, but I know you're supposed to have it with lamb. I'm also not much of a lamb fan. There's I'm not. Another driver stopped at hairpin 3. Briefly going back to the action, we are here for a go-kart race, by the way.
Are we?
Yes, funnily enough, I know.
Is there a race going on?
Yeah, it's this British 24-hour thing.
Oh, is it?
There's another kart with engine troubles down at
I've heard
hairpin
of it.
3. The 22 in the pit lane. That's the Paragon Motorsport kart. That was up in the lead of the pro class. Is that an engine change? Looks like a fresh set of rubber going on as well.
I think it's just tyres.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see the stickers on the right rear, sticker tyres as they call it over in the United States, and going back out onto the track. So that looks to be a nice and efficient stop. And they should be rejoining, I believe, at about P3. No, it'll be P4, so they have been done by the Urban Orange squad, but still third in class as it stands.
And that's Jake Nottage, who took charge of that kart now. Might even be his last stint of the race. Maybe. Let's see. Did do some stints early on in this race. I wonder how many more he's still got to go here. If he does another, that would take him to about 5.5 hours to go. If he doubles up, be just over 4 to go. Maybe we'll get him for the very end of the race as well. Don't know what their plan is quite as he bobbles over the curves at the second part of the wiggles there. Slides his way out as well. One of the other things I really noticed a lot of when I came down onto pit lane at about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock last night, when a lot of the first round of tyre changes were happening, about 1/3 into the race. All of the mechanics saying to the driver getting in, be careful on those new tyres. They are super, super, super slippy before they become grippy. And that's why in obviously car racing, more often you see them sort of, what's it called when you do like 1 or 2 laps?
Scrubbing.
Scrubbing, thank you, that's the word. It's just scrubbing the tyres. They don't do that here. Just a very, and somebody did spin actually accelerating out of pit lane earlier on about 9 o'clock last night, getting back going again. Those slick tyres, to begin with, very, very, very slippery. So Nottage was definitely dealing with that through the wiggles and in towards hairpin 1 last time round. But watch out for these lap times the next couple of moments.
Big spin into hairpin number 1.
There's another one. Is that 31 again, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, possibly.
Oh, no.
Oh, and he's wedged
That was
himself in
silly.
a barrier.
That was really silly.
And the marshal is going to have to move that again. I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted. As they're trying to now move the barrier out of the way with the cart to try and get going again. That will be local yellows into there. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though, in terms of the tyres. When they're not scrubbed in, when they're fresh, there it is amazingly how little grip they have, of course.
That's frustrating, isn't it?
Oh, the car has now just righted himself, and I think he might be a bit stuck, though, still. Might still need a bit of a helping hand, the marshal, just getting him out of that divot. Of course, in a quote-unquote sprint kart race, your typical kart race, of course, they normally have a warm-up at the start of each day and then before the semi-finals as well. And typically, sometimes you get them before the final, which again allows you to scrub off those tyres, get a heat cycle through them as well, which can be quite important. There's another kart round at hairpin number 3, but hasn't been able to get going again. Getting a heat cycle through a tyre as well is something that can be massively influential if you can get it done correctly. It's almost like heat treating something, essentially. If you can get a heat cycle through the tyres, get them up to temperature and then back down to where they sit once, it can make a massive difference to the rubber.
Oh, in big trouble. 22 across the wiggles for the second time in the last couple of moments for Paragon. And 313, thankfully, got going again without getting clattered. We had a very similar incident towards the end last year. It was a really quite big crash with about 20 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go or something like that. In the 2024 edition of this race, and so nearly it was the same there, but thankfully we got away with it. I'm not sure how 313 actually ended up in that position, but it was effectively perpendicular to the road coming through the wiggles there. That was a dangerous place to be. As we go onto the screen now, we see Rib Bend. There is a cart stuck in the gravel. That's why there's a yellow flag at turn 1 as well.
More chaos then. as it all continues to kick off here at the British 24. And are they going to be able to get going again? Little assistance required from the mechanic, but they will do. Might be getting a meatball flag out. Someone was going around. I didn't quite catch what cart it was, but one of the higher carts was going around with a bit of bodywork flapping up on the rear. Might get away with it. Could be getting the black and orange so-called meatball flag, potentially, which obviously gets you to report back in. As we've got a cart stopping just off the racing line at hairpin number 2. Engine failure on the right-hand side. Marshall gives them a hand. They get going again. Is that both engines running? Looks to be so. So they'll continue on. As you can see there in the green helmet, that was them continuing on their merry way. And yeah, looks like both motors, both the Honda GX200s underneath them, still running smoothly after getting one of them rebooted. Black flag for the 313. So the 313 then will have to come in and serve a penalty. Wonder what that one is for. Not entirely sure, but that's a real shame for that squad. The Core Blimey Racing 313 in the rookie class. Yeah, they'll have to make their way back in and have to go again, unfortunately. Of course, the sister team to the 113, who is currently second overall in the elite class, or third overall, should I say, in the higher elite class. The other squad maybe not quite having the same fortunes. They are currently P5 in class, possibly going to drop down to P6 if this penalty lasts a little while.
We'll see if when they serve it. Watch for them coming down past us in a sec. So we just watch another clump of drivers coming past us on the pit straight here. I do fear that we may have lost a few more karts overnight. The crash test dummies, have been in the pit lane now for over 12 hours.
I think it's safe to say they might be out of the race.
They might be. 166 have been in there for nearly 3 hours, and it may just be. There's 132. That's Tutor Racing. So they are still in the race. I was fearful there because the bottom 5 were all in pit lane at the same time there, and that's not normally good news normally, but it's fine this time round. It's absolutely fine, and at least not for those bottom 2. So we've definitely lost one. Had to get the black marker out for one of them, but not quite willing to do that yet for the others. We saw, who was it changing RAF Precision Spitfires, wasn't it? Changing a whole load of things down on pit lane. So I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt for the moment that they'll be able to rejoin again.
Yeah, the RAF Spitfire squad bending the rear axle early doors, having to basically build a new go-kart from scratch. So they are a fair few laps down. A fair few teams in the pit lane, as you said, the the 132. The 132. Yeah, they've been in the pit lane for 1 hour 40 minutes, but looks like they're ready to go back out. Funnily enough, the Boneheads 200, they've been in the pit lane for 2 hours and 40 minutes, but because they're an owner kart and the pace difference so much, they are still ahead of the 132. They're 84th overall. Boneheads been in and out of the wars all throughout the day, and we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to rejoin the race a little bit later on. There was a brief yellow flag there into the mountain section. Only a local yellow, but it is now green once again in that section. And we can go back to full racing speed, as it's looking like it's almost the middle of the day on the camera. It's definitely not to the naked eye, but it's certainly visible. The sun is rising here now at Teesside, as we can see some of the karts making their way down the Bob Pope Straight before they head into the Wiggles S's section. Of course, single file through there. Really do have to work the front of the kart, though. You can't straight line it. It will cost you time. So as they continue to push onwards, almost 6.5 hours left on the clock. 6 hours 34 to be exact. It is still the Soco Select that leads up the front. They've got a 2-lap advantage as it currently stands, and a 3-lap advantage over their class rivals, the MS Lucas number 42. So, as we keep mentioning, even though they had those mechanical issues early doors that put them 6 laps down, the pace of that 43 car has just been phenomenal.
Yeah, they've been the fastest team in this race. I don't think there's much doubt about that so far today. We'll see if they can hold on to this race lead for the next 6.5 hours, which we still have in this race. As you say, looking on the stream cameras, like we're pretty much in the middle of the day, maybe less so from that camera angle, but from some of the camera angles anyway, it's of course not. Sunrise actually is officially still 6 minutes away. So, officially not seen sunrise yet, but you see what I mean earlier on about the fact that real sunrise time doesn't really mean when it's light. It's properly light now. So, the home stretch, it will feel anyway like it's within reach now for all of the drivers out there on the circuit. Good morning to Monica, chatting back or joining back in, sorry, to the stream. She says huge shout out for Gracie. Do we know why number 59 CSR dropped down? You've asked something now. Goodness me.
Not sure is the answer. I mean, the Century Sim Racing squad currently running 41st overall, 6th in class in the higher pros.
They did need to be towed back, but I thought, was I not on comms with you at that stage? Was that not yesterday evening, just before the red flag?
May have been. No, you asked me to remember a long time ago now. They definitely got a tow back at some point. They've actually, no, someone else come into the pits, getting my numbers mixed up. We are getting some of the higher cars starting to come in, though. As I do say that, the CBR 213 is in, the Boom 16. We've got the Gracie's back in the number 11, Happy Days, the 941 also in. So a fair few coming in the higher kart classes. But yeah, not too sure why the Century Sim Racing guys have dropped down to P6, but the 59 still running a good job at the moment. Currently, they are a fair few laps down, though, on their nearest competitor, 4 laps down from their next car in front, the 476 TRX Motorsport machine.
Yeah, so can't answer that one really at the moment, but it was more than 12 hours ago when they had their last issue known to me anyway. I'm fairly sure we were both here for that about 12 hours ago. One of those cars that got towed back to pit lane that didn't bring out. Oh, full course yellow was a spin for Paragon coming past us here on the front stretch. Now they were racing side by side with someone into pit lane there. Not sure if they even wanted to come into pit lane actually, because Paragon have only been out there for 10 minutes. So they've come back in again here. And it was a spin right in front of us on the front stretch with, I believe, one of the higher carts that was coming in at the same time. And there'll be a bit of a queue down there now, getting some fuel as well.
Potential disaster there for the 22 then. And, yeah, that's a very bizarre incident. And having to go through pit lane as well. Again, they were only out for 10 minutes. So unless there is an issue for that cart, they're getting pushed through pit lane.
Behind the wall.
Oh, and they're getting wheeled back. No, maybe?
Ish.
The mechanics are having a look at the front end.
Oh, is that front right?
Is the front right down?
Inflated?
Maybe. Well, it's got a problem.
Oh, no, we're going to repair it right in front of our camera there. That would have been good.
What a shame for Paragon Motorsport, though, the 22 squad who led this race overall coming into the night racing, potentially dropping out of the class podium here. The Urban Blue squad 2 laps away from them. Well, that could be disastrous with 6.5 hours left to go for Paragon Motorsport. We'll have to wait and see. It looks pretty clear there must have been a problem on the front right of the carts. They clearly were trying to come in, even after 10 minutes out of the track.
Or did that spin an incident cause the issue that they now have?
Potentially. Yeah, if there was big contact or something along those lines, if it's damaged the cart.
Yeah, it has to be in contact. It's not really a corner.
Yeah.
So that's, I don't see how it's not contact, to be honest. Maybe that did cause it, as we've now got a yellow flag towards turn 1 as well here. That's why. Rib bend. Should look at the screen, shouldn't I? Down in the gravel. A few more in the gravel this morning at Rib Bend. We were just commenting last night on what a clean run through Rib Bend everyone was having yesterday in the afternoon and in the evening as well. But that's gone away slightly this morning.
Yeah, it's a bit more chaotic through there, shall we say, as there's a huge bunch of hire carts making their way over the mountain section before Barbecue Bend and then heading back down the Bob Pope Not quite a straight. There is a slight right-hand kink to it. Yeah, we'll just keep our eyes on that Paragon 22 and see how long they're going to be sat in pit lane for. But that will surely hand 5th place overall and 3rd in class to the number 15 Urban Blue squad. Yeah, big shame there for the 22 again coming into the night themselves in the MS Lucas 42 squad. Very much the front runners in this race, but of course it's part of the joy of endurance racing. Things can change. 24 hours is a long old time for a race to be going on, and of course scenarios can shift and things can move around. As we are just under 6.5 hours left to go now, let's have a quick run through the orders for you. It is currently overall top 3, the SoCo Select 43 leading the way, the JDR 433 in 2nd, and the Urban Orange 125 in P3. In the owner elite class, the SoCo Select leads the way, and the MS Lucas in P2. There's only 2 karts in that class, unfortunately. As it currently stands in the pro class, it's the JDL in 433 first, the 125 Urban Orange 2nd, and the Paragon Motorsport 22 in 3rd. But again, we're waiting to see what's happening there. We're expecting that the Urban Blue number 15 is going to leapfrog them very, very soon and get onto the podium. In the Clubman class, the KBR 77 leads, the DWS 58 in 2nd, the JSR2 119 in P3. Those guys have been holding station for a little while now before we get down to the higher kart classes. In the elite class, Race for Ruben continuing to dominate up the front. The number 95 is 5 laps clear of the ABC 116 now. P3, the Core Blimey Racing 113. In the pro class, MFP Interceptors 508. They've got 2 laps ahead of Newmarket Hornets themselves. Quite some distance ahead of a Quick Finishers Racing number 69 in P3. And then we get down, and in fact was the Clubman class. I completely skipped out the pro class in my excitement. It's the Apex Twin Selected Works number 3 who leads the higher pro class. The 38 Lockwell Hill 1 kart in 2nd, and the BJMD 233 kart in P3. And those guys still very close together, almost all on the same lap. So those still guys really tight out there. Then down.
They are.
In fact, they are still on the same lap. All spread out over said lap, but still very much on the same lap. So that is still very much a race for the lead going on there. And then finally, last but not least, in the higher rookies class, it is Barriers Racky Racers, the number 911 that still leads there, 30th overall, with the 690 Have a Go Racing in P2, and Speed in Squirrelberg have made their way up into P3 actually. In the last half an hour or so, they've got through the 666 Spirit of Formula Karting, the international squad, bringing drivers from all over the globe. Got an Indian driver, a Kiwi, a couple of Spaniards, and a couple of Brits as well. And they are now sliding out of the podium places. So that is your update so far. And it looks like the Paragon Motorsport squad, the 22, has come out of the pits. P6 overall and a lap down on the Urban Blue squad. So whatever issue that was, they have solved it. They are back out, but a bit of time to make up if they want to get back onto the class podium here. So a lap down to the Urban Blue machine in front, and nearly 2 laps down actually. The Urban Blue machine, the 15, not too far away behind them out on the racing surface. So yes, there is still 6 hours 25 left to go, but they do have to get a shift on, especially if they want to be getting back into contention for the class win.
Well, still plenty of time to do that, and still plenty of classes to be decided here. The amount of classes that are below a lap in terms of the lead at the moment, to just highlight some of them, as you say, the Owners Pro, 29 seconds, and also the Hires Pro. Weird that it's both pros, but that's 3 on the lead lap in Hires Pro, as I say. Just 2 on the lead lap in Owners Pro. And is Rookie still close-ish? It's sort of, but not quite as close as it was before. So yeah, those 2 classes really good to watch. As there's a kart slowing now through hairpin 2. Is it going to come to a stop, or is it just missing an engine now? It looks like it's maybe down on power, but it might well make it all the way back. It's just going a bit slowly down the back straight now towards South Bank. Yeah, it just looks like it's missing an engine.
See the 941s just pulled into the pits as well. Someone following them in just behind them as well. That, of course, is the Happy Days Rookies squad, a new entry into the 2025 British 24 Hours here at Teesside, nestled in the heart of Middlesbrough. And it's been a fantastic race so far. We hope you've enjoyed the action. We certainly have in the commentary box. Ewan, a final 25 minutes for you before you can finally rest your eyes. Yellow flags out at hairpin number 3. There's a spinner coming into hairpin number 4, but they've managed to correct themselves, get going again. We'll go back to green there now. So that issue is all solved. Again, after that last full course yellow we had, which wasn't really a proper full course yellow either, it was only quite a small one. It's all just been local yellows. And again, it was about 7 hours of green running before that. So we haven't really had any major incidents kind of since the first half of the race, where, of course, we did have that red flag delay following the medical issue out on the circuit, which lasted a little over an hour, of course. A big thank you to the medical team for being there so quickly with the driver. And the last that we heard is that the driver is okay in hospital, which is fantastic to hear. And, of course, we had a couple of major full-course yellows early doors. But since then, it's all been fairly clean racing, apart from the odd spin here and there, which is encouraging to see.
Green now for an hour 50, just over. Our longest green flag run in the race, you say 6 hours 56 earlier on today. That can only be beaten if we get into basically the final hour, just about into the final hour of this race. It just makes you sort of understand, looking back over the course of that early run. You know, you don't really appreciate it at the time, because that green flag run started at about 9 p.m. and, you know, not until about, no, that can't be right, 9 a.m. That's not right. No, it isn't 9 a.m. yet, is it? When did you get here? 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
3, yeah, sorry. From 9 p.m. last night to 3 a.m. this morning, effectively, that whole period just under green flag racing, you don't quite appreciate it at the time that you're experiencing it. However, now you can sort of appreciate it, look into the future, see how far away it would be, the same amount of green flag running. You know, you're looking at 10:30, 11 o'clock this morning. That feels like a long, long way away, but that, you know, that's what we've experienced already in this race. There is a kart stop now off to the side of the grass here, coming into hairpin 3. There's some gesturing going on down there at somebody. What's that all about? Is that his head's on the steering wheel there? Oh, sorry, head leant back as he's frustrated, the driver down there. Can't identify the number just at the moment. That is going to need recovering. He's very disappointed, though, is the driver.
Yeah, he's almost beside himself, really, really upset. And Marshall trying to get the right-hand side engine fired. I wonder if that is yeah, I mean, obviously it looks to be some sort of engine issue, but they've come to a stop on the inside on the grass. It will be local yellows for the time being, and I wonder if the quad may be sent back out to go and fetch them. And indeed they are, as they go zooming past the commentary box. You can see there's 2 pinprick headlights coming towards you. There is the Marshall on the recovery quad bike, and again, shouldn't be a full course yellow there, because that's not a huge journey back to the pit lane. So he'll pick up that car. They'll head back to the pits and hopefully repair whatever issues have befallen them. But yeah, the driver very, very upset. Hopefully, as they draw a bit closer, we can identify what kart that is. Meanwhile, we've got the Tockwith Motorsport 78 into the pit lane. The Army Motorsport number 2 kart getting a contact warning. Also not a great look for those guys if they're getting told off. You're the Army. You should know better, guys. Come on. Please don't hurt me.
Who's going to tell them no?
Yeah, that's true. Please don't hurt me. That's all I'll say. But yes, there are a few more warning flags. There was a couple other guys getting contact warnings as well. As I believe, have the I think the number 3 Apex Twin Selected Works cars coming to the pits from the lead of the higher pro race. They've dropped down to P3 in that class, and the Lockwell Hill 1 number 38 machine has taken the lead there. Again, the front 3 in that class all still roughly on the same lap, although the Apex Twin kart now is a lap down. So yes, they have come into the box amidst all that commotion. As we're just waiting for the quad to.
That's not yellow flag driving there.
Yeah, what's going on down there? It's all getting a bit chaotic.
And what is that?
Someone's got a problem.
Yeah, one of the owners, maybe that's why, one of the owners with a problem, 171, that is not one of the leaders at the very front end of the field. In fact, that's the RAF Spitfire's car, isn't it? A long way
No, the
down.
171's the MS Window Doctor's car.
Sorry, I've got them mixed up again. 911. Oh, that is one of the top contenders in rookie. They were the leaders. Wow, that is why it's such a big moment. They were the leaders in the highest rookie class. The 911 Barriers Wacky Racers have come to a stop on the way towards hairpin 3. No wonder the driver was so upset, because they were leading their class, and now they're already almost a lap behind in second position. They're going to lose their podium quite soon, because Speed in Skuhlberg and the Spirit of Formula Karting are not far away behind them.
Wow, what a dramatic shift here at Teesside. The Havago Racing 690 now leads in the higher rookies class. And wow, that's cruel. I mean, that's just endurance racing for you in a nutshell. Sometimes you can be running everything perfectly and it'll bite you. You could have been taking the most pristine care of the machinery underneath you and it just gives up the ghost. That is heartbreaking for the 911 squad. And Barriers Wacky Racers, hopefully a quick fix for whatever it is. They can get back out there and maybe over the last 6 or so hours can continue to push onwards and maybe try and get back into the podium places, maybe try and get back up to the top of the class. But that is cruel, and yeah, you can see why the driver was so frustrated, so heartbroken there. A real shame for them. And whatever issue it is, we can only hope for them that it is not a long fix, as you can see them there in the pit lane. One of the other drivers coming to hop in the kart and seeing if they can get the engines fired, both of them at the same time. And it looks to me like both of the engines struggling to get going there, as the team desperately tries everything they can, but that could be a double engine change if they're not able to get those Honda GX200s fired. And that would be quite time consuming, and I think that is going to be the case. And Marshall's over having a word. The Marshall's also bent the Nassau panel at the front there, so that's going to hurt their aerodynamics a little bit. Not that there's a lot of aerodynamics to worry about in these higher karts, but yeah, still trying to get the engines fired on the 911 and still struggling. So not race ending, but potentially podium ending there for the 911. No, they are going once again, and they're going to head straight back out with a driver change. So whatever issue that was, they've been able to sort it. Did they maybe run out of fuel, potentially?
I mean, it's possible. There was no other obvious damage there, so yeah, it is possible. The kart in third place came into pit lane, so they actually haven't lost any places other than the lead, of course. They're down to second, but they could have lost their podium place very easily. They haven't managed that. Meantime, we've seen MS Urban Orange into pit lane. I think Urban Orange went behind the wall. I think that was the owner's kart that we saw just go in front of, flashing across our camera and down the hill where you can have everybody work on the kart. That might be their final tyre change of the day, with 6 hours 15 to go. Only the second tyre change, of course, but their final one at this time in the morning.
Yeah, so that could be a speedy tyre change. Their last lap of 15.5. So, yeah, I think it was time for a fresh set of rubber on that 125 machine. Meanwhile, up the front, it's still the 43 that leads. The 42 are on the elite class.
Sorry to interrupt you, but fairly important, or fairly significant. Fastest lap of the entire higher karts race has just been set on the very last lap by the Lockrow Hill number 1 kart. They're 28 seconds in the lead. You can tell they're in a real battle for the race to win here in the higher pros. A 120.277 set on lap 707 rather. And that's the fastest lap of the race in a higher kart so far today. The first time we've seen a fastest lap of the race in either category for hundreds and hundreds of laps.
Yeah, and it's, I believe that's the fastest lap in the higher karts by about 0.5 of a second as well. So that's an absolute storming lap, I think.
Just over a tenth ahead of Apex Twin Selected Works.
Yes.
Over most of them, yeah, it is about half a second. I think third fastest is half a second back, as you say.
Yes.
But the second fastest is 1/10 back. And that was set on lap 326, by the way. That was nearly 400 laps ago. 12 hours or so.
Kind of in the grand scheme of things currently, yes, lapping very, very quickly. The 276 gets a curb warning, black and white flag shown to them. So need to be careful with their track limits and bouncing over the curbs moving forward, or risk the wrath of the clerk of the course and find themselves with a penalty. Meanwhile, the fastest lap of the race overall, just touched on that, was set on lap 12 by the MS Urban Blue number 15 car that's currently in 5th.
A TRX Motorsport car has gone straight through the barriers down at hairpin 1 here, and the driver not happy. That is going to take some pulling out of the grass down there, and Marshall runs over. Now, which I think it's ended up down there from hairpin 1, if you see what I mean, and not from out of hairpin 4, but I don't actually know. Didn't see it happen, but the... Oh no, it did... Or is it just cutting the circuit to get a pit stop here? No, it was. Wow, out of hairpin 4 through that sort of non-corner there.
That must have been some contact,
Yeah,
surely.
that's
That's not a place you go off on your own like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, Marshall gets back to rearranging the barrier again. Yeah, I hope he's getting paid extra for that because he's been doing it all night long. But yeah, rejoin the race. I was going to say, because as well, if they had gone straight on at hairpin 1 and then cut the course, that's just a surefire black flag. So that would have been a pretty worthless endeavour to do that, even if you were desperate to get back to the pit lane. You would have come in and they would have immediately gone, no, you can't service the car. First of all, you've got to sit here and take your penalty, and then you've got to go round again before you come back into the pit lane. So, yeah, who knows? Who knows, quite frankly. All the Soko Select Kart into the pit lane from the lead. The 43 dives in, a 2-lap advantage over the 433 JDR kart in second at the moment, and a 3-lap advantage ahead of the MS Lucas 42, the only other kart in class. So this should be, it's about on time, an hour and 18, 19 minutes, should I say, that stint. Potentially a new set of rubber. I don't think they've booted on their third set of tyres yet, off the top of my head. So that could be a new set of tyres, which could maybe drop them down to second if the JDR squad has a very good couple of laps. I don't think it will, though. I think they should still hold on to the lead.
Yeah, it would have to be really quite a long stop for the MS Soko team to lose that from here. Don't know on tyres at the moment. We haven't seen all the tyre changes, I'm sure, that have happened, because having been down there for the first round of tyre changes, it was very, very busy, and there were so many going in at all different times. If owner teams especially, got to negotiate between themselves, who's coming in where, when are you needed, what space should we use, etc., etc. That is that is the way that it works, and it is very, very busy down there, so we won't be seeing everybody tyre change yet. But if they haven't made it yet, and this goes for any owner team now coming towards the end of a stint, you're probably better off doing it around about now. 6 hours 10 to go is about right, to get your final set of tyres on. And maybe, once you've had that half a lap or so of scrubbing the tyres off, set yourself up for the next lap and a bit of helpful traffic, and you can maybe set at least your kart's best lap of the race, if not the best lap overall. The best, or the most recent owner kart's personal best came from MSJDR on lap 664. That was 120 laps ago, or about 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah, a little while ago, shall we say, just for clarification, the 43 Soko Select Kart, your race leader, 686 laps completed in this affair. They came out of the pits, still have a lap advantage over the JDR 433. So they've still got a bit of a buffer, bit of leeway behind them in case they encounter any rotten traffic or any issues. The MS Lucas, their nearest class competitor, their only class competitor, should I say, 2 laps back currently. So a bit more leeway there as well. With 6 hours, just under 6 hours and 10 minutes left to go in this one. It is still the Soko Select Kart that leads from the 433 JDR machine, the 42 MS Lucas kart in P3 as it stands. And we're just wait to see if anyone else is going to be diving into the pits anytime soon. I think we'll be expecting the Urban Blue number 15 from 5th place in the next couple of minutes. Same to be said for the leader in the owner clubman class, the 77 KBR. They are probably not far away from making a pit stop as well. Everybody else in the owner car class a little way off still. So they'll be heading out. I think we may be seeing the race leader in the higher elite class as well, Race for Ruben. They've been out for an hour and 18 in this stint, so I think they'll be making their way in soon. The race leader in the higher pro class, the 508 MFP Interceptors, they have just come into the pits actually. They've got a 2-lap advantage over second place in class, the Newmarket Hornets, the number 12. So I think they're pretty happy to just take that there and then, under no real pressure from behind.
Hold on, Ross. Oh, look at this. Sunrise, chicane. I'll just sit here and enjoy this for 8 minutes or so. I'm not going to talk for 8 minutes. Look at this. It's not quite as zoomed in as the other one, is it? But we're going to have a spectacular sunrise in a moment, by the way. I know official sunrise has already been. But for us, because those trees are in the way, we're going to have a rather spectacular sunrise in a few minutes' time. The length of that leaf, those group of leaves there, you can see, has some welding. Is it?
Angle grinding by the looks of it.
Oh, yeah. Again, glad you're here for this. Don't have a clue.
Yeah, welding's a flame normally. Sparks normally is.
It didn't look quite right for welding, but I didn't know any other words that would fit.
That looks to be part of a rear axle by the looks of things. That was so. Some work being done there by the mechanics in the T-side shop. Clearly trying to sort something out for either a team that's in the pits or a team that is looking to come into the pits in a little while's time. But yeah, just it's not quite 6 in the morning. Up for your Sunday morning angle grind, as you do. It's a funny old sport. This endurance racing thing, isn't it? Really brings the best out of people. And you see some interesting sights across the course of the night and the morning. And as we continue to push around, still not seeing the 15 Urban Blue squad into the pits just yet. Clearly happy on fuel and tyres as it stands. No need to come into the pits when you are happy. And if you can make it a few extra laps, why not stay out there? It may provide beneficial a little bit later down the line. The 28 T-side Academy kart got a black flag a few moments ago, I've just noticed, so they'll be siding into the pits in a few moments time, so that's a shame for them. The T-side Academy team a little bit down the order, unfortunately. 43rd overall as it stands for the number 28 squad. As you can see there, again, the cameras have been put back to their regular brightness setting. This is around about how bright it actually is at the circuit now.
Yeah, I think that camera's probably been most accurate so far. I don't know if you saw through it, if you've seen the camera through Ribeye recently, but that to me looks way darker than it is in real life as well. So when it was sort of becoming light, it was overselling how bright it was. And now that it's...
you got the moon out!
Bright, why is the moon still out?
Because it goes around the Earth at different points, and sometimes it's out of the day. Space, innit?
Space in it. Space is scary, isn't it? I don't like space.
Yeah, that'd be a great last 6 minutes of your shift. Should we have a deep philosophical chat about space?
Existential angst about space.
Well, to be fair, the moon does look like it's on its way out, and it's beginning to set.
On its way out?
Yeah.
Hopefully not. What's that going to do? To the sea and all that?
Probably lead to the extension of all life on Earth if it does that. It's beginning to set, not on its way out. I mean, although the moon is, to be fair, leaving Earth at a rate of 1 centimetre a year.
Is it?
It is, yeah.
No way.
So I think it's like in about 10,000 years' time, we won't be able to have our solar eclipses anymore. We'll be too far away.
Well,
I know, very depressing thought that, isn't it? But
how many years do you say? 10,000?
It's like 10,000. So it's not like we'll care. We'll be long gone by then.
Yeah.
But
I'll savour the next solar eclipse just for that. Just for that reason, yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go. Again, you learn all sorts of things at not quite 6 in the morning here at the British 24 hour.
Not even.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, but yeah.
Me.
So we got the sun almost peeking over the trees, the moon beginning to set at the opposite side of the track and leaving us at about a rate of 1 centimetre a year, if I remember correctly. And there is still...
I never knew that. That's really... That's the best thing I've learned this weekend, I think.
There you go.
Well, not the best thing, but you know what I mean.
One of the most interesting things.
Yeah.
Yeah, see? Again, you learn so many things when you're here at the British 24. And as I was about to say, there is still a kart race going on, by the way. If you are still with us and you've been with us through the night, we hope you've enjoyed all of the action. Yes, the British 24 is still going here. We are heading into the final 6 hours now, the last course of the race. A stone's throw away. And it is still the Soco Select Kart that leads up the front with a laps advantage as it currently stands. Number 3, Cobb Builders into the pit lane. Those runners that we were expecting to see in the pits in the owner class, the 15 Urban Blue Kart, the 77 KBR Kart, they're still out there. It's been an hour and 20-minute stints for the number 15. So, yeah, they're clearly very happy to just keep running as they are.
MG says, why can't we go back to the moon? Is that one you can answer? No?
Why can't we go back to the moon? As in, why can't the cameras go back to the moon?
Why can't we
go
get
back
to the moon?
Because there's not a space race between two warring superpowers that have different economic systems and want to put each other down over propaganda purposes. It gets a bit spicy out of the final corner between some of the higher
Hold
cars.
on, we've got Google involved. Yes, the moon. Oh, I bet he's taken that.
Oh, 1.5 inches. Oh, I was a bit off actually.
I bet he's taken it from the stupid AI overview that you get at the top of Google searches these days, hasn't he?
All right, let's not start
Rubbish.
attacking MG. He's been with us all through this race.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I'm attacking AI. The moon is slowly moving away from Earth. 1.5, which is 3.8 centimeters per year. So
yeah, it's worse than I
you've dumped
thought.
it down by 4 times there.
Oh, so yeah, it's
so
even
it's
worse
4
than we
times
thought.
worse than we thought. Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I've missold that one. So
Oh,
it
no.
turns out life's even worse than previously anticipated. If you're a fan of the moon being close enough to the Earth that you can get a solar eclipse or something like that. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think NASA did say we were going to go back to the moon by 2030, about 15 years ago. And I don't know if they've made
close.
Yeah, I don't know if they've made any progress on that. To be honest with you, again, there's not really any Cold War incentives nor economic incentives to go back to the moon
really
currently.
make sense, does it? Since
No.
since there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So yeah, fair enough. And I did catch MG out. That was indeed the stupid AI overview at the top of the page.
Tut,
so,
tut, tut.
so yeah, scroll down and read a proper source.
Wikipedia.
No, not no,
It's there for a reason.
A proper source. Wikipedia might be okay, but yeah. See what I mean about Rib Bend, by the way? It looks darker there than
It
real life,
is
doesn't
very dark, to be
Although
fair,
maybe that's
over at
just
that part of the circuit.
Just because it's got shadows and stuff.
Yeah,
I
because
guess.
it comes down into a slight crest. It's in like
Yeah,
a natural. Because you got the mountain section over on the your left or to the right hand side of the drivers as they're coming in. You got trees all around it, a big bank, and then of course the sun's down at the far end of the circuit to this with the trees as well. So it is naturally quite a dark part of the circuit. I think the sun has actually just started to poke its way through the trees, so we are now getting blinded in the commentary box
I was gonna
completely.
say, trouble over the next few hours in the commentary box.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. That's a view and a
Beautiful.
half, isn't
Oh,
it?
look at-
Gorgeous.
Absolutely fantastic. Got the chicane on the left-hand side, or the right-hand side, sorry, and the sunrise in the background just poking over the trees here at Teesside. What a fantastic sight that is. It's what endurance racing's all about. It's what 24-hour racing is all
Who
about.
said that Middlesbrough wasn't beautiful?
Yeah, well, no, I didn't. I never said that. Maybe you did.
I didn't either, to be fair.
Yeah,
but, you know.
I definitely heard you say. You were chatting to me on Friday night. But no, anyway. 6 hours to go, just about now. Crops up on the left-hand side of us, just on the gantry, just in front of us. 18 hours gone in the British 24-hour for 2025 here at Teesside. It is the end of my commentary stint here at in the commentary box. It's been great to be alongside you, Ross. It's been great to be on this event for a second year in a row. I was coming to an end a bit earlier this year, but not a terrible thing, considering the fact I've not been to bed yet properly. So that'd be nice. But anyway, yeah, I will be not back later on. David Sullivan will be taking over from me in a moment, and Tom Butterworth will be with him to end the race. But no, thanks very much, Ross, for being alongside me for 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours.
Sorry, I was about to say 12. That felt too long. 6 hours, yeah, of this 24-hour race, and yeah, good luck. The next voice you'll hear after Ross's will be David Sullivan jumping back into the commentary box here for the next 6 hours, next to take you to the end of the race.
Absolutely. Ewan O'Leary, over and out. Thank you very much for your efforts this weekend, Ewan, and an absolute pleasure to be sharing the commentary box with you. Please, for the love of God, go and get yourself some sleep, man. I'm sure that's in his game plan moving forward. But Ewan O'Leary, thank you very much for your efforts. As he said, David Sullivan, the man, the myth, the legend, will be back into the commentary booth very, very shortly. He'll be taking you to the end of the race. I'm with you for 3 more hours before Tom Butterworth comes in, and those two will be bringing you the final 3 hours until the checkered flag. So 5 hours 58 left here. And, yeah, all running pretty well so far. The MS Urban Blue car still not pitting. An hour and 25 this stint. That is mighty, mighty impressive for those guys. And it's clear as the sun begins to rise and the temperatures begin to climb, they want to get this stint as long as they possibly can. Maybe just trying to eke out the last little moments of an older set of tyres before they whack on a final set. The 122 RAF Vulcan squad has come in from 14th overall, has the Army squad as well, the number 2 from 16th. Of course, there is about 9 laps separating them, but a battle of the services, battle of the armed forces, in fact, in the pit lane. And of course, we do have other services here as well. The Metropolitan Police Motor Club, the number 999 team, also running around. They've been in and out of the wars, unfortunately, throughout the race. The number 999 down in P60 at the moment, not been the happiest of hunting grounds, it must be said. But we are still waiting for those squads that are holding out for the final dregs of fuel, the likes of the Urban Blue number 15, the KBR 77, P5 and P7 overall at the moment. Those are the next cars we're expecting into the pit lane. Also not too far away will be the 433, the JDR kart in second, and the MS Lucas 42 in P3 as well. Welcome back to the commentary box, David Sullivan.
Good morning. I've had a quick look in the live chat to see what I've missed, and apparently it's moons and cows. So it appears that you and Ewan have
we weren't cows. That was the crowd themselves. We were moons,
you
though.
and Ewan have had as much fun on the live chat that we were having last night. when me and Tom basically turned this into a podcast with a race in the background and just had an hour and a half of just us just chatting, basically. And it was the live chat was well up for it.
Yeah, we heard about the mint sauce adventures. Was that you and Tom, or was that Tom and you?
No, that was me and Tom, the mint sauce adventures. I said that I like. Tom was like, "What's your favourite sauce to go on something?" I was like, "Quite like mint, mate." And it went off from there. Even though I did say I quite like it on a chip butty.
That's adventurous, to be fair.
Tom nearly kicked me out for that. We've just gone past 5555 on the timing at the top as the sun begins to appear up and over the trees at the far end. It's been light for the best part of 45 minutes to an hour, but the sun now making it very difficult for our drivers coming out of this corner as they emerge back onto the national circuit at Teesside, having done the West Track loop. And very, very difficult. This is sort of the stage where drivers have been out at night time with the clear visor on, when ideally now it's that transitional phase where they'll go back to a tinted visor during the day. That's going to make it very difficult, particularly heading down the back straight and the Bob Pope straight as well towards the sun. And as you'd expect with morning sunshine, it's very, very bright.
Yes, it is indeed. A couple of our front runners that we were expecting to come in have now come in. The KBR 77, the Urban Blue 15, as well as second place, the MSJDR 433. Their stint only an hour and 10 minutes compared to the hour and a half that the number 15 pulled. And coming in as well has meant that the 42 has slid back into second place. So those guys all coming in to the pit stops, and if they haven't bolted on their final set of tyres, they surely will have done so now. And I believe that's probably why these stops taking a little bit longer than they usually would, with 5 hours 54 left on the clock. Next drivers, or next team, should I say, will be expecting to come in. Looks like the 42 Lucas squad should be up there That's the next immediate team I think we're expecting to come into the pit lane. So a lot of split strategies out there at the moment. And but still pushing onwards, the Soco Select up in front with a 2-lap advantage again. If you've just joined us, if you haven't been catching up over the night, if you've been enjoying your beauty sleep, they were 6 laps down after about 3 hours after a mechanical problem snapping the steering column, despite leading from the pole early on, and now lead by 2 laps. Just goes to show how quick that squad has been this weekend.
Yeah, certainly on paper the favourites going into this race weekend, with their traditional 3-driver BPEC lineup being supplemented by Jack Morris and Jack Dex. Josh Volker's at the wheel of that car at the moment, trying to extend the gap. We've got the quad out down the bottom. I think that's just to turn the floodlights off, no longer required. The sun doing an adequate job for us now as we head into the final quarter of what is the most grueling race of the year, not only for these drivers but across the UK karting calendar. We've had a few teams fall by the wayside throughout the night. 1 or 2 of the owner teams, Boneheads in the 200, have retired. It looks like we've had FRS Lemon, Turn 1 Sim Racing and Crash Test Dummies, who were a very early exit from this race down in 88. So 88 starters, 84 still running. Always interesting to see if any of those teams that have effectively parked their car up do return for the final hour or so to just take their car over the finishing line and see the checkered flag. But this race certainly not for the faint-hearted. You'll notice if you're walking around the paddock this morning, there'll be drivers looking weary. There'll be drivers hobbling from the battering that they take in these karts. We always say this every single year, that just getting to the checkered flag in this race is an achievement and everybody should be proud of doing so. But the fact that it is a very, very tough track, the fact that there are corners that are incredibly challenging, is what makes this event so special. If it was easy, everybody would do it.
Well, I mean, if it was easy, it would be a lot less entertaining for us as well. It's part of the fun, the fact that these drivers head in knowing the challenge that awaits them. On the subject of challenges, just as we see a bit of squabbling out on track, just a quick touch-up on Gracie Mitchell. She is back in the pit lane once again after a 35-minute stint. That last time you can see her there just sat under the awning. Again, she's been taking extended breaks over the last couple of hours and running shorter and shorter stints. Of course, the fatigue, no doubt, getting to her. She is currently on, that looks to be, I want to say 711 laps, I believe, which is, no, not 711, it would be 611, should I say. Still a mightily, mightily impressive performance from her. And doing a fantastic, 690 laps even. I'm looking at the complete wrong section on the timing screen, but 690 laps so far for Gracie Mitchell. She'll be back out, I'm sure, a little bit later on after getting a bit more food down her, getting a bit of a rest, maybe a bit more muscle coolant or something along those likes. And just want to quickly go back to the moon chat very quickly, because I've seen Monica asking about it in the live stream chat. The reason the moon is moving away 3.8 centimetres a year, it is simply just due to an imbalance of the gravitational forces of the Earth and the moon. Really not that exciting. So there you go. The more you learn. Yeah, there was a lot of discussion about the moon going on.
The moon?
Yeah.
Was it because did we have some nice moon shots?
We did.
On?
Yeah, well, it was actually only about 15 minutes, I think, before you stepped into the commentary box. It was still quite visible, so we had a nice moon shot, and then I decided to bring up the fact that it's moving away from the Earth, and we kind of went from there and got down to our existential dread in the early hours of the morning.
We got to it, earlier on, we had a picture of it, at around about 10:30 last night, in which I just used the term, it's a bit of an in-joke where I went, oh, the moon is in the sky. And it comes from the Le Mans 24 last year that we went to, where we'd bought a £4 small American football that we were throwing around. And Kev, who's been on the roaming rig, I think or it could have been Rob, the camera, our photographer, just threw the ball in the air, but right up in the air. And I was like, how do you expect me to catch it? The sun is in the sky. And what I actually meant to say was the sun's in my eyes, but I just didn't have enough time to comprehend. So ever since, any time that something has been in the sky, it's just been said in such a way. It's like the moon is in the sky. Obviously boring for everybody else. What isn't boring is that it would appear that our higher rookie race leader, the 690 of Have a Go Racing, has received a black flag.
Oh, that's not ideal. They have come into the pit lane to serve that. Again, the rookies class all shaken up over the last hour. We saw the 911, but Barry R's Wacky Races have just moved back up to second place. They've just got through the 666, having a huge mechanical issues and are having to relinquish the lead. They dropped down to third place as a result, and a lead that they built up to a handful of laps kind of vanished into thin air at the click of her fingers, and you could tell the whole squad was rather distraught with it. But they're currently 3 laps down in P2 in Class 2. The Have a Go Racing 690. The penalty from the black flag, not enough to make up a 3-lap deficit, but maybe just offers a bit of leeway back to the 911 squad. Maybe a bit more hope and a bit more optimism that they can push onwards. Their last lap was a 122.487. The last lap for Have a Go Racing, a 123.525. So if pace is anything to go by, they certainly have the pace to catch over the remaining 5 3/4 hours of this race. Of course, into the final quarter of action here at the British 24 Hours at Teesside. But it is an endurance race. There's still a long way to go. Anything can happen, so we'll have to keep our eye on that battle. Meanwhile, the other big battle that continues to rage on in the higher pro class, those guys, the Lockwell Hill 38 leads the way, does have a not quite a lapse advantage, but almost there over the BJMD 233 and the Apex Twin Selected Works number 3 machine. So those guys still very, very close together.
Speaking with Lockwell Hill on the way in, their team boss Richard Cannon, he's a little bit worried because he did say that if they won it, all the drivers could have their money back.
Oh dear.
But what he didn't, and I did drop him the caveat that he didn't clarify whether that was for the class or for the overall win in hires. So he can always fall back on it not being the overall win. So obviously he's praying that Race for Reuben keep going. I did say, look, you're just going to have to take your time starting the engines in the pit stops and be like, oh, come on, lads, it's not playing ball, this.
Well, I mean,
Whilst
I
forgetting
guess
to switch it on.
I guess, you know, when you're in the thick of things and you lead in the race, you know, with 5 hours and 45 left to go, I guess you kind of, you know, on the one hand you're thinking, oh no, I might have to pay my drivers, but on the other, Sam, you're also thinking we could be winning a race here as they're 4, nearly 5 wide, coming down the Bob Pope straight as the owner carts side their way through the pack. Getting a bit dicey through there, but all through cleanly as they head into the Wiggles section. As the temperature really beginning to climb as the sun shines down on the circuit. Now the track temperature will be hotting up, and that'll be probably leading to a slight drop in lap times.
You can actually see the shadow line as the sun is coming up behind this camera position. So whilst the sun is up over that far end of the circuit, it hasn't actually gone up over the trees enough to put this part of the circuit in the sunshine. So you can see the sort of line across the circuit on the camera of what parts of the track are in the sun and what parts aren't. Having a look down the order, it looks like the 67 owner entry of SKA have had a troublesome night, and I believe they may well have retired that number 67 kart. Can't see the bar that goes across circulating, and they have just dropped another place to one of the higher kart teams. So they're currently classified in 73rd place, but I do believe that their race has been run. Have seen their chassis in the paddock, so I was wondering whether they'd actually reframed that and gone back out, but looks like they've taken some heavy right rear contact on that SKA number 67 machine. It looks like that their 2025 British 24-hour race may well have come to an end.
Yeah, a real shame there. They'll, of course, get it back behind the wall in pit lane, see if there is anything they can do. But if it's terminal, that would be a real devastating way to go out, especially, you know, as the sun begins to rise here. You know, the end is very much in sight. Yeah, that would be a massive, massive shame for those guys.
Higher leaders are in the pits. Race for Ruben. Peel off into the pit lane. So we may well have a change for the higher lead, potentially.
I think they'll get away with it. They are a lap ahead of ABC Racing on the 116, who've had black flags and warnings all throughout the day. So if they do lose out, I don't think they'll necessarily be too worried about, you know, getting that position back. They do have the slightly stronger pace. Not at the moment. It was a slightly slower lap on the previous tour from the Race for Ruben's squad. But to be fair, that 95 has been in control of the higher kart classes for the entire event, essentially.
Looks like we've had a new fastest lap for hires as well in the middle of the night. There is the confirmation on the screen in a change for the overall higher class lead. Lockwell Hill 1 go to the top of hires. That will change back shortly because they're only 20 minutes or so away from their pit stop. They're in a different class as well. They run in pro rather than in higher elite for Lockwell Hill, a team that have entered this race on many occasions but haven't had quite the look. The driver lineup this year for that Lockwell Hill entry is looking very strong. 3 drivers that are used to karts, 1 driver who is normally far more adept at 2 wheels. We've got 2 karts off, including what appears to be...
That's like 31, I believe it is.
It is 31 of the AMC entry. Connor Cran at the wheel of that kart and a higher kart as well. We're off on the outside of hairpin 1. That Lockwell Hill entry. Sam Barrett, who put it on pole position. They've also set the fastest lap as well. Not sure who was in it at the time, but Flynn Claxton, Kieran Lambert, and Richard Cooper, who, if we've looked at his notes, has got quite the resume.
Yes, he does. We were pointing out earlier, and I was particularly taken aback with the 17 Northwest 200 podiums, which is an unbelievable achievement to get even one podium
just
there.
Quickly there, coming in as one of the higher kart teams with what appears to be a right rear puncture or just some bodywork rubbing on the wheel. We came past the commentary box with a Red Arrow style smoke screen behind it. So we've got one coming in with a potential problem. If we might be able to pick the number out if we can have a look at the pit lane.
Just wait to see. There we go. Is that the 69 that's coming in?
So they're back out. That's quick finishers. So whichever cart's coming will probably be at the fuel bay. Round about now. If they're being prudent, they'll fuel. For me, even if I'd only done 15, 20 minutes, if you're coming in, I'd fill it up anyway. It might allow you to run an alternate strategy towards the end of the race.
We'll wait to see them re-emerge into our shots at the end of the pit lane. You can see there the number 11 of Gracie Mitchell on the side, still taking an extended break at the moment. Of course, I can imagine she is feeling rather sore and tired at this point. As I said, still done an incredible job so far in her attempt to set the record for the furthest outdoor distance achieved by a female solo in a 24-hour race, while raising money for the British Heart Foundation as well. 690 laps completed for her so far. Been in the pits for around 20 minutes on this break.
This is the kart that I think that was coming through there that I think might have had a problem. Can you go back to pits, please? Adam, can you go back to pits, please? I just want to see what that...
But the 30 looks like.
So that's the 38. That's the Lockwell Hill entry. And they've gone back out. So it looks like they've pitted on schedule. So maybe maybe it wasn't them with the problem. That looks like it's Kieran Lambert getting out. Yes, it is. And it would appear to be Sam Barrett getting in that one. No, still can't confirm who it was. The 42 is in, MS Lucas, from second place, an hour and 21. So on schedule for the MS Lucas entry. James Small in that car has made his way back round. They could well be double stacking James Small. Doesn't do the night stints, doesn't James. We've got a kart stationary on the entrance to hairpin 2 just in front of us. There's the 42 coming in. I think they're going for tyres.
Yes, that'll be them coming through. So that'll be final set for those guys. Of course, the owner carts, you get 3 sets of Dunlop SL1s to use at your disposal, including the set that you start the race on. Of course, you know, the ideal mathematical split would be 8 hours apiece, but you tend to see drivers running a bit longer over the night, and that's what we've been seeing, just extending that night stint, where the track temp's a little bit cooler. You can normally eke a bit more out of the tyres, and the Lucas guys, as a result of taking that tyre stop, they will drop down to P3 overall behind the 433 JDR squad, who boxed about 16 minutes ago. 3 laps down on the SoCo Select leaders in the 43. And the Lucas guys at risk maybe of even dropping down to 4th place if they're not too careful. The Paragon Motorsport 22, another further couple of laps behind. So I don't think they're at any risk there of falling down further in the order. And then P6 as well, the MS Urban Blue squad, another lap away as well, of course, setting the fastest lap of the race on lap 12 a long, long time ago, a 1:12.369. And the last lap for the race leaders was a 1:13.397, just to put it into context. Obviously, yes, maybe different fuel loads, different conditions, but definitely that fatigue, that tiredness setting in for all of the drivers out there, and a bit of lift and coast as well. They're starting to think about there's a yellow flag. In front of our cameras. There's dust coming up into the mountains section, and the yellow does still wave. Can't see anyone stranded anywhere.
No, Marshall just working down the bottom. That may well just be to put the tyre wall back into position.
Yes.
If someone's collected it. There is a row of single tyres just down the bottom. I think that's mainly to stop people going up the grass bank, and the waved yellows continue just until they're past the Marshall working down the bottom of the hill there.
Yeah, of course, local yellows, no full course yellow. Haven't had one for a couple of hours now, since about 4 a.m. it would have been off the top of my noggin. The last one that was thrown, the last proper one that was thrown, has not been since yesterday afternoon. So it's been a while since the pack has been properly bunched up. FSR Kobe, the 747, they've been in the pits for a while. It's quite a short stint, so I think there may be more issues for the 747 squad. 16th overall at the moment, soon to be 17th. The Army squad set to go past them, the number 2 kart, and that'll be more woes then for FSR Kobe, unfortunately, as the MS Lucas team have rejoined in 4th place on the same lap as the MS Urban Orange squad. Some 30.4 seconds behind, as we see some drivers making their way down Bob Pope Straight, all of them slotting into single file before we get to the wiggle section. Don't want to be too wide heading through there. As you can see again, drivers just still trying to find track position. Again, the owner karts are roughly 8 seconds a lap quicker here than the higher karts, so there is a real difference in pace, and you've really got to make your way through them, make your way through the traffic on your own accord. So you will be seeing risky moves, as we have been seeing all throughout the race, but really they just want to lose as little time as possible behind those slower karts.
Yeah, it does make for, we said it earlier on, there was teams making 7 a.m. moves at 7 p.m. last night. And by that, I mean, generally you want to, I always like to say you've sort of got to get through to daylight. If you can get through to daylight, you give yourself an opportunity of taking some of the spoils. Higher kart lead now is being held by the 233 of BJMD after Lockwell Hill's latest pit stop. So they're very, very close in that class, in the interclass battle, but also for the outright lead. We've got 3 pro runners in BGMD, Apex Twin Selected Works and Lockwell Hill, all on the same lap effectively, I think, when things will pan out post pit stop. That BJMD squad of Danny Bean, Jake Richardson, Brandon Jennings, Matthew Houseby and Seb Pereira. Seb added to that entry after they'd put the entry in, hence why his initials aren't part of the name. We did ask them, we did clarify that in the pre-race paddock show as to why that was. But they are going particularly well. That team came into this race with a little bit of pressure on their shoulders as they'd roped in Gary Blythe to help them out in the pits. His son Asher set the fastest lap and holds a 24-hour lap record on this Dunlop tyre, having won the race last year for Nexus Sport in the owner class. Whenever Gary Blythe has been part of a team helping out, that team has never finished off the podium. So that team came in with a huge amount of pressure, knowing that they had to podium or they would ruin Gary Blythe's run of podiums as a team member. So he did say to them, look, if you want me to come, lads, you're going to have to step it up. BGMD at the moment are stepping it up.
Yeah, of course, again, on the lead lap and running very solidly in the podium places for most of the race. Of course, we're going to touch wood that we've not commentated cursed that one. Interesting, they are all on slightly different strategies, though, in that class. The Apex Twin number 3 kart, their last stop was 47 minutes ago. Of course, we only recently saw the Lockwell Hill kart come in about 5 minutes or so ago. BJMD, their last stop, 1 hour and 22, so they're yet to come in for their latest pit stop, and that'll drop them back down to 3rd place, presumably. So that could very well come down to how long your final stop is on the fuel mileage, that one. So that's going to be really interesting to see how it all unfolds, or if maybe someone does a short pit a little bit later down the line, comes in earlier than they need to, maybe gets a bit more fuel in the tank than they need to, but it enables them to run longer in that next stint. So it could be interesting. As I say that, the 233 has actually just come straight into the pits for their next stop. So it should be the number 3 Apex Twin Selected Works kart, retaking the lead in the higher pro class. The number 3 will assume that position, and it may well be the Lockwell Hill number 38 going back up into 2nd place as well. Again, that is the closest action we've got out on track currently, is the fight for the lead in the higher pro class. 3 karts all on the same lap. Although, maybe, yes, a bit spread out over said lap, but the fact is that could all change at the drop of a hat, at the flip of a coin, and at the snap of the fingers. Anything can happen. All it takes is one full course yellow to come out for a kart stopping somewhere awkwardly out on the circuit, and that race will very much come alive. So keep your eyes on the higher pro class as the last 5 hours and 30 minutes we get ready for. And as it is the last 5 hours and 30 minutes, let's run through the order once again, the top 3s in all of the class and overall as well. Overall, it is the SoCo Select 43 that leads the way. The 433 JDR Machine in 2nd, and the Urban Orange 125 in P3. In the Owner Elite class, it is the SoCo Select, the 43 that leads. P4 is 2nd, and the last of the runners in the Elite class, that is the 42 Lucas Machine. In the Owner Pro class, it is the JDR 433 that leads, the Urban Orange 125 in P2, and the 22 in P5 overall. The Paragon Motorsport is in 3rd place, a couple of laps further back. In the Clubman class, the KBR 77 continues to lead, the DWS 2 number 58 in P2, and the JDR 2 number 434 in P3. Those guys all separated by a couple of laps. Not a lot of change there over the last couple of hours, all been running their own race pretty steadily. And as I do say that, we go back to the higher pro class. It is the Apex Twin Selected Works number 3 that does retake the lead, with the Lockwell Hill 38 into 2nd. The BJMD kart, the 233, will rejoin in 2nd or 3rd place, should I say. And those guys as well ahead now of the Elite class as well. The 116 ABC leads in the Elite class. The 113 Core Blimey Racing is in P2 and 22nd overall. And the race for Ruben guys, a recent pit stop for them, so they've dropped down to 23rd overall and 3rd in class. Quite a long stop for them, believe it may have been a stop for tyres as well. Then we move down to the higher Clubman class. It is still the 508 MFP Interceptors that leads the Newmarket Hornets in second place. They are back onto the same lap, but the Newmarket Hornets haven't boxed in an hour and 17 minutes. The MFP Interceptors on an alternate strategy to them, it would seem. So we are expecting the 12 to come in soon. The 69 Quick Finishers Racing, they are in P3. And finally, in the higher rookies, it's the 690 Have a Go Racing. They lead the way. Barry R's Wacky Races after that mechanical trouble and drama about an hour or 2 hours ago. They've worked their way back up to second place. And the Spirit of Formula Racing, the 666, still holding on to that third place in class at the moment. So that is the rundown of the classes for you at the 5.5 hours left to go mark. Still plenty of opportunity for things to change. And again, we are expecting a few drivers and a few squads to come into the pits very shortly and potentially for their final set of tyres as well up in the owner class, and potentially a final set of front tyres in the higher kart classes as well. So all to play for, could still very well change.
Yeah, Have a Go Racing, who are leading that rookie class, a team made up of drivers that wouldn't have done much more than 10 or 15 minutes at a time in a kart before this race weekend, having been mainly in the owner ranks. A couple of juniors in there as well, a few drivers that moved up out of juniors. So Isaac Duff won our Junior Pro Kart Championship here last year, has moved up into seniors this year for the first time and has gone straight into the club class in there. We run 3 classes in the sprints here at Teesside with Pro, club and then our novice class. So Isaac straight up into that. He's one of the 7 drivers in that Have a Go Racing entry with Max Mannion, Finley and Rowan Marshall, Joseph Williamson, Freddie Housego and Marty Gilfillan. So their entry large in terms of numbers. 7 normally we'll see higher kart teams running with 5 or 6, but they're proving that they've got some strength in depth in that Have a Go Racing 690 entry, and they are currently leading in that rookie class. As the just looking, it was race for Ruben. They pitted on schedule, but their pit stop was 10 minutes. So whether they've nursed a problem to go down to the mechanics bay, or whether they had a problem starting the engine again when they'd come back in for fuel. But it did appear like it was on schedule, but that has dropped them out not only of the overall lead, but also down into third place in the higher elite class. Now, they'd have had their front tyre changed during the service stop window. So, in terms of that, that'll be them done through to the end of the race. Just the front tyres changed as part of that service stop. The rears, they've got to go all the way through this race and are more than capable of doing so. We do see that on a regular basis, not only here, but we saw it a few weeks ago at Le Mans, and we had 52-degree track temperature in the day, so they can certainly go. Speaking to drivers, 35 degrees normal outside temperature, and the drivers were saying that they were grateful to get in the kart because it was the only way they could get some sort of breeze.
Yeah, that's not something you hear often, that getting in a kart cools you down, is it? Just shows how hot it was that week, not just in France, across Europe in general. It was a very... very toasty time.
The shadow is moving closer towards this camera. Will it get there before the camera becomes manned again at about 7 o'clock?
Let's race against time. 25 minutes. Who wins, the sun or the camera operator? We'll find out. Another race to keep our eyes on here at the British 24. It's not just happening on track, it's happening in the sky as well. So plenty of action here at the British 24 in 2025.
Waved yellow at hairpin 1. We had a cut off just on the rumble strip on the outside. They're back facing in the right direction. Not 100% sure on the number. I think it could be the 132 of Tutor Racing. I'll see if I can pick the number out when they come round. Driver's got a blue suit on.
We've, in the meantime, got the 113 Core Blimey Racing in from second in the higher elite class. They've just done a 1 hour 40 minute stint, which is unbelievable from them. And that's really dragging it to the very edge of what is possible with the fuel. So a fantastic job by that squad. They will drop down into third place in class. The ABC Racing 116 now has a 2-lap advantage over the 95 Race for Ruben, but again, they're on an hour and 4-minute stint, so they will be coming in. And the Race for Ruben, presumably at that point, will reassume the lead.
Just picking up the 77, the KBR entry that's come through the camera shot there and will be out onto the back straight shortly. They've got what I like to call a squiffy Nassau panel. It looks like the bottom bracket may well have broken on that kart, and at the very least is incredibly loose and is to the right-hand side. Waved yellow at the D. Circuit clear, but that number 77 entry, they've built up a lead of 3 laps. It's going to extend because DWS2 are in on schedule an hour and 20 into their latest stint. As we've got the 18 facing the wrong way and looking to just do what could well be well, he can't do a 3-point turn with no reverse, but he's on the outside waiting to rejoin and needs a gap in the traffic, finds it now.
Gets very close with another kart that has to take to the grass to avoid him.
To be fair, the kart that's come through, not particularly happy, but I don't know where he thought that kart on the outside was going to turn to.
Yeah.
He was always going to turn to the inside. These karts have got the turning circle of a London bus when they're doing 2 miles an hour. So to go to the inside where he thought that kart was going to go, we'll put it down to fatigue.
Yeah, I think you could put most things down to fatigue at this point. Any mistakes that may or may not be happening. In the meanwhile, from P2 in the owner clubman class, the 58 DWS2 squad coming in after an hour and 23 minutes out on the track. They should be making their way out of the pits pretty shortly. They've been in for a lap or so now, so it won't be too long until they make their way back out to the circuit. And the 77, it looks like I don't think that the front is hanging off. I think it is just very, very low to my eyes. I may be wrong from judging at a passing angle, but yeah, I don't think it's dragging off or anything that's going to get them a technical flag that would force them back into the pit lane.
No, it's something that I think they'll probably just look at next time it's in. It's just they've built up enough of a class lead that they could go and just fix that without any problems to potentially save them time later in the race in case that does come off completely. But yeah, it looks like the bottom bracket of their Nassau panel could well be. We've got a kart through the wall. They've come in contact with the higher. It's the 171 of Window Doctors, and we've got tyres on the start-finish straight, luckily off the racing line. And we're going to cover it under waved yellow. As in, we're covering it under waved yellow as we've got the 125 doing silly things under waved yellows. Now, they need to be very careful because they are in the battle for a lead in Owner Pro.
Yeah, the 125 Urban Orange squad. I know that especially at this point you're keen to get through the traffic, but waved yellow means no overtaking, and that includes lapping karts, unfortunately. And I wonder if the clerk of the course might have a look at that one and not see the funny side of it, because that was a bit too close for comfort, especially as there was also a marshal just off the racing line putting that barrier back together where a cart had just gone through it. So, yeah, getting a little bit silly out there, as you said, David. Maybe the fatigue beginning to set in here at Teesside. There is 5 hours and 19 minutes left to go, just a touch under 5 hour 20, should I say. Everyone's been awake for a very, very long time. Everyone's feeling tired. Everyone, feeling sore, I'm sure, from being in the kart for a long old time. As we see there, some of the higher karts squabbling down into Rib Bend, and then up into the mountain section as well. For the time being, I'll keep my eyes peeled on the Digi flag to see if we're going to get anything for the 125. I suspect they may just about get away with it. Potentially a warning flag heading their way. But yeah, that could have been a little bit silly there and is really pushing the envelope, I think, a bit when it comes to yellow flag rules. Yeah,
potentially they may well argue that they were only alongside until past the incident. But certainly not what you need to be doing in terms of taking unnecessary risks at this stage in the race, particularly when we've got track staff working out there as well. Have seen a flurry of sort of yellow flags and drivers, particularly at hairpin 1, going off, which is the braking zone where you're facing into the sun, and it's making. And imagine that because the shadows are moving because of the sun going up so quickly, is that trying to find where your braking point was is pretty much moving every couple of laps or so, and it's catching a few out. So we have had a lot of drivers going off on the outside of hairpin 1.
To be fair, that's been a pretty consistent theme across the night. We've seen a few people run off there. I think it's kicked a lot of dust and dirt onto the circuit. So offline, there's just no grip whatsoever. And again, factor in the sun rising there. It's in your eyes. The shadows are moving. So I think it's very easy just to misjudge it, get onto the dirt, onto the dirty side of the track, and then find yourself running very wide and off the road. So that's definitely something we need to keep our eye on across the remainder of this race. As we continue onwards, everyone making their way through for the time being, regardless. As we see, just coming through there, currently looking at the main straight, there is hairpin 1, just in the middle of your picture there. That is, as you see, one of the high carts running wide there. That is the corner in question we refer to. As the rest of the drivers make their way across the start-finish line, still all of the owner drivers trying to side their way through the higher kart pack. Looks like the DWS 58's just lost a position to the JDR2. That may be them just coming out of the pit lane, to be fair, but they were in the pit lane for a long old time. If that is the case, there's only 1.6 seconds separating them, though, out on the track, so that could be a pretty close one between them.
3 minutes 27 pit stop. It was on schedule for DWS, but looks to have been longer than just fuel, so they may well have done their final tyre change and gone on to tyre set 3, as wide goes what appears to be one of the Lockwell Hill entries, and it could be one of the class leading Lockwell Hill entries. We'll come back to that shortly. It is time for us to move over to our race end stream. So thank you for watching through the night. If you go into the description underneath the stream, you will find all 3 links, the one from the race start, the one from the stream that you're currently on, the night stream, and the race end stream. So if you open up the race end stream in another browser, we'll be going to that one in a few moments' time for the final 5 hours and 15 minutes of the 2025 British 24-hour race. So you'll miss around about a minute of the action. Hopefully nothing too exciting happens. If it does, then we will be back to keep you informed of any action and take you through to the checkered flag with David Sullivan and Ross McIntyre on commentary for the next 2 hours and 15 minutes. And then it'll be myself and Tom Butterworth taking us through to the checkered flag. So head over to the race end stream